Chapter 151. Shouts, screams. Girls like even perverted people like Hisoka, not to mention the more handsome Hawashi Doru with silver hair. The two stood still on the stage, and then the host sister introduced the glorious deeds of the two and their previous experience before the battle officially started. Ron also knew about the relationship between the two of them. 2 years ago, Hawashi Dolang, who possessed extraordinary talent and skill, came to the Sky Arena and reached the 200th floor all the way. However, he didn't know how to read at all, but he met Hisoka in the first battle after reaching the 200th floor. This is his misfortune, but also his luck. Although he failed in the battle with Hisoka but scored 3 points, he was appreciated by Hisoka and initiated the 730 in the name of cultivating delicious fruits, helping him open aura nodes. After that, the two made a 2-year contract. After losing to Hisoka, Toro Kashiwa left Sky Arena. Relying on his talent and groping for thoughts, he has been tempered all the way to win consecutive battles with others, and has carried out a 2-year hard training with the goal of defeating Hisoka. It only took 2 years from not knowing none to groping and growing into the current strength by myself. In just 2 years, I have the strength and capital to compete with Hisoka. It's no wonder that Hisoka loved and appreciated him back then, and personally initiated for him. This kind of talent is probably stronger than Killua and Gon, right? Maybe, it might be a talent at the perfect level? At least it's definitely worse than an advanced talent. Ron looked at Hawashi Dolang, his eyes flickered slightly. The tiger bites the real fist, Nan's double stand-in, the talent of the suspected perfect level. The value of Doru Hawashi is really not low. Even Ron thinks that it has surpassed Hisoka. In such a lively atmosphere, the commentator girl immediately announced the start of the game after finishing the prelude. Gon, Zoisai and Killua all watched Hisoka's fight with Hawashi Doru intently. Even Wing was constantly analyzing the situation according to the battle situation, comparing the strength of the two. Ron looked down, and the battle scene was not much different from the original book. I have to say that the live-action version does look much more enjoyable than the anime version. When the battle gradually became fierce, Doru Hawashi also released his own Nen double substitute. This Nen, which has an emitter and a manipulator, and can be manipulated by releasing a clone, indeed showed an unexpected attack effect at the very beginning. Not only did he punch Hisoka's face several times, but he also waited for an opportunity to operate the clone and directly cut off Hisoka's 2 arms, which caused bursts of exclamation at the scene. When Ron saw this scene, he couldn't help shaking his head. At the same time, Gon's exclamation came from the side, "This move is so powerful." It broke Hisoka's hands in one blow. Yet, Killua also nodded solemnly, and he remembered the scene when the spy was discovered. This Hawashi Dolang is really strong. Wing didn't speak, but Ron was even more speechless, and said to Gon and the others, "This guy is really strong." Gon nodded in agreement with Killua. But why didn't he cut off Hisoka's neck directly, instead of aiming at his hands? Isn't it superfluous? Gon and Killua. Yes. Why? Gon and the others fell into doubt, but Ron could vaguely guess why. In order to prove yourself, like Hisoka declares that he is no longer the wretch you let the initiation casually let go 2 years ago. Just like the protagonist Long Aotian in the old online novels, he launched a slap in the face for revenge. For this, Ron has only one comment. Madness. They are already masters at this level, but they still don't know the importance of killing opponents in the first place. And for the justification of a ridiculous event, the great chance of winning and surviving was ruined in vain. It can only be said that it is abnormal that Hawashi Dolang is not dead. As for his Nen double stand-in. To be honest, it is indeed very powerful when paired with his tiger bite real fist, and Hisoka was caught off guard, which shows this point. But the human avatar requires very fine control, so that Hawashi Dolang can't do other things after summoning the avatar. Either he attacks by himself, or he controls the avatar to attack, and once the state gets worse, the avatar is even more difficult to control. So, after being seen through by Hisoka, a series of false appearances made by high IQ and Nen successfully shook Dolang Hawashi's mind greatly, and the result was finally doomed. Moreover, the foundation of his mind power practice is not solid. Because of his overconfidence in his own strength and Hisoka's so-called magic performance, he can't even use it all the time to see the love that stretches freely. Without laying a good foundation, you have cultivated abilities that do not match your own department, and are not very interesting, and you can see through them at a glance. No wonder Hisoka felt that the fruit he had planted would grow crooked. What a waste of capacity! After saying this, Hisoka walked towards the player aisle without looking back, with 2 severed arms and a slightly irritable and disappointed expression on his face. Only the corpse of Hawashi Dulang, covered in blood and filled with poker cards, was left and fell on the ring with lifeless eyes. Obviously, she was in a bad mood for Hawashidu, the long-seat man. He wasn't in a good mood, but the corners of Ron's lips curled up in the stands. Do you think it's a waste of capacity? Thinking in his heart, Ron slowly got up, talked to Wing Branch, and went downstairs. But 2.2 doesn't feel like a waste to me at all. Obtain a ball of essence. Acquire advanced martial arts, Tiger Bite Real Fist. Acquired Nin, double substitute. Acquire martial arts talent, perfect, pseudo. Looking at the body of Dulang Hawashi who was carried away, and feeling the 4 items he got, Ron was filled with smiles and joy. This time, it really is a harvest. As expected of Hawashi Dulang, he contributed 4 things at once. The essence was filled with energy, and Ron absorbed it without hesitation. Therefore, it represents Hawashi Dulang's 2 years, and the actual purification is only analogous to the 1-year increase in Niankai, which is transformed into Ron's achievement. Chapter 152. At the same time, he raised his arms in a claw-like opening and closing motion. A wave of not weak thought power spread from the hand. Is this the Tiger Bite Real Fist? It is a unique martial art with great lethality. Ron shook it, and felt that the effect was really good. If he had used this trick when fighting Phaeton before, maybe the battle would have ended as soon as possible. Next, Calendar 2. Effect: you can create a clone that is the same as the main body to launch attacks and raids. The avatar has the same strength as the main body. Restriction: only one clone can be separated, and more precise control cannot be made. When controlling the main body, the clone can only make simple movements. When controlling the clone, the main body will become dull. Theoretically speaking, when used in conjunction with the Tiger Bite Real Fist, it can indeed have an unexpected effect on the enemy. Even, Ron was thinking about making the avatar a death bomb. Anyway, when the avatar disappears, it disappears without affecting the main body. If a large amount of death energy and corpse poison are poured into the clone, and then the 03 human flesh bomb that is regarded as suicide is manipulated. Tisk tisk tisk, that scene is so beautiful. As for the talent from Hawashi Dulang, martial arts talent, perfect, pseudo. Its explanation is this: above the advanced talent, below the perfect talent, it can be equivalent to 5 advanced talents. Sure enough, with Hawashi Dulang's talent, he was indeed much stronger than Gon and Chi. He just lacks a famous teacher, otherwise his achievements will never stop here. If it is a true perfect level talent, I am afraid it can only be felt from Netero or the Ant King, right? However, Ron didn't need to touch it anymore. This fake talent skill book, together with the skill books of high-level martial arts talent accumulated by Ron in the past 2 years, is enough to synthesize a real perfect level martial arts talent. Take out all the martial arts talent skill books in the space backpack, and then synthesize them one by one, until the end. Shua! A skill book emitting purple light appeared in Ron's hands. Snapped! With a look of joy on Ron's face, he slapped him on the head without any delay. In an instant, he felt that his body became a little light, as if falling into a cloud. But this was only a momentary feeling, and soon, he opened his eyes again. Ron could feel that the chi and thoughts in his body were growing a little around the corner. Is this the talent of the perfect level? It's like being the darling of heaven. As long as you give enough time, if you don't die halfway, you will definitely become the top powerhouse in the world. Ron took a deep breath, calmed down, then turned and left, walking in a certain direction. And when he took only 2 steps. Billy Billy Billy. Ron took out the phone from his pocket, and when he saw the number on it, Ron's eyes froze. Hello? What are you looking for? Assembly activities, came a cold voice from the other end of the phone. Not just idlers, all members must be present. On August 31st, gather in Yukiksen City. The specific location will be announced later. I see. After saying that, Ron hung up the phone. He thought about it on the phone, and finally shook his head. Forget it, let's wait for the super brave fruit farmer to show his power in the toilet, and then take corresponding actions. It will be easier at that time. After making the plan, when Ron was about to leave. Billy seems to have a lot of phone calls today. Hello, Ron? Shizuku and I have arrived, at the cafe where we first met. Don't take Zoisai and Wing with you. Shizuku and I have already decided on our next destination. We will leave after meeting you. After finishing speaking, Bisaki hung up the phone without even having the time to speak to Ron. As expected, Xiao Biluo is the vigorous and resolute. Cough cough, Master Si. A few minutes later, as soon as Ron entered the cafe, he saw Bisky waving at him. After some exchange, Ron took out the 7 beautiful ice pearls, and took it with Bizaji's face glowing. It's great, I used to dream of getting this gem, and now I finally got my wish. Bisky caressed the gems carefully, and at the same time Ron took out some beautiful gifts again and handed them to the cute Shizuku. These are gifts from various aspects that he collected specially for Shizuku under the guise of Baker Creston in Turin Kingdom. The flowers of agate stones, the moonlight corners of the Ujiao family, etc. are also things that can be encountered but not sought after in the world. Afterwards, at Ron's strong request, Bisky agreed to stay here for 2 days. And Ron and Shizuku spent 2 days and 2 nights that couldn't be more normal than normal. It wasn't until the 3rd day that the two bid farewell to each other. During the period, Ron and Shizuku exchanged the law of daughter-in-law. Shizuku is 720 satisfied with her current life, and she can learn a lot of interesting things by following Bisky around the world. Since Shizuku doesn't reject the current life, let her go. After waving goodbye to the two, Ron also let out a sigh of relief, picked up the phone and dialed a number. Oh, it's rare, Xiao Enan, you will call me. Hisoka's slightly surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. You should know about the gathering of members of the brigade on August 31st, right? Ron didn't talk nonsense and said directly. Of course, Captain Krollo seems to be eyeing the auction in Yukiksen City this time. By the way, I just wanted to talk about our date about Mianying. In a certain room of the Sky Arena, the corners of Hisoka's mouth rippling gradually after being re-stitched by Maki. I don't have to wait for a few months. I think I'll go find him in 2 days. What do you think? Hisoka licked his lips as he spoke. The crooked growth of Hawashi Dolang's fruit has already made him tired enough. Even with that, he also wanted to remove a piece of his face as soon as possible. Of course, no problem. I called you because of this matter. If possible, gather at the gate of the Sky Arena tomorrow morning. Chapter 153. Okay. Listening to the blind voice on the phone, Hisoka grinned wider and wider. It seems that Xiao Enan's attitude towards the brigade is so casual, this is really great. Early the next morning, at the gate of the Sky Arena. After bidding farewell to Wing and Gon, Ron waited here early. Not long after, he saw Hisoka walking on a catwalk. I've already found out that Face Shadow is in a small town in the northeast of the Sanfini continent. If you take an airship to go there, it won't take half a day. Hisoka said while scrutinizing Ron with dark eyes. I haven't seen you for a while, but Xiao Enan seems to have become stronger again. After Krollo, Xiao Enan has to keep up with her own strength. Hisoka's face was calm, but the sense of crisis in his heart was getting stronger and stronger, while still retaining a sense of vigilance. After all, Ron's strength should be stronger than him now, and it's only the two of them in this business, so it's always right to be vigilant. Good. Ron has no doubts about the location of the shadow that Hisoka found. In the theatrical version, Mianying can go to Yukiksen City to find the corpses of Yuvajin and Pakunoda, and Hisoka and Nobunaga can also find the location of Mianying. Between them, there must be a certain way of positioning each other. Without any other words, the two boarded the fastest airship and headed towards their destination. The small town of Andrew, located in the northeast of the mainland of Sanfini, is a relatively remote town. The town has a small population, but the folk customs are completely different from Batman's Gotham City. The style of its life and buildings is similar to Girl of the Alps written by Hayao Miyazaki. The sunny smile on every resident's face is the best healing picture. At least, when Hisoka and Ron stepped into this small town, the body of the former actually relaxed slightly. Mianying is absolutely right in this small town right now. Hisoka looked around casually. But it seems a bit difficult to find. No, it's actually very easy, Ron responded, looking in a certain direction and smiling slightly. Hisoka followed Ron's gaze and saw a small fountain in that direction. And at the bottom of the fountain, a little girl with blonde hair and blue eyes facing plain, is playing with the puppet in her hand. For the surrounding audience, a wonderful puppet show was staged. A puppet. Hisoka also knew the face of Nin, so he became a little interested in the little girl and the puppet in her hand. And, that girl's eyes give me a very familiar feeling. Is it not familiar? Because the eyes in the eyes of girls are the shadows of the face. And the girl performing the puppet show is actually the younger sister Lizzie who was used by him for the blood sacrifice. To be precise, it is the puppet who was used by Nin, the puppet who endowed his sister with memories and thoughts. Coupled with her own eyes given by the upper shadow, it makes her look no different from a living person. However, her essence is a puppet, which cannot be changed. So after careful observation, Hisoka also quickly discovered something wrong with the girl. Interesting, Hisoka also narrowed his eyes, not looking for the girl immediately. Meaning probably didn't know that they were here. It's better not to act rashly to scare the snake, it's not beautiful. So, Hisoka and Ron stood there quietly, waiting for the little girl's performance to end. In less than a moment, the little girl closed the booth, bowed and left with his doll under the applause of the surrounding audience. Ron and Hisoka followed silently, and then... there's no after that. After closing the stall, the little girl bought some food with the money she earned from the performance, and then returned to her own residence, where she slept in a small dilapidated wooden house. From the beginning to the end, she didn't realize that someone was following her behind her. Meaning is a very vigilant and cautious person. Generally, he will not expose himself to the eyes of others, and let the puppet he made to help him do things. However, both Ron and Hisoka are qualified hunters, and they are both patient enough to wait for their prey to show up. Without the shadow of the eyes, it is impossible to endure being in the dangerous darkness for a long time. It will be a matter of time to call Liza back to her side and get her eyes back. After that, Hisoka and Ron followed Lizzie all the time. Looking at her extremely ordinary daily life. Look for breakfast, puppet show, lunch, puppet show, dinner, sleep. In addition to basic physical activities, it is a puppet show, and there is nothing else. But looking at the joyful smile on her face when she was performing the puppet, you can know that such a plain but warm life is exactly what she wants. If it wasn't for her elder brother who was sick and wanted to give her the so-called eternal life that she didn't even want, it is possible that the real her would live so happily. Unfortunately, there is no if. After spending 3 days like this, Ron and Hisoka have been patiently waiting for the result. In the evening, Lazy Eye, who had put away the puppet this time, no longer had the usual warm smile on her face, nor did she go back to her small wooden house. Instead, he walked towards the outside of the town, turning 3 times and 2 times, and 2 hours later, he came to a brightly lit log cabin. "Are you back, Liza, my sister? Are you enjoying yourself during the time outside?" A slightly muffled voice sounded from the room. If Krollo's voice is soft, then this voice is typical feminine. "Then, happier, brother." The timid answer sounded Kang. In Lazy Eye's original memory, she was afraid of her paranoid lunatic brother, especially the puppet that was poured into her memory. "Really? Then come in and let my brother take a good look at you." Lazy Eye trembled when she heard the words, but she still couldn't disobey the intention of the people in the room, opened the door and walked in. Looks like the prey finally showed up. In the woods, after casually slapping a super large mosquito approaching to death, Hisoka felt the vibration of thoughts changing eyes in the house, and smiled silently. Chapter 154. This is indeed the thought of the shadow, we did not find a mistake. That's right. Ron stretched his hands and feet, just about to go forward. Then he noticed Hisoka, who was eager to try, and stared at him. "Okay, this is your fruit, you go first." Ron raised his hand in a gentlemanly gesture of courtesy. It just saves trouble to fill in the account directly without having to work hard yourself. After he changes his eyes, Hisoka said with a sick smile on his face. "I want to see how far he has developed in his peak state." "So, that's why you didn't rush up immediately when Liza came to this wooden house, but waited patiently for him to change his eyes?" Ron gave him a sideways look, so confident. The two of them were just outside the wooden house, waiting for the wave of thought power in the house to gradually rise, and when it reached the peak, it suddenly dissipated. "Looks like it's changed." At the same time, several poker cards appeared in Hisoka's hand and rushed forward. And when rushing forward, he didn't forget to be vigilant and guard against Ron behind him. Ron didn't speak, just watched 723 quietly as Hisoka rushed forward and shot the door of the wooden house through with playing cards. Then, a gloomy laughter sounded from the trapped house. "Long time no see, Hisoka, I didn't expect you to come to me by yourself. I have almost made puppets for the rest of the brigade, and you just came to fill my last vacancy." Boom! Da-da-da! The wooden house exploded in an instant, and high-intensity fire power erupted from it. The astonishing bullets poured down on Hisoka as if they were free of money. Franklin's two-handed machine gun. After the wooden house exploded, Ron immediately looked at the two figures that were revealed. One is Lizzie, who lost her eyes and turned into a puppet again. The other one was wearing a jet black robe. Under the long grey hair, was a tall and thin figure with a silver ring hanging from the corner of his mouth and a sickly crazy smile. This is Mukich, a more extreme guy than Hisoka. At this moment, behind him, Franklin's tall figure was condensed there, and his hands, which resembled the barrel of a gun, fired bullets one by one. This is the face that integrated Rich, Adf, Franklin's puppet into his body, and briefly gained the ability to use two-handed machine guns. Although not as powerful as the original, it was enough to force Hisoka back. "How about Hisoka, stay obediently and be my puppet?" The face laughed wildly, and the phantom behind him fired cold bullets without stopping for a moment. "Humph, compared to 3 years ago, you have not improved at all," Hisoka said blankly. At the same time, there seems to be a look that hates iron but not steel. He tossed and tossed with the help of the conditions in the woods, and at the same time used stretchable love to avoid and strike back those bullets. From time to time, a few poker cards were casually shot out. Among them, a poker card seemed to be randomly shot in front of Ron, who was hiding in the woods and was watching the play with great relish. "Do you want me to make a move?" No wonder. Regarding Hisoka's current state, Ron, who has seen the irritability and a little disappointment when he commented on Hawashi Doru, can see it. "Hisoka, I'm afraid that Myeoning's progress in the past 3 years is quite dissatisfied." This is also normal. Hisoka told Kurapika and Leorio in the theatrical version that the development of the facial shadow is not in line with his ideal. Since Hisoka asked him to intervene, then he would be polite. After thinking for a while, Ron took out the unlimited firepower revolver from his waist. "Ha ha ha, Hisoka, you can't avoid it. Franklin's, Leff's, Fink's, and even Pheaton's, their abilities, I all." Face Shadow was still frantically showing off his puppet achievements. Suddenly, a very ominous premonition rose from the bottom of my heart. But before he could turn his body much, he suddenly felt a pain in his arm, followed by a pain in his leg. "There are gunmen." While this idea appeared in Myeoning's mind, he summoned the phantoms of Finks and the others to help him resist. However, at the same time as summoning the phantom, he was shot again in the chest and lower left abdomen. A burst of bullets with no trace of changing bullets at all, and a reed bullet that is more powerful than Franklin's. The shadow of the face wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Hiding behind the phantom, his mind quickly turned and analyzed. These phantoms all have summonin of the original owner, which is enough to block bullets for him. When Hisoka was fighting with him, there was actually a gunman ambushing him. Is it because I think Hisoka has always been a lone traveler and will not act with others, and the gunman used a brute force to lower his vigilance? Careless. It's really careless. Before the face had time to repent, the sound of Hisoka getting closer and closer came to his ears. Rock storm. Immediately, Myeoning continued to use the ability of two-handed machine guns to force Hisoka back, and at the same time threw out Yuvijin's puppet. After landing, it swelled extremely rapidly and turned into Yuvijin with the same tall and strong body. Except for the pair of empty, dark grey eye sockets, everything else is no different from real people. The Yuvijin doll who received the order punched the ground under his feet. The stones splashed, and under the influence of thoughts, they flew towards the woods. "I don't believe you don't come out. Even if you don't come out, I can know the exact position according to your movements." With a gloomy face, he couldn't help coughing up another mouthful of blood. Fortunately, the experience he had gained through so many years of life and death gave him an ominous premonition, and immediately covered his vital parts with not weak thoughts. Don't just take a shot in the chest, and you will almost be cold. But even so, he still coughed up blood and was seriously injured. The power of the opponent's chanting is even stronger than Franklin's. In the dense forest, smashing the flying stones casually, Ron weighed the revolver in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. The first time I used it, the face was severely injured, and the effect was not bad. Manipulator's infinite firepower, at the cost of being only available in the form of a pistol, in exchange for the ability to have infinite bullets in the air. And the stronger the user's nin, the stronger the power of the bullets fired by the pistol. Ron's thoughts are much stronger than Franklin's. Chapter 155. After pinning the revolver, seeing the Uvijin puppet rushing towards him upon sensing the movement, Ron took out the sub-ancient ingot knife and rushed out. Crack! Ron's hand holding the knife slipped down quickly, and with one click, the Uvijin doll was split in half from top to bottom from the very center of inspiration. What an amazing read! The shadow of the face saw the whole picture of Ron cooking the Uvijin doll neatly, the pupils shrank suddenly, and the teeth could not help but gnaw. Hisoka, you bastard, I didn't expect a person like you to act with others. Strictly speaking, we are still companions together, of course we can act together. Hisoka, who saw Ron's shot, jumped out of the battle circle, with a trademark smile on his face again. Meaning, let me introduce you, Ron, Phantom Troop, the new number 8 member. New member? Number 8? Is Shamepaw dead? There's no word about it, or else I can perfect his puppet. The shadow chattered, and at the same time aimed Franklin's Phantom's dark gun at Ron. Anyway, none of you will leave alive tonight, I will use your eyes to make the best puppets. Da-da-da. The bullet was fired again, but this time the target changed from Hisoka to Ron. The bullets are very intensive, but... Ron said calmly, when Niantan was about to approach him, he twisted his body and rushed up with a strange posture. It's not impossible to avoid. If it was the telegram sent by Franklin, Ron would not have taken such a risky action. But with the bullets emitted by this phantom that has obtained a little nin, it is not as fast or powerful as the deity. If Hisoka wants to dodge and get closer, it's not impossible to spend a little effort. It's just that he deliberately pretended to be forced to retreat. I'm afraid he should be prepared to be attacked by Ron, a fisherman, when he gets close to him and gain the final advantage. But the defense is the defense. Now that Ron and the shadow are facing each other, he is standing on the side of the treetop and watching quietly. The poker cards in his hand were also rare and honest, and a pair of slightly excited eyes looked at the two people who were fighting below. Cinesign, die! Seeing that Ron twisted his body to avoid every thought bomb, the expression on his face became more and more ferocious. As the distance gradually approached, he casually threw out two puppets again. Go Nobunaga, Phaeton, let me chop off this guy's head. The figure yelled loudly at the two puppets that had landed on the ground and gradually took shape. However, as soon as he finished speaking, two poker cards filled with thought power struck instantly. Shua! You seem to have forgotten that there are two people here. Hisoka's teasing voice sounded, and the two puppets of Phaeton and Nobunaga were cut in half by Hisoka with playing cards before they took shape. And nailed part of the puppet's upper body to the ground. Whoosh, cough cough. The face under the panic, once again dragged the injury, and vomited a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Ron has escaped all the bullets and came to the front. It's over. Ron said softly, and the ancient copper machete in his hand slashed directly towards the shadow. It's not over yet, hell. The face opened its eyes wide, screaming with all its strength, and at the same time a phantom combined with its arms and rotated rapidly. Finksnan. The more circles you rotate, the stronger the force. Face Shadow knows this nin, and also knows the disadvantages of this ability. Once the cycle exceeds the number of times one can bear, the arm will collapse, and the body will also suffer a great backlash. But now it doesn't matter that much. It is a critical moment of life and death, let's talk about it after the present, and let's not worry about it later. As a result, Mianying didn't know how many times he had rotated rapidly at this moment. But he could feel that his arms were full of explosive power at this moment. In Hisoka's squinted eyes, Shadow's arms were as thick as a bucket, which was completely out of proportion to his figure. Then, the face dragged its huge and thick arms, facing Ron's falling scimitar, which was full of amazing thoughts, and slammed it fiercely. A loud noise exploded in this silent forest, startling countless birds and beasts. Wow! The huge air wave generated by the collision of the knife and the fist quickly spread around the two of them. Even Hisoka on the branch was slightly covered by the wind. The scene was even blown by the air waves, kicking up large swathes of dust. Long time. The wind and waves subsided, and the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, revealing the situation inside. Hisoka raised his neck slightly to look, and a huge pothole first entered the eye socket. Then, there were two people in the pit, one standing and the other lying down on the ground in a large font. Both of them were wearing black clothes, but the difference was that the person lying down had no arm, and the clothes on his body were in tatters. The strength is good. Ron put down the knife, and commented on the face lying on the ground without breathing in or out. But it's a pity that I'm still not as strong as me. Mianying can't even speak now, and the side effects of Huishan are beyond his imagination. His body is not an enhancer, and it simply cannot bear such a load. Not only did he take away one of his arms, but it also made his current body feel unprecedented pain. Coupled with the damage caused by Ron's knife, it really made his life worse than death now. Kill me. With the last of his strength, he spit out the last three words. As you wish. Shua. The blade flashed across, and the head with the relief-like eyes flew up. Then, Ron started his body touching session, and he got 4 balls of light with a quick grab. It looks like it's resolved. Only then did Hisoka come down from the treetops and came to the field. He chuckled and glanced at the figure in the pit, and then looked at Ron secretly, his eyelids twitching undetectably. With such a big momentum, he didn't get hurt? 5. Chapter 156. Ron was indeed not injured much, except that the dust made his figure look a little bit embarrassed. The move of the shadow did not bring him any effective damage. He's much better than me, and he can't relax anymore. Hisoka had this thought in his mind, but his face remained unchanged. Mianying's matter is over, and this apple can be regarded as a fallen leaf. Do you have any new ideas for the future, Xiao Enan? Hisoka asked tentatively. I don't have any other thoughts at the moment, Ron responded casually, but recalled an episode in Turin Kingdom before in his mind. Will Chiener know? Behind this organization, there must be a behemoth standing. V5 already has the Hunter Association, so this organization does not belong to V5, but it has such a strong background of 403, which means that the power behind it is not afraid of V5. The only countries and organizations that can wrestle with V5 are. Well, I think you don't want to walk with me again, how about we part here, and how about meeting again in Yukiksen City next time? It's best. Ron shrugged his shoulders, accepted Hisoka's words, and left without looking back. He came here just for the face and then on him. Now his goal has been achieved, and the cooperation with Hisoka has come to an end. Watching Ron's back gradually receding, the smile on Hisoka's face gradually receded. With the attitude shown by Xiao Enan, who doesn't care about anything, it seems that she won't interfere in the duel between me and Krollo, but... Hisoka raised his head, looked at the bright moonlight in the sky, couldn't help curling his lips. Originally I thought I'd find Xiao Enan after I ended with Krollo. But now it seems that my strength is still not enough. Thinking this way, Hisoka's figure also quickly disappeared in place. Only the big pit and the corpse lying in it were left, silently telling the fierce battle before. As for the small wooden house next to it and the puppet of Mianying's sister Liza, they were completely destroyed by the wind and waves in the previous battle. There is no longer any sign left. Obtain a ball of essence. Obtain Nan, God's puppet figure. Acquire martial arts talent, intermediate level. Acquire puppet making skills, advanced. The above are the 4 items that Ron touched from the shadow. It was not bad as Ron had expected, even Nan's face was revealed. Because I said it before, I won't repeat the explanation of God's puppet man's ability. In addition to these things that he found out, what he got by killing the shadow through Nan's upgrade game also allowed Ron to upgrade a few levels, and his aura was once again enhanced. After Ron and Hisoka left, instead of returning to the previous town, they found a small village nearby according to the map they bought. After negotiating with the local people, I got a small house and some materials for making puppets. Let's start. Ron stretched his wrist, and then devoted himself to making the puppet. With advanced production skills in hand, Ron thought it would be easy. In fact, making ordinary puppets is really easy, but if you want to make a puppet that can use the ability of God's puppet man, it will consume a lot of energy and mind during the production process. It's no wonder that Mianying stayed in the brigade for such a long time, and only made the puppets of the brigade one by one during these 3 years. With his vigilance, he will not exhaust all his mind and focus on making a puppet all at once. Coupled with the fact that he lent his eyes to his puppet sister from time to time, it took so long, which is understandable. However, Ron was more than a little stronger than Meanying in terms of stamina and mental strength. One night, a lifelike puppet appeared in Ron's hand. It was killed by Ron in the crew's cemetery before. It has infinite firepower. Nan, the gunman puppet named K. Taylor. Ron has checked his information with the hunter license, and he is a powerful solo traveler who has not obtained a hunter license, but is not inferior to a professional hunter. No relatives, no friends, just like a lonely gunman, with only the gun on his waist. The memory Ron added to the gunner puppet was his biography found on the hunter website. When Ron put down the puppet and activated the ability, the puppet began to swell rapidly and quickly returned to the size of a normal human. The puppet has the same ability, character, appearance, and instilled memory as the deity. Strictly speaking, there is no difference in other aspects except that the strength is a small part of the deity and the shape of the puppet. The puppet produced will obey the maker's orders unconditionally, so even if Ron has killed him before, he will still obey Ron's orders. Looking at the lonely gunman standing there silently, Ron's eyes flickered slightly, and he stretched out a hand to him. Wisps of dead air mixed with a lot of strong corpse poison erupted from Ron's hands, covering the gunman Kai Taylor's body instantly. And the latter didn't make any strange expression after the corpse poison and death aura approached. But immediately after, his body quickly became grey, and then gradually corroded, collapsed, and finally completely disappeared into nothingness. It still doesn't work. Ron shook his head. The left and right were just a puppet, which could be rebuilt after being destroyed. But the phenomenon just now proved that one of his ideas didn't work. 1.6. A puppet is a puppet after all, so it still couldn't bear Ron's dead breath and corpse poison. It seems that only he himself and his double can exert the power of death energy and corpse poison. These puppets are not enough. This frustrates his idea of using the puppets to create multiple corpse bombs. But it doesn't matter, in addition to corpse poison bombs, puppets can also be used as crowd tactics. Although the strength is not very good, but if it delays for a while, it is still possible. In addition, it can also be used as a trump card to play a role of surprise. Think about when Hisoka and Crollo played against each other in Sky Arena. The proof of human being used by Crollo knows how effective the human seed tactic will be if it is used well. Chapter 157. What's more, Crollo's dolls are replicas of the ordinary audience, and the dolls in Ron's hands are all non people. So, for the next month, Ron quietly hid in this log cabin and made various puppets without leaving home. When he came out, phantom troops, Hawashi duelangs, wings, biskies, bakers, the puppets of several people were all made. And, there are several spare ones. Baker, for example, his Watcher in the shadow is a perfect life-changing move. In the face of a few difficult guys, as long as he is linked to the shadow, he can be taken away directly, saving a lot of trouble and effort. Therefore, for Baker's puppets alone, Ron made several of them in one go. Even during this period, he even made his own puppets. However, I can only make one puppet, which seems to be a limitation of my ability. After Hisoka killed his own puppet in the original version, he never took out his own puppet again. Otherwise, he would not have stayed behind in the pursuit of the brigade and Gon and the others. A long time ago, he left a puppet stand-in for himself and ran away with his sister. Ron's puppet, because it has an N similar to the real one, can barely exert a little corpse poison and death energy. But under normal circumstances, Ron still puts his puppet away. It always feels weird to see a guy with the same appearance and memory as me walking outside. During the days when Ron was making puppets, Hisoka returned to the Sky Arena again. Because Hisoka and Ron participated in the hunt for the shadow, but in the end the shadow died in the hands of Ron. Coupled with the strong pressure felt from Ron, Hisoka returned to the Sky Arena and started killing again. Make the Sky Arena so noisy, as for whether there will be a battle with Gon. Who knows? At the same time, the battle between Ron and Phaeton was faintly spread among the brigade. August 31st was the day when the brigade regrouped after 3 years. Because of the need to regroup, the members of the brigade inevitably started to contact in advance. Phaeton's strangeness was quickly noticed by many people who knew him well. So, everyone went to ask the enhancer, and the wisdom was almost all focused on Finks, who was fighting and killing people. Naturally, the fight between Phaeton and Ron came out, and they all fell silent. Did even Phaeton fall flat? It seems that the newly joined number 8 is really strong. Ron didn't know what the brigade people were thinking, but after making the puppet, he also started the next action. The dead air is almost the same as the collection of corpse poison, and he has given enough limelight, which must have attracted the attention of some people. Ron still understands the truth of going too far, so the cemetery operation was temporarily suspended, and Ron focused on another matter. Thousand Ears Society, an extremely mysterious organization in the world of Hunter. This organization has a very broad business and a lot of clientele. It can provide excellent jobs for many professional hunters and non-hunter players. It also takes both black and white, and has won the trust of employers in various industries and has a good cooperative relationship. Even Letnisla, a new star in the Sopranos family, posted employment information in the ear meeting, and maintained trust in the people they recommended. Ron searched with the hunter's license, but he could only get some scattered basic information on the surface. The main purpose introduction is equivalent to the recruitment agency in Ron's previous life. It doesn't look like anything special, but the more it is like this, the more it shows that there is a huge force behind this organization, and the water is very deep. Ron is also very interested in this. The Thousand Ears Society has its own small branch in each region of the 6 continents. Finding these branches is no less difficult than finding the real venue of the hunter test, and even a little more difficult. Kurapika was rejected the first time, but when he came for the second time, he was told that during the 6 months he had been practicing then, no one came to him. After all, Chien Erhui is responsible for those employers, and people who do not have this ability are not enough for Chien Erhui to provide them with qualifications. Therefore, anyone who can find the Thousand Ears Club with his own ability already has the preliminary qualifications to provide him with a job. As for the most basic of providing a job, it is reading. Find a branch of the Thousand Ears Association, practice the 4 elements of mind power, and meet these 2 conditions, and the Thousand Ears Association will provide you with the job you want. Their branches, customers, and relationship network spread across 6 continents. As long as you meet the conditions in the first second, he can call up all the jobs you want in the next second. It can be said that it is a very mysterious and unpredictable organization. Ron also wants to see it. However, there is still more time. After making the puppets, Ron first contacted Bisaki and Shizuku. The 3 of them started to walk together again, needless to say about getting along with each other and being shameless. So, another month later. In June 1999, Ron couldn't stand the single dog Bizaji who was bored by the 2 of them. Under the angry bun face, Ron smiled and parted with Shizuku again. The northern part of the European continent. In a hotel room in a town somewhere, Ron used his hunter license to search for something about the Thousand Ears. The specific branch location of the Thousand Ears Society can be easily found on the Hunter website. After all, they have already obtained the Hunter license, which itself represents mainstream recognition. That's why he came to this area based on a series of clues. Ron tapped on the keyboard, took out a pen and paper to write and draw on it, and finally guessed the correct location. Is it a ruined low-rise building not far from here? Just when Ron was about to turn off the computer and go to rest. Suddenly, Ron raised his eyebrows and retreated abruptly. But before he could move much distance, Nan's dazzling white light flashed from the computer, making Ron unable to open his eyes. Immediately afterwards, he felt that the world seemed to be spinning, and his brain became dizzy for a while. Chapter 158. When Ron opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a strange space. Here it is. Ron frowned, his body tensed quietly, and the thoughts on his body surface were constantly surging. Wow! As if the sound of paper pages turning, Ron followed the prestige and saw a guy with a strange graffiti face and the size PE on his forehead, holding a few pieces of white cardboard in both hands. On the cardboard, there is written Hunter text like this: "Don't worry, I pulled you in under the premise that I can't do any harm to you, so you don't have to be careful that I will hurt you." Ron looked at the words on the card, then looked at the person's appearance, and the way the card in his hand expressed meaning. This person. Ron's brain was spinning rapidly, and then, a figure with little presence but very interesting appeared in his mind, which made him realize suddenly. After Netaro's death, when electing the new president of the Hunter Association, he did not make any canvassing actions, and he ranked 6th on the candidate list. Second only to Leorio, Pariston, Gierdo, Zay Aston and Chenlong Potterby, claiming that I don't want to be a president at all and people who are not in the same world as you. Jin, I will fight you for 300 rounds. Use the unique flip cardboard to express your own meaning. It has a wide influence in Hunter. It is suspected to be a character in the virtual world. It is called. By the way, what's his name? Based on the Hunter text written in the anime at that time, it seems to be called Ishikube, or is it called Ikushube? Anyway, it was a very awkward name. Ron looked at the 2 English letters on his forehead and made up his mind. Seeing that strange scribbled face, he continued to turn over the cardboard in his hand, and Ron saw that Hunter literature gradually emerged from nothing. Do you want to express the thoughts in your heart directly on paper? I came to you just because I was a little curious about you because I searched for some information about you during this period of time. By the way, you can call me. Having said that, there is no room for words in the jammed paper, just when he was about to turn the page. How about Old P? Ron tentatively asked. Anyway, the name is just a code name, and this should be a virtual world, right? Isn't it common to have nicknames? Why don't I just call you Old P? Ron said, and then saw the other party fell into silence, and the hand turning over the jammed paper froze there. What? Is it impolite? If you think it bothers you, just ignore me. Ron coughed twice, intending to skip the subject. Because the other party has a graffiti face, Ron can't see the real thoughts behind the other party. The guy Ron called Old P was silent for a while, and then slowly lifted another cardboard. You're the same kind of bastard as Kim. Well, call it what you want, I'm used to it. 53. What does this mean? It seems that Jin also gave him a lot of stimulation in terms of addressing. Could it be that he also changed the other party's name or randomly gave him a unique nickname? While Ron was diverging his thoughts, Old P turned the page again. Can you play games? Game? Ron was slightly startled, and watched closely. Between him and the Old P, there appeared a little bully card game machine similar to Ron's previous life. It also has 2 handles and a unique display. Come to a game. Old P said, doubts on his mouth, but he handed a handle to Ron without stopping. Okay. Ron looked at the handle in his hand and smiled. Although I'm not sure what the Old P wants to do, but since it's just a game, it's okay to play, and it's right to make friends. In his previous life, he was Dota, LOL, Dream 3 Kingdoms, the well-deserved overlord of the game. His hand speed and operation are leveraged. The games in the Hunter world are varied, slightly different from Ron's previous life, and the technology tree is also a bit skewed because of Nin. But fortunately, there is nothing crooked like in One Piece, and some basic operation sheets of the game still retain the tradition. For example, up, down, left, right, baba. K.O. Sorry, I won again. When the result was displayed on the display screen, Ron showed a harmless smile to the silent Old P. But no matter how you look at this smile, it is so unbearable. Again. After Old P was silent for a moment, 2 words reappeared on the card in his hand. It's just that these 2 words are very big, almost occupying the entire surface of the cardboard, which is enough to reflect his mood at the moment. No more, the games you play here are just these, it's boring. Ron said, and put down the handle casually. He played games with Old P for quite a long time, and he also figured out the purpose of this guy calling him here. This guy was just idle and bored, and Jin seemed to mention him, so he thought of Ron. After searching some information and resume of Ron on the internet, I became even more interested. All information about the first half of his life seems to come from Meteor Street, the champion of the Olympia Martial Arts Conference, the passer of the 287th Hunter test, a member of the King of Phantom Troop who seems to be the world's most wanted criminal. Don't doubt the world's top hackers' information gathering capabilities, and even in some respects, their professionalism is no worse than that of some top countries. Old P has collected some information about Ron quite clearly. Of course, Old P still doesn't know much about his Nin. So, one after another, Old P was very curious about Ron, and then he pulled Ron into his virtual world. Then there was some communication and games. After that, I was tortured by blood. A game master is not necessarily a top hacker, and a top hacker is not necessarily a game master. Coupled with the normal game in 1999, it is possible for 2 people to PK, and it is this kind of gamepad sparring. As Ron, who has played many versions of King of Fighters and has an excellent operational awareness. The old P is really inexperienced. Chapter 159. So much so that after so many games, he felt a little bored. My game here is boring? What about these? After the text was displayed on the cardboard, old P clapped his hands, and some big screens appeared again in this world. What is playing on it are some games with good frame rate and special effects. These are all designed by me. How? Old P seems to be boasting of his own work, with a straight waist and tall. Is it similar to Red Alert, Diablo, and Duke Nukem in the previous life? Ron also looked at the above screen and game introduction, and couldn't help but lift up his spirits. Although the old P is not very good at playing games, he is quite good at making games. And his love for the game is from the bottom of his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't be living in such a virtual world. These few games have to say that the old P's thinking mode is indeed at the forefront of everyone. When the world was still using computers to play stand-alone games, the old P had already produced games that could be played together online. For people of this era, it is indeed some kind of progress. When Ron was thinking like this, he saw old P put one of the games in front of Ron. You try this. Although only the text appeared on the cardboard and 787 could not understand the tone of old P, Ron could still feel a sense of provocation from the text. Just try it. Ron frowned, and took the game from him unceremoniously. Almost 15 minutes later. Old P was stunned watching Ron use more than a dozen super tanks to instantly flatten the jammed paper in the hands of the other 7 opponents in the cruel mode. How about it? Ron returned the old P with a smug smile, and then, visible to the naked eye, garbled characters appeared on the cardboard in his hand. However, the game is still very good. It is a great idea to think of multiplayer games that can be played together on the internet. Ron praised at the right time, and then continued, also, I think there is still room for improvement. Only such a punctuation mark appeared on old P's cardboard. You can study it further. I have a good game idea here, such as shooting games played from the first perspective, such as multiplayer competitive games. I have become MOBE games. As Ron spoke, old P followed and listened quietly. I don't know if it's Ron's illusion, but old P's graffiti eyes seem to be getting brighter. In an empty hotel room. A burst of dazzling white light emitting fluctuations in thought power lit up from the only computer in the room. Immediately afterwards, a figure emerged from the screen. Really, as for being so impatient. Ron returned to the room again and shook his head with a smile. At the same time, he shook off the jammed paper presented by old P in his hand, and nodded in satisfaction. Old P, after hearing the idea Ron gave him, was so excited that he couldn't help himself, so he sent Ron out anxiously, and went to explore alone. For a game lover like him, if you give him an idea, he can return you countless creative results. Ron is also looking forward to what kind of works old P can make in this world with uniqueness. Overall, this rather unexpected trip to the virtual world was quite rewarding. In addition to getting to know such a virtual world overlord who is very influential in the real world and is sought after by many hunters, and is also a top black man. Ron also got some information about the Thousand Ears Society from the old P. Sure enough, there is a huge force standing behind the Thousand Ears Club, and even the old P can only find out the suspected benefactor behind it. Card Gold. It's not surprising then, when Ron got this result, color appeared on his face. With the background of the Thousand Ears Society, the ambitions of the Yucajan Empire are indeed likely to fall everywhere. So in the future, Basho and the others will be able to become the bodyguards of the Prince of the Kajan Empire, so there should be a way of the Thousand Ears Association in it, right? But the more this happened, the more Ron became interested in the Thousand Ears Club. Think of it as playing a role-playing game 2 months before the rally. And if you join the Thousand Ears Society, you will be able to get involved in the Kajan Empire's trip to the Dark Continent and the Prince's succession in the future, right? You will get a lot of benefits, right? Not to mention other things, it is also a good choice to get in touch with those princes and find out those nen from them. Ron remembers that some princes nen are quite perverted. On the other side, in the virtual world, old P was excitedly making plans for the next game, when suddenly, a screen appeared in front of him, with the head of a black and white panda doll flashing on it. Remarks are, Bastard, Kim. Old P raised his head and opened the message bar. Bastard, Jin, old P, do me a favor, I will check the information. I will go to you after a while, play a few more games, and I found some new cassettes. New cassette? Old P's graffiti face seemed to sneer, and then his fingers quickly tapped in the air. P, don't play, get out. Slap. With a soft sound, the old P directly cut off the contact with the outside world, and devoted himself completely to the great cause of game production in front of him. Meanwhile, outside of an ancient cemetery that Ron cleared out, Jin sat on the ground in a daze and looked at the 3 clearly visible words on the computer screen in front of him. Don't play, get out. For a moment, it felt like several quacking crows flew over the sky. Did I offend him somewhere again? Jin scratched his Arabian hat thoughtlessly, with a bit of doubt in his tone. The nearest Thousand Ears branch is only a few miles away from the small town where Ron lives. It didn't take long for Ron to come to the ruined building and meet the receptionist working there. Hey, it's been a long time since I've had any business visits, and it turned out to be such a handsome old man. With silver rings on both ears and a cigarette in his hand, the receptionist, who was dressed to expose the image of a big sister in society, looked at Ron, who had changed his clothes with melancholy eyes, and chuckled lightly. Chapter 160. You can't talk about being handsome, let's talk about business. A hoarse and deep voice sounded. Ron looked at the eldest sister and said. The face on him now is exactly the face of the former Keetle shooter. No way, Ron is also the champion of the Olympia martial arts competition, and he is quite well known in this world. Residents at the bottom probably won't pay attention, just have fun and that's it. But an organization like the Thousand Ears Association will definitely have Ron's relevant information registered in the register. It's better to change your appearance, you can avoid a lot of trouble. Since you're in such a hurry, well, can you see what I've made? As she spoke, she stretched out her finger and pointed to the side. Skull, Ron said, and at the same time released his mind. Oh, good Red, people like you don't need Qinwenhui to find a job. The eldest sister whistled with a cigarette in her mouth. I think it's more like you came here to issue a commission to hire people. Then you guessed wrong. A stiff smile appeared on Ron's Keeler face. I'm neither here to apply for a job, nor to issue a commission. Then what do you think? I came here to see if I can join the Thousand Ears Club. Sure enough, the elder sister was not surprised at all when she heard the words. She just snuffed out the cigarette butt in her hand, closed her eyes and smiled lightly. Sorry, we don't have much shortage of manpower now. Really? Ron continued with a stiff smile on his face, but I think even if your organization has no shortage of manpower, the more powerful and skilled resources the better. As Ron said, he raised his hand and took out the revolver from his waist. In the eyes of the big sister's big and melancholy smile, the abandoned building facing the outside in a certain direction directly condensed a certain degree of thought. Boom! Accompanied by a gunshot, an astonishingly powerful air bomb burst out instantly. Boom! The abandoned building fell in response, and broken stones and wood were scattered all over the ground. How? Ron looked at the big sister and got a smile from the latter. Indeed, good players are the scarcest resource, and no organization will reject them. The eldest sister laughed and lit a cigarette again. Ron didn't speak, because according to the art of language, there should be another. But the eldest sister took a deep breath, and spit out strange-shaped smoke rings with her thoughts. We don't know much about you now. We don't know anything about your background, name, personality, ability, etc. Under such circumstances, with your strong strength, we will not let you join in so recklessly. What should I do? Ron couldn't help chuckling as he heard the subtext. Accept a customer's entrustment, and let them make a perfect rating for your work. The eldest sister said with a big finger shaking. While you accept the entrusted work, we will also investigate your life to ensure that there is no doubt about your origin. The eldest sister said bluntly. Ron also knew that this was something that every organization must do, so he nodded and said, so what's the work situation? We'll make arrangements for you. The elder sister was smoking a cigarette, typing skillfully on the computer beside her. Generally speaking, jobs will arrange for you to be a rich man or a big family to take on the job of security. However, it's not that you don't have the right to choose. You can choose which region, which aspect of the rich man and family. As long as you perfectly complete the commission they issued, and after our investigation is sure that there is no problem, then you can become our peripheral member first. Are there any questions? The eldest sister asked, looking at the computer screen. Not anymore. Ron shook his head. Security work, to put it mildly, is actually a bodyguard, right? Have you started looking for suitable candidates for each prince now? Ron thought of Hanzo, Melody, Basho, and others later on, and said, choose a family for me to go to Yukiksen City to participate in the underground auction. Is that so? I happen to have a more suitable employer here. The eldest sister spoke loudly, tapped twice, and a call came out. This person is a pistol enthusiast, and he is looking for a limited production Blue S55, serial number 001, from Midget. It is said that there is news about this gun in Yukiksen's underground trading and auction site, which matches your identity and ideas quite well. That's him, Ron confirmed. Okay, tell me your name, I'll contact the employer. K. Taylor. Mr. Taylor. As she spoke, she tapped on the keyboard, and after a while. The venue is Leard Manor. The interview time is at noon 5 days later. The time is completely in time. I have already made an appointment for you in the name of the ear meeting. By the way, I have even sent you some relevant information on the internet. After all, you came here to arrange work for you in a hurry, and we have to properly consider the safety situation for our customers. In the past 5 days, if you haven't received a rejection call from there, then you can just go there and report your name. Is that so? I see. Ron nodded slightly in thanks. In addition, Mr. Taylor, I will remind you in accordance with our relevant regulations at the end. When Ron was about to leave, the eldest sister suddenly spoke up. Because it takes a lot of manpower and material resources to find out the background and identity of a strong person like you, so. The eldest sister spoke with a rare and serious expression. If you suddenly change your mind after our investigation is completed, we will deal with you in the same way as betrayal. Let me make it one last time, Mr. Taylor, do you really want to join the Thousand Ears Club? Seeing the serious face of the eldest sister, Ron smiled on the stiff face and said, that's natural. Joined only by K. Taylor, a man who had long since been killed. Is that so? All the best of luck to you then, Mr. Taylor. After getting the answer, the elder sister resumed his melancholy smile again, and bid farewell to Ron with a cigarette in his mouth. Chapter 161. After Ron walked away, he was slightly silent, and only heard her whispering voice. One shot of thought bombs can destroy an abandoned building. The strength of such thoughts is comparable to some of the top experts in the meeting, right? Talking to herself, the eldest sister tapped the computer again. K. Taylor, a lone shooter with no relatives and no friends, isn't his pistol. In the low hut, the deep voice of the eldest sister echoed. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked at the two people walking slowly outside. One is empty-handed, and the other is holding a sniper rifle, but their faces look exactly the same. Twin brothers. The eldest sister was thinking a lot, and asked softly, are you here to work? We came when we heard gunshots. 397. The person who spoke had nothing in his hands, and his face looked a bit vicissitudes. He should be the eldest brother among the twins. Then, his voice paused. If you can arrange a suitable job, it's not impossible. After Ron left the branch of the Thousand Ears Society, he took the airship directly to the target location without stopping. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Luo and I didn't receive any calls, so he came to the entrance of Liard Manor. Ding dong! I'm Kai Taylor, introduced by Qian Erhui. Without waiting for questions from inside, Ron spoke hoarsely to the microphone at the door. The identity verification is correct, you can come in. Pata. After an old voice came from the microphone, he hung up the call. Immediately afterwards, the iron gate of the manor slowly opened at a certain angle, just enough to allow a person to enter. Ron stepped into the manor and saw the scenery inside. Besides guns, the owner of this house must also love flowers. Ron glanced at the colorful flowers in the courtyard calmly, and walked non-stop to the entrance of the mansion in the center of the garden. There was an old man wearing a black waiter's costume, standing there waiting. Please follow me. As he spoke, he held out his hand to Ron and began to lead the way. Moreover, his body has been leaning forward slightly, which seems to be a noble demeanor of the master. Ron followed the old man all the way, and was soon brought into a room. Yo, so there's a newcomer. A guy with yellow hair saw Ron come in, whistled and said in a frivolous tone. Ron ignored him, and scanned all the environment and characters at the scene as quickly as possible. The empty hall is full of scattered sofas and slightly monotonous but elegant scenery. This is the overall layout of the room. As for the characters, including Ron, there are 7 people in the room. Huang Mao counted as one, and there was a pair of plainly dressed twin brothers, one holding a sniper rifle, and the other sitting empty-handed. The remaining 3 are middle-aged strong men who are about the same age as Bao Deluo, wearing martial arts uniforms and practicing with their eyes closed. Wearing thick black-rimmed glasses, sitting there quietly reading a book, a young scholar in his 20s who looks very similar to No Hai Han. The last one looked back and forth excitedly at the surrounding environment, as if everything was novel, kicked his calf, and looked at the cute girl who was about 18 or 19 years old. Except for the more presumptuous yellow hair, no one else made a sound. When Ron came in, the policeman looked up at him at most. Although I don't know their real strength and Nen, but the human body cannot be faked. After rigorous training, it will definitely leave its characteristics, and these people. Ron's eyelids twitched, and he sat down on a sofa at random. If you don't consider Nen, if you just compete in strength and counter moves, I can at least kill 3 or 4 in an instant. If it is according to the Hisoka scoring method, Ron takes himself as the standard, and the strongest people here can only get 30 points. This is the situation where Ron conservatively estimates that they have unique killing moves. Just look at the bodyguards employed by the Nisra family. To be honest, apart from Melody, which only counts special abilities, the only one who can play is Kurapika, a 16-year-old rookie who just debuted. The other bodyguards were taken away by Franklin's bullets, and those who were smashed to death by Shizuka's vacuum cleaner, one by one was useless. However, out of vigilance and precaution, as well as the thought of not being able to tell what one looks like, Ron once again focused on the situation of other people secretly. Then, before coming here, Ron had already prepared himself mentally, but he still didn't expect that the level of Nen he met would be so low. If he only gave 30 points before, then he can only give 15 or 16 points at most now. But this is also normal, after all, it is not like in fantasy and fairy tale novels, every time the protagonist goes to a place, there will be an endless stream of strong people jumping out directly. However, in the hunter world, XX is everywhere, and XX is as numerous as dogs, which will not happen. After all, the upper limit has been locked. The current strongest player in the world is Netero, and will be replaced by the Ant King in the future. Netero and Ron have already played against each other, and the current him is gradually growing. Regardless of the strength of mind and chi, Ron felt that even Netero would definitely not be able to sustain all the death chi and corpse poison bombs he released now. Therefore, Nen is full of strange things, and only by keeping in awe of the world and thoughts can we live longer. Therefore, even if the strength of this group of people is indeed weak, Ron will not despise them. 0.7. Time passed, and when the yellow-haired young man showed a little impatience on his face, a door somewhere on the second floor of the room suddenly opened. Walking out was a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a silver-white pistol similar to the Desert Eagle pinned to his waist. He looked to be in his 50s and had a well-maintained square face. The old waiter at the door also followed him. After he appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the audience. As if enjoying this condescending feeling, he has not moved since he appeared, but said with a smile. "Welcome everyone to apply for my job here. My name is Lei Iert, and I am the client of this job. But if you want to stay, you need to pass my assessment." Ren. Chapter 162. The man with a square face, Lei Iert, said with a smile, "It seems that he is the so-called rightful owner. What is the assessment?" The young man with yellow hair stretched out his hand impatiently and asked after Lei Iert finished speaking. "The assessment is very simple. You are all experts who came here through various channels to apply for the job. You should know what I entrusted, right?" Lei Iert didn't take any offense, and still said kindly. But Ron could tell that under the amiable voice, there was an indifference that kept people thousands of miles away. He, the master of the underworld family, still has some people who look down on them, or don't trust them. "I know, look for the blue S55, number 001, which is produced in limited quantities by Midget." Huang Mao was the first to answer again, but he could hear the content clearly, and he still had basic professionalism. "Hehe, that's right, this is what I'm looking for when I go to Yukiksen City." My first assessment is 03. As long as I can provide a strong help for me to find this gun, I will pass. After Layert's voice fell, the scene returned to calm again. First test? Does that mean there is still a next test? The 7 people present looked at each other, even Huang Mao wisely kept silent. Provide powerful help? Isn't this still a disguised form of examining strength? To expose one's whole cards and Wang Bo early, that's what a fool would do. Seeing that the scene had returned to calm, Layert didn't care, but watched the development of the situation on the field with more interest. Ron seemed to be silent for a few people, so he couldn't help laughing. Just when he was about to make some moves. Mr. Layert. The young scholar who looked like Nobihan suddenly raised his hand and said. The blue $55, which was produced in limited quantities by Midget in 1762, is also a rare masterpiece in its long production line career. And only the best of the best, that is, the first batch of guns it just produced, are numbered. As for the No. 001 gun, it is. The young man Nobifan talked about this gun for a long time, and some of the knowledge even surprised Leert, who is a collector of it. Wait until the time when the youth of Nobita is about to explain. Mr. Layert thinks that such a reserve of knowledge will help you in your next actions. He pushed his glasses, his face brimming with confidence in his knowledge. Knowledge is power, in the face of knowledge, nothing is difficult. The young scholar was sure of the truth in his heart, and then he saw Rail on the second floor and nodded. Not bad, Layert said with satisfaction, with extensive knowledge and some relevant information that even I, a collector, don't understand. There is no doubt about your professionalism. 3. Thank you. A smile appeared on the young scholar's face, and he sat down again in a very temperamental manner. This should have something to do with his nin. Several other people had this idea in their minds, but they still didn't move. Seeing this, Ron chuckled and stood up straight away. Then, just like what he did in front of that big sister, he fired a bullet. Of course, the power must be much smaller than before, but for miscellaneous birds, it is enough to see. Boom! Several people looked at the solid wall that was blown out of a large hole, and their eyeballs were about to pop out. The yellow-haired one who was the first to provoke was still trembling, and shrank back. Mr. Layert, this kind of power, not to mention anything else, should at least be more than enough to protect your safety. Ron smiled at Layert on the second floor, causing the latter to subconsciously take 2 steps back. It's really all right. Layert said, the smile on his face looked with a little embarrassment. After finishing speaking, he glanced secretly at the old waiter behind him. The latter understood and whispered a few words in his ear. Is he the powerful person recommended by the Thousand Ears Society, Kai Taylor? Rail nodded. Because I saw in his profile that he was a lone shooter with a gun, I had a good impression of him and let him come here. Looking at it now, his strength seems to be a bit beyond my imagination. Layert said softly in a voice that no one else could hear, looking down at Ron. There was a little smile on his face. Among underworld families, in addition to fighting for the basic right to speak, they also compete for financial resources, connections, resources, etc. To put it bluntly, they are trying to show their face and show their strength. And when 2 families confront each other, the bodyguards become a contest between the 2 sides. Whoever hires a more powerful bodyguard, the more it can explain which side is more powerful, and has more resources and connections. So Fuerte fell in love with Ron. Next, Ron and the young scholar played 837 samples, and the rest of them also began to show some ability. Needless to say, the middle-aged martial deist, after a certain style of boxing, he was naturally recognized. The twin brothers, the younger brother who is holding the gun and the elder brother who is unarmed, they didn't say much, they just showed the condensed level of their own thoughts. And on the wall that Ron penetrated, the younger brother left a few traces with a sniper rifle that were not weak in penetration. Even the yellow-haired man took out some paper from his body, folded it into items, and then put thoughts on it. Then, the paper that was infused with thoughts seemed to undergo some fundamental changes. The small paper knife folded from paper scratched the wall, as if hearing the sound of gold and iron. Although infusing thoughts on white paper will turn the paper into a blade, just like Hisoka's playing cards. But obviously, this yellow-haired nin is definitely not as rough as he appears, and must have some connection with origami. Even the cute girl in her 18th or 19th year showed some singing voice, and the sound waves she emitted made even Ron feel a little harsh. There is no doubt that the performance of several people present are all qualified. Papa Papa. Chapter 163. Layard clapped his hands and smiled again. It seems that everyone's own strength is very strong, and the first assessment really can't help you, so let's go to the second, which is the last assessment, about combat effectiveness. Are you looking for combat effectiveness? When the others heard the words, their spirits lifted immediately, and the faces of the middle-aged martial deist and Huang Mao showed a little bit of relaxation. But the smile on the young scholar's face faded a lot, and his brows were slightly frowned. His knowledge explanation just now is indeed related to his Nen, he does not belong to that type of fighting. Nen, knowledge equals power. Effect: every time you carefully read a book, report, article, and other knowledge materials, the knowledge content will be recorded in the depths of your mind. When you need some knowledge in battle or in life, it will instantly appear in your eyes. The shorter the time to read it carefully, the more complete content such as the extension and completion of the knowledge recorded in the book will be obtained. Restriction: only after reading a whole book or a whole article and other materials carefully and word for word will they be recorded. Knowledge can only be extracted from books or articles that have been read, and those that have not been read or read carefully cannot be extracted. Before he came, he specifically found an introduction book about midget and the brochure for $55. After carefully reading it in the shortest time, he also got some more complete information that was not in writing. That's why he has more professional knowledge than Layard, a dedicated collector. He defines himself as the kind of strategist who likes to hide in secret and make suggestions. It is really not suitable for him to directly come forward to fight and kill. Otherwise he wouldn't have developed such an. However, it is understandable for Layard to examine the actual combat power, but he just doesn't know how to do it. When the young scholar was frowning, Layard said again. Combat strength, to be precise, is to examine everyone's ability to respond in battle, as well as their behavior in the face of difficult environments. The inspection method is very simple, that is, I think the bodyguard team is a bit too large. Although everyone's performance is in line with my expectations, I can only hire 6 people at most, so. Hee. After speaking, Layard took a step back with a smile, and handed over the leadership of the scene to the employers. When Layard just finished the first half of the sentence, everyone present had an ominous premonition in their hearts. After he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room instantly changed. Layard didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. 7 people eliminate 1 person? Seeing other people's vigilant and wary eyes, Ron felt amused. The ostentation of these underworld families is getting bigger and bigger, and the inspection of their bodyguards is the same as the hunter test. Of course, this difficulty is definitely not as good as the test. Ron was the only one who could be present at the scene and not take this assessment seriously. The others were on their own guard, secretly trying to figure out who should be eliminated. The one with the revolver is too dangerous. It's best not to provoke him. The twin brothers must have acted together, and they can't fight together. That middle-aged uncle is also the same. He seems to be a member of the world-renowned school, the Moon Shadow School. He comes from a famous school, and he is not an easy guy. If you say it this way. Huang Mao pondered inwardly, and subconsciously looked at the young scholar holding the book and the beautiful girl of 18 or 19 years old. Not only him, but even the other 3 other than Ron looked at the two with subtle eyes. Visible to the naked eye, the expression on the young scholar's face became a bit ugly, and at the same time, his brain frantically turned the knowledge he had seen before. That at this moment, Layard at the Earth building couldn't help laughing again. Since everyone's time is very precious, if there is no decision after 3 minutes, then it can only be decided by drawing lots. As soon as Layard's voice fell, the people present immediately took action. Coincidentally, when Ron didn't move the whole time, several people aimed at the young scholar at the same time. Even the twin brothers aimed their sniper rifles at him. As for why it's not that beautiful girl, on the one hand, it's because of her good looks, and on the other hand, her singing voice is really powerful. Therefore, of course, the softest persimmons should be picked and squeezed. Even that beautiful girl silently opened her mouth and aimed at Nobihan. You guys! As soon as the young scholar figured out the key to breaking the game in his mind, he was targeted by most people. With his strength, the only possibility to break the game lies with Mr. Layard. But when young scholars just wanted to start lobbying, they were shocked to find out Layard actually left after saying what he just said, leaving only the old waiter who led the way waiting for the final result. The young scholar opened his mouth, but finally closed it weakly, and his whole body collapsed on the seat. I opted out myself. With a bitter smile on his face, he said. However, everyone present did not stop their movements, and remained vigilant towards him until the end 3 minutes later. It looks like you guys have already got results. On the second floor, the figure of Mr. Layard, of Lee reappeared. He just casually glanced at the young scholar who got up and was about to leave, and never paid attention to him again. Losers don't need attention. Seeing Layard's attitude, the bitter smile on the senior youth's face deepened even more. Only at this moment did he truly understand that what strategy, plan, and strength are the root and foundation of everything. If there is no strength, the so-called wisdom beads are just a joke. I must become stronger, become so strong that today's scene will never happen again. The young scholar clenched his fists and left in humiliation. Looking at his lonely back, Ron could vaguely detect some thoughts of the young scholar. Knowledge and strategy are very important, but in this world of cannibalism, the most recognized thing is who has the biggest fist. Chapter 164. Even if the wisdom is like Kurapika, facing the brigade is only after having the power of absolute time that can carry out planned actions. Besides, this is the Sopranos. Compared with the mainstream of the world, the Sopranos follow a more naked law of the jungle that is only slightly better than Meteor Street. Even the 10 old men who stand at the top of the gangs in the 6 continents rely on the powerful 10 yen beasts that are well known in the underworld. I have never heard of their subordinates, who have any plans and strategies, who make suggestions. Therefore, if this young scholar does not learn to recognize the cruelty of this world, then unless he withdraws from the circle of nefarious people, he is destined not to go for a long time. After the young scholar left, everything was settled. The 6 people present became members of the Layard family's employment. However, there are still nearly 2 months before the auction in Yukiksen City. After the Layard family hired this group of people, they would not let them eat for 2 months. On the contrary, some tasks and tasks of general difficulty were more or less arranged. For this group of people, the work that is average difficulty is not worth mentioning in Ron's eyes. 823. Bored, Ron left first. I left a puppet of Kai Taylor, which is enough to deal with many things here. Because it is not too much to cause a sensation in the world, Ron is looking for some general cemetery to start the journey of death and corpse poison. Time passed. After Kurapika became Nin, he came to the Thousand Ears Society again, and joined the Letnisla family as before. Leorio also passed the entrance test and exempted the high tuition fees with the hunter license. In the Sky Arena, Gon and Hisoka entered the arena together as fate would have it. Old P was still busy researching the cross-age game in the virtual space he created, and Jin also called some like-minded partners to explore the cleared cemetery. In his free time, Ron went to Shizuka to exchange feelings, and he was still keen on her gems. The 6 continents are still like that, V5 who never gives up on the Dark Continent, the king of Kajindi who wants to leave his name in history, the president and vice president of the Hunter Association who are fighting, Adek, wits and courage to stumbling each other. And those spiders who are walking in various areas and preparing for the assembly. All in all, everything seems to be running steadily, and time is slowly passing by under such circumstances. In this way, nearly 2 months have passed. 2 months is enough time for too many things to happen. On August 30th, the airship company in the Sky Arena. You came quite early. Maki, a girl with pink-purple hair, glanced at the man in black windbreaker standing next to her with a flat face, and then walked forward on her own. After all, it's my first time gathering, and I'm not very familiar with how to find the specific location. I just need someone to help me guide the way. Ron smiled nonchalantly, and followed behind Maki. If you lead the way, I will offer you a price of 20 million or so to become a nun. Why don't you grab it? As the two talked, they boarded the airship bound for Yukiksen City non-stop. With the imminent holding of the Dream Grand Auction, basically every airship company has opened routes to Yukiksen City. Many celebrities and rich people, as well as so-called families, all rushed towards Yuk City. Even some small households plan to go to Yukiksen City to pan for gold and broaden their horizons. So, after Ron and Maki got on the airship, they saw some exciting scenes. Hey, This little brother is so handsome, how is it? Would you like to have a drink with me? A short, fat, bald, greasy middle-aged man, when he saw Ron for the first time, his eyes lit up, and he walked over with a smile. At the same time, there was a little sound in his eyes as he was ready to move, and even stuck out his tongue from the corner of his mouth to lick it. Ron. Has the Hunter continent, which has been walking for so many years, finally encountered a pervert no less than Hisoka today? There were black lines floating on Ron's forehead, and he looked at the greasy man with a perverted smile in his eyes. Get out! While drinking in a low voice, wisps of malicious coldness floated down towards the greasy man and the bodyguard behind him. Then. Fortunately, I didn't go up first. Looking at the greasy man who was carried away by bodyguards who were sweating profusely and whose legs were trembling, he had fallen into a coma and was frothing at the mouth. A middle-aged woman with a face full of fat and foundation smeared as if she had sunk into a flour vat couldn't help but patted her drooping chest, and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that you are still more popular. Maki said, glanced casually at Ron, and stopped talking. The corner of Ron's mouth twitched, but he also remained silent. Just like that, the two of them didn't talk much along the way until the afternoon when the airship landed at the airport in Yukgu City. Ron followed behind Maki, learning how the spiders found their lair, and recorded silently. So, an hour later, on a field road in the wilderness. Long time no see, Maki. One is wearing a classic Japanese-style yukata robe and shorts, with the image of a Japanese Ronin, with a white cloth strip tied around the abdomen and the inside of the ankle, long hair, a high bun, and a shaggy beard, and a waist pinned. A tall man with a long knife appeared in front of Ron and Maki. Beside him, there was a tall, burly figure, with two rings hanging from the extremely long earlobes, with a fierce face and many scars on his face, like a strong man of Frankenstein. Well, the last time we met was 3 years ago, and the time is indeed a bit long. Maki glanced flatly at Nobunaga and Franklin. Not just to Ron, but to everyone. 3 years and 2 months. At this moment, a dull voice sounded. Phaeton, with his hands in his pockets, walked here calmly alone. Yo Phaeton! Nobunaga first greeted him casually, then as if he sensed something, he gradually looked at him seriously. Chapter 165. It feels like you are a bit different from before. Franklin next to Nobunaga also looked at him silently. Phaeton didn't speak anymore, and after showing up, his eyes stayed on Ron. Noticing the strange look in Phaeton's eyes, Franklin looked at Phaeton, and then at Ron with a calm expression. As a peacemaker in the brigade, he remained silent. So, the fight between Phaeton and the new number 8 should be true. Franklin recalled the information obtained from Finks, combined with Phaeton's changes and his attitude towards Ron, he couldn't help falling into reverie. He remained silent, but Nobunaga next to Enhancer would not. On the contrary, he looked back and forth between Ron and Phaeton with great interest, and finally asked Ron. Are you the new number 8 member? Speaking of which, apart from seeing your game on TV, it's the first time we've met. As he spoke, he held out a hand to Ron. Nobunaga Chahama, I am member number 3 of the brigade, please give me your advice. After speaking, he put his hand in the air with a smile on the corner of his mouth, waiting for Ron's return. Ron saw the eager look in Nobunaga's eyes, and stretched out his hand with a smile. Ron, the new number 8. Snapped. The two hands were held tightly together immediately, and the mutual force made the veins and blood vessels on the hands exposed, which was so obvious. Ron, that's a really good name. The corners of Nobunaga's eyes twitched, and when he spoke, he always had a feeling of gritting his teeth. Well, the name Nobunaga is not bad. Ron said with a smile, compared to Nobunaga, he has no pressure at all. The blue veins on his hands, Nobunaga is much better than him. Boring. Listening to the awkward chat between the two, Maki glanced flatly at the hands they were holding, then turned his face away. After the two began to compete, Phaeton also looked away, and walked in the front row with Maki. After observing for a while, Franklin found that the result was obvious, and looked at Ron in a little surprise. As far as the results are concerned, it was Ron who had the clear upper hand. This kind of power is no less than Finks and Uvagen, right? No wonder they can beat Phaeton. Franklin thought secretly, and saw that the two finally let go of their hands. Your strength is really incredible. Nobunaga took the initiative to lose his strength and admit defeat, and Ron also let go of his hand in time. The former shook his somewhat red palm, and then looked at Ron's palm, which seemed to be all right, and how the color had changed, and he couldn't help but feel a little bitter. I didn't expect you to be not very strong, but your strength is really not small. Nobunaga clicked his tongue in amazement, and a hint of approval for Ron gradually rose in his eyes. In some respects, enhancer people are sometimes so simple. It's nothing, strength is also one of my strengths, Ron said with a smile. Such a handshake actually improved Nobunaga's perception of Ron a lot. Then, while chatting, the two followed the trio in front of them. A group of 5 people were driving on the road in the wilderness. From time to time, cars roared past, rolling up dust all over the sky. After a while, several people saw the outline of Yukiksen City in the central area. At the same time, a dilapidated building, standing in a crumbling and dangerous building in the wind. Hisoka, who arrived early, was sitting on the ground, boredly building the pyramid of playing cards that he never tires of. Suddenly his hand moved, and a big trump card in his hand fell down. He raised his head and found 3 figures standing at the entrance of the corridor. One of them is Crollo Lucilfer, the leader of Phantom Troop. As for the other 2 people, one is Pakunoda with cold eyes, blonde hair and a high nose with a devil-like figure and an unhooded chest. The other is Kyubi, a mysterious man who is shorter than Phaeton and covers his face with long hair, only showing one eye. Looking at the figures of the 3, Hisoka's mouth gradually raised a perverted arc. Finally seeing you again, Crollo. When Ron and the others walked slowly into the noisy urban area, it was already the twilight of the moon. Although the prosperity of Yukiksen City is not as luxurious as that of Ansabel, the capital of Tarin Kingdom. But after all, this is a city designed by the old thief FJ with the background of New York. If you don't live here for a long time, you will not be able to adapt to such a luxurious living environment. Passing by a guy with small round glasses and the appearance of an uncle was promoting hoarsely, a stall where a child with a spiky head gambled on his wrist strength. After Ron and Phaeton crossed a bridge similar to the dividing line between the poor and the rich, the prosperous and the ruined, they walked towards an abandoned building. The moment they stepped into the building, several eyes looked at them. Lying on a reinforced stone block, with an enchanting lying posture and covered in bandages, is the peeling Lef. Hisoka is building a pyramid of playing cards there, and Shulnark is sitting there playing with his mobile phone. Finks, dressed in pharaoh-like attire, sits in the center of Crollo, and beside him are 2 loyal followers, Cub and Pakunoda. Not only did they cast their eyes on Ron and his group, but Ron also casually looked around, taking a panoramic view of the people present. He could feel that the members of the brigade who were present had stayed on him more or less for a while. Needless to say, Finks and Shulnark, 2 people who had dealt with Ron before, Hisoka was holding a poker card, and there was a sneaky smile on his face. Crollo looked at Ron leisurely, wondering what he was thinking. As for Pakunoda and Cuba beside him, they were a little curious and surprised by Ron. I remember the first time we met, when they were still in Sky Arena. At that time, Ron, although not weak, was definitely at the lower end of the brigade, and the head of the brigade invited him because of his special ability. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, after a few years, the opponent's growth rate was so amazing that even Phaeton was no longer his opponent? There was an inexplicable feeling in the hearts of the 2 of them. Is he the new number 8? The guy who beat Phaeton? Chapter 166. As the member of the group who met Ron for the first time, Jalef couldn't help but give the latter a few more glances. There are a total of 13 people in the brigade, and now there are 12 people present, and there is still 1 left. Ha ha ha. I'm here everyone, something happened on the way, you shouldn't be late. Said CAO will be here. A rough and heroic roar came from outside the abandoned building. Immediately afterwards, a figure approached extremely quickly, and finally stopped at the door. 23 hours 59 minutes and 42 seconds, it's not yet midnight on the 31st, he really deserves to be the most punctual person in the brigade. Eagle Gold. Shulnark said, put down the mobile phone in his hand, and said to Yuvijin, who was full of explosive muscles and had dazzling silver hair, at the door. Haha. It's good if you're not late. Yuvijin walked in with a smile, 567 and then looked around, his eyes resting on Ron. Are you the new member? I heard that you are very powerful. My name is Yuvijin, and I am the strongest person in the brigade. Grinning, Yuvajin quickly stepped forward to Ron's side, and stretched out his big hand towards him. Is it another handshake? Maki, Franklin, and Phaeton all looked at Nobunaga, who was whistling aside. My name is Ron. Facing the very familiar Link and smile, Ron did not hesitate, and directly held Yuvajin's big hand together. Crackling. The moment the two sides held hands, they used their strength. The other members of the brigade present wanted to see what kind of strength the new member who could defeat Phaeton had. They all sat there without saying a word, quietly waiting for the result of the contest. It's just that faintly, there seems to be a sound similar to gnashing of teeth. Gritting your teeth? Nobunaga inadvertently pulled out one of his mustaches, and he could understand this voice very well. But is it Ron who made the sound, or Yuvajin? Nobunaga was a little curious, turned his face around, and just happened to see Yuvajin, who let go of his hand and grinned, and Ron, who had no expression change and a smile on the corner of his mouth. Well, judging from this result, it is already obvious who it is. Ron, your strength is stronger than mine. Yuvajin admitted his defeat without hesitation. But he didn't have much frustration, on the contrary, he was even more excited and eager to try. There are too few people in the brigade who can practice with me. No one even wants to fight with me or arm wrestle. Your strength is stronger than mine. I may come to you from time to time in the future. As he spoke, he raised his fist and shook it, with a hint of approval and expectation in his eyes. Well, welcome anytime. Ron replied with a smile, and put his hands behind his back. Well, a little bit red, although Yuvajin is suppressed, but obviously, it is not so easy. This guy Yuvajin is desperately trying his best, and it really hurts a little bit. As for the future, I don't know if Yuvajin will have a future after September 2nd. Really, that would be great, ha ha ha. When the others saw the result of Ron and Yuvajin's split, they all had different expressions. Obviously not strong, Wan Huang is even more amazing than Yuvajin. Such a thought popped up in the minds of both Lev and Nobunaga at the same time. The former is surprise, while the latter is surprise with a touch of natural emotion. As someone who has personally tried Ron's power, Nobunaga feels that such a result is not surprising. Likewise, Phaeton, and Finks, Shulnark, and Hisoka. Phaeton has personally experienced the impact of this kind of power in battle, and has long expected such a result. Finks also compared with his own strength when Ron and Phaeton were competing, and found that he was not as good as him. Although his own strength is not as good as Yuvajin's, he is not far behind. He is not surprised that Ron can beat Yuvajin. Shulnark is the same as Finks. As for Hisoka, he has witnessed the scene where Ron will use the shadow of Huishin to blow up the scene. Such power, tisk tisk. Others also expressed a little surprise at Ron's strength, but the first reaction after the surprise was that the brigade's wrist strength ranking list, the list of the 10th person, will be changed. Amidst the silence of the others and Yuvajin's loud laughter, Krollo, who had been unresponsive all this time, slowly got up. Yuvajin's laughter stopped abruptly, and the others came back to their senses for a moment, looking at their leader of Phantom Troop, and stepped up to the high platform step by step. Kyubi and Pakunoda didn't keep up, instead they randomly found a stone platform below and stood there. Others also started to stand up, and even Shalev changed from lying down to standing there. Well, when the leader is speaking, others should maintain a proper posture. This is common no matter which world it is. At this time, the time has passed 0 o'clock, and it has officially come to August 31st. When Krollo stood at the highest point, holding a Bible in his hand, he said in a soft voice. Okay, now that everyone is here, let me talk about our Phantom Troop goals. About tomorrow's auction, Krollo looked around condescendingly, and said with a smile, treasures. All the treasures we have to grab back. After that, Yuvajin gritted his teeth and confirmed each question one by one with bloodshot eyes. Finally, trembling with excitement, he got Krollo's answer. I give the order now, to kill them all. Krollo's eyes were deep, and he spoke. Ah ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Yuvajin seemed to be crazy, and started to laugh and howl. For him who loves fighting and killing, there is nothing more satisfying than fighting against gangsters all over the world. His laughter was very penetrating, and it was extraordinarily piercing in this quiet night of the building. The other members of Phantom Troop also showed an understanding look, and some, like Finks, also showed a bloodthirsty smile in their eyes. After Yuvajin gradually subsided and vented, Krollo smiled slightly and continued. Then, let me arrange the action personnel for tonight. Leader. After Krollo had just finished speaking, Yuvajin impatiently raised his hand. Batliman, Yuvajin. Yosya. Yuvajin clenched his fists, the joy on his face was undisguised. Chapter 167. Combatman, Yuvajin, Franklin, Nobunaga. Unaffected by Yuvajin's interruption, Krollo continued to announce in a slow voice. Intel, Shulnark. Shulnark, got it. Interrogator, Phaeton. Phaeton, I'll let them reveal to themselves what color underwear their boss is wearing. Auxiliary staff, Maki. Maki, leave it to me. Logistics, Ron. Other members to be determined. After Krollo said the last name, he looked at Ron who was standing there. Is that okay? Not at all, just hand over their corpses to me. As Ron spoke, the corners of his mouth curved into an arc. Another wave of death energy and corpse poison can be collected, and this time in the auction, there will be Kurapika's colleagues, Rightnesslisnan bodyguards to scent death, and some good things can also be found. Is there finally a member responsible for the aftermath? Then we can fight 03 completely and recklessly. Yuvajin said excitedly, it seems that he has suffered from improper aftermath. Phaeton glanced at Ron and said nothing. Not only Yuvajin, but other brigade members also nodded in agreement. While it won't cost them much if they don't clean up properly, a swarm of flies buzzing around your ears is definitely not a good feeling. Then, you can start to act, no matter what you do, I only want the auction items at night. Krollo said with a smile. All auction items. Snapped. Oh, what a pity, it was really close to winning. On the street, after Gon had another arm wrestling win over a strong man, Leorio was alive and shouting. So, is there anyone else who will come to challenge again? The challenge fee is not expensive, but as long as you can win, you can get gems worth 3 million rings. Leorio greeted him vigorously there, Gon rubbed his somewhat sore hands, and asked Killua beside him who was collecting money to settle accounts, can this really make a lot of money? I don't know, Killua shrugged. However, Leorio has many ways to make money. Since he asked us to do this, there must be his intentions, so we just do it. When Leorio used Gon to wrench his wrists as an introduction, when he was ready to catch a big fish. On the other side, the Nasra family also began to make arrangements for tonight's underground auction. Because the underground auction only allowed 3 people from each faction to participate in the auction, the bodyguard group was divided into 3 groups. Kurapika and Melody are in charge of monitoring and guarding, members of the bodyguard team Feiji, Ivalef, and Shakimo Dodokino are in charge of bidding, and the rest of Skuela, Dazone, Rinxian, and Basho are in charge of guarding. Because of seeing the content of the divination, Rightnessla, who learned that tonight's underground raffle will be extremely dangerous, received a statement not to let Nian not participate in the auction. As for why he knew it was dangerous, but still sent bodyguards to bid for it. Isn't that what bodyguards are supposed to do? Go out to act as a scapegoat in times of crisis. If you can successfully survive the crisis and survive, then you will add a lot to your resume. In this way, in the future, you will gain the trust of more people and find more high-quality jobs. For bodyguards, this is both a danger and an opportunity. Feiji and the others did not refuse, and readily accepted the arrangement. However, when Yune learned that she couldn't go to the auction, she cried and made a fuss, and even smashed 2 big bags on Dazone's head. But after crying and being tired, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep. The mates of the Nasra family calmly cleaned up the messy things thrown in the room. It can be seen that this situation has happened many times, and they are used to it. When Nian was crying, Kurapika, who was in charge of guarding in the outer room, was also looking into the distance. The eyes of my people are in this city and those from Phantom Troop will definitely come here. And that guy, the promised September 1st. Kurapika remembered what Hisoka whispered in Hunter's ear during the final test of the Hunter test, and the information he got from keeping in touch. His eyes under the colored contact lenses gradually turned crimson, and his heart began to beat violently. Also, there is Ron, is he here too? Kurapika. Beside him, a short, bald, Melody with 2 mouse-like incisors under his lips looked at him worriedly. Just now, Kurapika's heartbeat changed rapidly. From hatred, excitement and longing at the beginning, to some complicated feelings later. This makes Melody, who has partnered with Kurapika along the way, a little worried. Meanwhile, in an upscale hotel. Layert, who was looking for guns, also led a group of people to move into this family business that belonged to him. After arranging tasks for all the other bodyguards, only Layert and his old 593 waiter were left in the house. Is this the prophecy Right Nostra gave me? With a cigar in his mouth, Layert lit it with a gun-shaped lighter, took a deep breath, exhaled a faint smoke ring and looked at the old waiter holding a paper. Layert's family has a lot of business dealings with the Nisra family, so they got this divination poem. That's right, sir. The old waiter bowed slightly. According to the content above, it seems that the auction tonight will be quite dangerous. If there is danger, then don't go. Layert said lightly. Just let some of the people below go, isn't there a lot of people who are eager to show their loyalty to me? Let the one who jumped the most go and see if what he says is consistent with what he shows. The following people that Layert mentioned refers to the relatively important younger brothers in his family. As for whether sending a younger brother over there will arouse 10 old man's dissatisfaction. Anyway, there might be bloodshed tonight, so who cares about the identity of the person he sent by then? The old waiter also understood, and after nodding his head, he continued to ask, do you want to send a bodyguard to guard? Chapter 168. No, the prophecy poems are so clear. Sending bodyguards there is no different from sending you to death. I don't want my money to be wasted before I can enjoy the service I deserve. Layert said slowly. But, this is an auction held by 10 old men, will we do this? The old waiter was a little worried. Layert waved his hand without answering. The old waiter understood and stopped talking. He bowed slightly and walked out backwards. Even I can get the content of the divination. With rightnessless temperament, I don't believe that he didn't present the news to the old man. He will never let go of such a good opportunity. The 10-year-old man, who knows that there may be danger, has not heard any news about the underground auction, which means that the auction will be held normally, but they must have a backup. Under such circumstances, it doesn't make any sense to send anyone there. Layert was enjoying the smell of the cigar, and his mind was analyzing quickly. What he said was right, not only him, but the 10 old man did get the content of the divination. Just as Layert thought, even if there is danger, it is absolutely impossible for the auction to be cancelled. Therefore, after some discussion, the 10 old man decided to send his capable Menyen beast to retrieve the auction item. Before the underground auction started, there was already a feeling of turmoil. Time gradually passed, and daytime on August 31st came. The downtown area of Yukiksan City gradually became lively. The gangsters who are preparing for the underground auction tonight, and the nobles, celebrities and rich people who came for the dream auction in September. At this moment, all gathered in this Yukiksan city, making the city more prosperous than ever before. Although it is only a few days, it has greatly promoted the economic development of the city and other aspects. Moreover, this group of rich and famous people and the gangster family are people from two worlds. Although they may be involved in private, what they show in this city is that they do not interfere with each other. The residents of Yukiksan City are both happy and distressed about the bustle of the past few days. Happily, with so many people, these days are one of the few days when they get rich. What is distressing is that every year there will be some gangsters who don't understand the rules or are too arrogant and domineering to make troubles, endangering the daily safety. Last year, there were 2 gangsters who didn't see each other right, and they started to compete, but it didn't work out. In this Yukiksan city, there was a direct confrontation, and the angry 10-year-old man expelled all the 2 families. But this also caused great harm to Yukiksan city and its residents, and many people died. Meteor Street has a population of 8 million, let alone a big city like Yukiksan city. Human life, in such a world, is the least valuable. In addition, the top executives of Yukiksan city are all controlled by gangsters, no matter how many people die. These people are also indifferent. The residents living in Yukiksan also understand this truth, but because of the false peace, they can only swallow their breath and continue to survive. They had no choice but to pray to God that this year's auction would end smoothly, so that Yukiksan city could spend this period in peace and stability. However, in Ron's world, there is a law called Murphy's Law. The less you want something to happen, the easier it will happen. During the daytime on August 31st, under the panic of the residents of Yukiksan city, there was no gangster fire, and they survived peacefully. Just when they breathed a sigh of relief. Evening. The location of this year's underground auction has already been figured out, and even who will be sent by the organizer, where they will pass by, and what car they will take, have also been inquired about. In the sky, in the hot air balloon slowly rising, Shulnark was reporting the information he collected and explaining his arrangements to the team members who were working together this time. I plan to intercept the person sent by the organizer first, then disguise myself and go to the venue of the auction, and then the other team will take the opportunity to pounce on the auction item. As Shulnark said, he looked at his companions. What do you think? I'm fine. Phaeton, who covered his mouth with a cloak, said dully. Leave the matter of intercepting and killing the organizers and pretending to suppress them to me. I promise to overwhelm them. Count me in too. Franklin raised his big palm-like hand. In that case, leave the job of finding auction items to me. Yuvajin said anxiously, and Nobunaga next to him didn't speak, but raised his hand. The two of them have acted together since Meteor Street. I'll stay outside to respond, Maki said casually. Leave the work of cleaning up the corpses and transporting the auction items to me. Ron also said finally. Transportation. Seeing Yuvajin and Nobunaga puzzled, Shulnark explained. Ron, he has an that can be regarded as a space package, called Dead Man's Pocket. As long as it is a dead object, anything without a breath of life can be put in, and then taken out, the flow of time inside is still. Shulnark explained, looking at Ron and asking, I just don't know how big your package is, how much can you put in? The stronger my thoughts, the bigger the space. In analogy, at least collecting the corpses of those who participated in the auction is absolutely no problem. Ron smiled and explained Deo Bayo to several people. His space backpack is like the parcel grids in the game. Each grid can hold a type of thing without interfering with each other. No matter how big things are, they will only occupy one grid. No matter how many things are, if they are all of the same type, such as corpses. Then there is also the case of Corpse X35 which occupies a grid in. Even if you encounter too many things that are too complicated and don't belong to the same category, Ron's parcel grid is infinite. Is that so? It's really more convenient, but it has nothing to do with fighting. Yuvajin said with some regret. Chapter 169. Shulnark nodded to Ron, and said. Well, if this is the case, I will take care of it in the middle. If there is no problem, we can start the action after the balloon falls. Phaeton, the vehicle sent by the organizer is. When Shulnark explained the information, the balloon dangled and landed in the suburbs near the urban area. Shua. After everyone got off the hot air balloon, Ron raised his hand and put the hot air balloon away in front of all the members. It is indeed a very convenient ability. After a few people sighed again in their hearts, they scattered and started to act. At this time, the sun hanging in the sky slipped to the west, and the moon was trying to climb high into the sky. Today's night is destined to be unsettled. The underground auction was initiated by the 10th Old Man, the apex figure of the gang, and held through the joint agreement of gang organizations around the world. In other words, the underground auction is actually an auction specially held by 10 old men in order to consolidate their authority and status. All the gangster families also know it, but they also know that this is a good place to earn face, compete for money, and show strength to 10 old men. Once he can get into the eyes of the old man, then the gang business in the next year may be greatly taken care of. Even if the old man just gave a bone 233 casually, it was enough for them, a group of hungry wild dogs, to fight for it. Therefore, in order to show that in the future, those who participated in the underground auction were basically the senior cadres, deputy leaders, and even the main leaders of the families who participated in the battle in person. However, these are families who have not obtained the content of the divination poem. Except for the good partners, Right Nisla wished that all the other family gangsters would die, and Lay Iart and the others also had the same mentality. They wouldn't be so foolish as to spread the dangerous hints of divination poems. Therefore, the 3 or 4 families who obtained divination poems like Lay Iart did not send any important members of the family. Even Right Nisla only sent 3 professional bodyguards hired by their family here. There are a lot of people. As expected of an underground auction, all of them are people with important positions in various families. Only 10 old men can have such power. A mature beauty with pink hair and wearing a revealing suit looked around and said with emotion. Behind her, stood 2 men in black bodyguard uniforms. A tall and strong man, like a fighting nation in the polar bear area. There is also a man who looks like a monkey and has a distinct Mexican style. These three people were Feiji, Ivalef, and Dochino, sent by the Nasrov family to participate in the bidding. Although they have known in advance that this auction will be dangerous, but after all, they don't know when and where the danger comes from. The three of them can only reduce some tension by chatting with each other. By the way, none of the four families including Skorsaw came to participate in this auction. Docino looked around and said. They have already arrived in Yukiksan City, but none of them came to participate in this auction. The only thing the four families have in common is that they all got Miss Niwang's occupation poetry yesterday. Ivalef said in a deep voice. Then, the situation tonight must be very dangerous? Captain Dazone said that there will be danger at night, so it seems that the situation must be very serious now, right? Docino forced a smile with a drop of sweat dripping from his face. Road. So what? Don't forget the principle of our bodyguards. No matter who, when, where, or what method is used, the task must be completed. No matter what, just think about this principle. Feiji looked like a queen, with a smile at the corner of her mouth, and said confidently. When several people were chatting, at the entrance of the auction hall. Catch. After two crisp sounds, Ron casually put the corpses of some underworld soldiers who were in charge of guarding the broken throats into the space backpack. Signed with Shulnark, who took Yuvajin and Nobunaga to find the place where the auction items are stored. Then came Phaeton and Franklin's performance show. Ron leaned against the wall, he just had to wait patiently, waiting to absorb a wave of death and grab some good things. None of the gangsters in the arena noticed the movement at the door. Soon, it was time for the auction, and two people slowly walked up from the backstage to the only microphone podium on the stage. The two stood still, one was quite short, and behind the short was a big man who looked very vicious. Those present were all the main leaders of the gangster families, and they had never seen any kind of people. They only thought that the two of them were the organizers of the auction, and they all raised their spirits. Even Feiji and the other three didn't suspect it, they just felt a little weird. Guests, I'm very pleased to welcome you here. The short man put his hands on both sides of the microphone on the table. After looking around, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he spoke. Here, we will save those hypocritical and meaningless opening remarks. Send everyone to hell directly. All the people present who were listening to the short man's speech were taken aback, but Feiji and the other three's faces immediately sank. As professional bodyguards, they had an extremely bad premonition in their hearts. The next moment, the fingers of the vicious big man behind the short man fell off, exposing the dark muzzle. A round of powerful bullets poured out directly from the muzzle towards the gang members whose hair was standing on end. Meanwhile, Kurapika, who is monitoring the auction house outside, talks to Melody. The gentle and kind melody of a big sister is enough to open Kurapika's heart a little. You mean, what if the former companion is now in the position of enemy? Melody thought for a while after listening to Kurapika's question, and then said, there are many examples in history where friends turned enemies because of different positions. You have more knowledge reserves than me, so you should understand this aspect more thoroughly than me, right? Or you already have the answer in your heart, but you're just not sure. Aren't you sure? Kurapika looked at the starlight in the sky and murmured softly. Clang! What happened? The movement in the auction house instantly brought Kurapika back to his senses, and both of them entered a state of alert at the same time as Melody. Chapter 170. Bang bang bang! Ah! In the auction hall, high-intensity bullets hit everyone indiscriminately, and some were pierced several times and died on the spot. Some were hit on the thighs and arms in the first wave, screaming in pain under the flesh and blood flying. But when the second wave of reed bombs came, the sound stopped abruptly, and they fell to the ground. The dead couldn't die anymore. Immediately, the auction venue became a Shura hell. Phaeton covered his ears, watching the gangsters lying in a pool of blood with painful expressions. His eyes sparkled with the same excitement and pleasure produced by the killing as Franklin behind him. Get behind me! The moment Franklin bared his muzzle, Docino unleashed his N11 under the roof. He called Feiji and the two of them hid behind him. But unfortunately, it has no effect at all, and the strength levels of both sides are not at the same level. The mind bombs released by Franklin's two-handed machine gun were unhindered at all, like poking bubbles, directly crushing the unformed humanoid doll with Docino's ability, mind, and energy. After the only means of defense were shattered, the bullets, like a storm, were the first to bear the brunt of Dosino's attack. "You guys, hurry up!" Under the condition of blocking with his body, Dosino turned his head with blood gushing from the corner of his mouth, and said the last sentence in his life with his last strength. Then, a mind bomb directly pierced his skull, and he fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. Under the protection of Dosino, Feiji and Ivalef became the only living people present. Docino. The hearts of the two were filled with fear and sorrow, but in order to complete their tasks, the two suppressed the fluctuations in their hearts, forced themselves to calm down, and fled towards the gate. At this time, Franklin had already put his arms back and stood with Phaeton, staring at Feiji and the two who were running towards the gate with playful eyes like a cat looking at a mouse. Feiji and the others rushed to the door with their adrenaline rushing as fast as they could, just before their fight was about to hit the door. Boom! With a loud bang, the door opened. Under the desperate eyes of Feiji and Ivan Lev, a young man in a black windbreaker walked in. It turns out that there are more than two people, they have other accomplices. After Ron heard the gunfire inside stop, he planned to walk in. As a result, as soon as the door was opened, they saw Feiji and Ivan Lev at the door. He was a little surprised at first, and then looked at the familiar faces of the two of them, and his heart suddenly dawned. It seems that they are two of Kurapika's accomplices. They didn't die under Franklin's thought, but they were headshot by Shizuka with a Popeye vacuum cleaner. Ron thought, but the footsteps kept coming in. Feiji and the two backed away in a hurry, their bodies trembling slightly, their faces filled with horror and despair. Now in this hall, two people are standing in front of the stage behind, and one is blocking the front door. The current situation of the two of them seems to be an abyss ahead and hell behind them. As for resistance? Just kidding, with the power of the bombs fired by the big guy behind them, they have no way to resist. That short man doesn't look weak, so the young man in the black windbreaker who walked in from the door in front of him. Feiji's eyes burst out with a strong desire for survival. She gritted her teeth and planned to rush forward as fast as she could. Boom! However, before she could move, a gunshot startled her. "Who are you people? It doesn't matter, no matter who you are all dead." One was covered in blood, struggling to stand up, raised his pistol and fired a bullet at Franklin as if flashing back, panting and speaking intermittently. As he spoke, Franklin walked slowly in front of him. "The gangster families all over the world will not let you go, not just you, but also your friends, relatives and family. Gangsters will let them know that you are dead. What a happy thing, let you taste hell." Da-da-da. A few bullets were fired, and blood was everywhere. "The family he refers to, what is it?" Phaeton asked casually. "Who knows?" Franklin retracted his gun and looked at Ron, who was still standing there watching a show. "Can the grounds here be cleaned up?" "No problem at all," Ron said, and casually put several corpses around him into the space backpack. Then he looked at Phaeton and said with a smile, "If you don't use the cloak to cover your face, you still look quite fair." Phaeton squinted at him. "Then the mask you wear on your face is countless times more beautiful than your original appearance." "Well, because Ron is also the champion of the Olympia martial arts competition, and he is still somewhat well known in the world. When he goes out to act, he uses a mask to cover up his appearance." After replying, he turned his attention to Feiji and Ivan Lev, who were still alive. Feeling Phaeton's eyes without any emotion looking over, the bodies of the two trembled. Then Phaeton stepped forward and slowly stretched out a hand from his pocket. "Let this farce end as soon as possible." With a soft sound, the heads of the two fell to the ground instantly. Before they died, they still retained that terrified face and somewhat relieved eyes. At this, Ron just shook his head. In the current situation, they will not be able to survive no matter what. Even if he survived, he would definitely end up being interrogated by Phaeton. Once it falls into Phaeton's hands, it's hard for them to die. Early death and early birth. Ron casually put their bodies into the space. Now is not a good time to touch the corpses. When Yuvajin is dealing with the yin beast, he will find a place where there is no one and finish touching them, and then dispose of these corpses by the way. When Ron put away the last body, Yuvajin's angry shout was heard. "What about the auction items? Where did the auction items go? You better explain it to me, you bastard." Spoon. Chapter 171. There seems to be a small problem. Phaeton and Franklin looked at the entrance of the hall, and saw Yuvajin dragging a pail, trembling guy in who couldn't even stand still. Behind him was Shulnark with a blank face, and Nobunaga with his arms crossed. All the auction items in the vault are gone, Shulnark said as soon as he came in. According to the host here, someone came in and removed them a few hours before the auction started. After Shulnark finished speaking, Wei Jin threw the informed host in front of Phaeton. Phaeton, I'll leave this guy to you. Take out all the useful content. Angzan West Road, I will extract everything he knows. The terrified host looked at Fei 747 Tan who was slowly walking towards him, his whole body trembling like chaff. I'll tell you everything I know, ah. Ron took 2 glances at Phaeton's interrogation tactics before looking away. This poor gangster host is going to be the most sympathetic guy tonight. After a long time, the vehicles of the gangsters arrived late. When they saw the empty hall and the empty vault, they immediately boiled. While these gangsters were making phone calls one by one, the high-altitude F. In a huge hot air balloon, several people were standing with each other, while Yuvajin was pulling his chest hair while calling Krollo to report the situation. All the treasures are gone. Krollo, who was far away in the abandoned building, received a rather unexpected call. Well, there is nothing in the vault of the underground auction. The only host who knew the matter said that the treasure that was specially sent to the vault before the auction started was removed by someone a few hours ago. The big man Yuvajin said in a low voice. At this moment, he showed a completely different side from the usual bloodthirsty violence. On the hot air balloon, Yuvajin, Nobunaga, Shulnark, Ron, Phaeton, Franklin, and Maji are all here. It's as if someone had predicted that something would happen today. Yuvajin turned on the speakerphone with his mobile phone so that everyone on the spaceship could hear it. Oh! Krollo was still so flat. In our phantom troop, there must be Judas the traitor. Yuvajin's eyes suddenly flashed a sharp light. At the same time, Phaeton and Franklin looked at Ron who was leaning against the basket. Shulnark and Maki didn't respond, while Nobunaga scratched his head, glanced at Ron, thought for a while, and then looked away. There can be no betrayers. According to the Bible, Judas betrayed Jesus for 30 silver coins. If there is a betrayer among us, how much will it cost to betray us? The corners of Krollo's mouth curled up, with a calm expression on his face. What good will the traitor sell us to the gangsters? For the money? For the fame? Or the status? If there is anyone among us who would be content with such things, would he join us in Phantom Troop? When Krollo said this, there was no expression on his face, but his eyes secretly glanced at Hisoka in the corner. Others, including Ron, probably didn't live to do such a thing, and Hisoka, who wanted to fight him. This is hard to say. Then, Krollo made an analysis and came to such a conclusion. Although some people provided relevant information, they didn't specify the actual situation, but some people believed it deeply, and the person who believed this information was an upper-level cadre of the underworld group. Although Yuvajin still doesn't understand, it is enough to know that there are no betrayers among the members. Franklin looked away when Krollo said there was no betrayer. Phaeton, on the other hand, kept his eye on Ron. Don't you have anything to say? As soon as Phaeton said this, both sides of the phone fell silent. At the abandoned building, Finks, who knows Phaeton's character and how he's changed over time, feels bad. Want to say? Ron glanced at Phaeton. He knew that the other party also understood that he was not a traitor, but he just found some timing and wanted to disgust him on purpose. I feel the last time I was beaten, you haven't felt the pain yet. Yet. Phaeton squinted his eyes and just said these 2 words, Shulnark and Nobunaga flashed between them. No words were spoken, but the actions already showed everything. After a moment of silence, Phaeton's body relaxed slightly, and Shulnark and Nobunaga separated. Seeing some silence in the basket and the mobile phone, Ron thought for a while, then said to Franklin. Franklin, do you remember those 2 people Phaeton killed at the end? Remember, what's wrong? Franklin turned around. Everyone else is looking over, wanting to hear what Ron has to say. The fact that the 2 of them survived under your high-intensity bullets shows that they still have some skills. As for the bodyguards on their bodies, there are marks of the Nisra family on them. They should be members of the Nisra family, and they are also good hires. People of the Nisra family, so what? Nobunaga asked, rubbing his chin. As far as I know, the daughter of the Nisra family seems to be a traitor who has the ability to divination. I have heard from other underworld families that the Nisra family has a daughter who is very good at divination. The prophecies and divination poems written by her have all been correct since the beginning of divination. And it is said that the Nisra family is exactly relying on the prophecy ability of this young lady. She has accumulated a large number of contacts in the entire underworld circle. The chaos is booming. Those two people became the only two guys who survived Franklin's round of psychic bullets. According to 5.6, they should have predicted our attack tonight and made certain precautions. As Ron said, he got rid of Nisla and Nyan's background. As for the purpose, of course it is the divination ability. According to the future situation in the original version, after Krollo stole Nyan's Nin, after a period of time, he couldn't use it. The rule developed by Krollo is that the stolen Nin will be automatically erased from the book only when the stolen opponent dies, and it can no longer be used. In other words, after Nin is stolen by Krollo, Nyan is likely to die, and even the Nisra family may encounter suppression from all sides. Sooner or later, Krollo will get the news that Nyan has stolen Nin, so it's better for Ron to find out first. Chapter 172. In this way, at least a little initiative can be grasped, paving the way for the possibility of acquiring this ability in the future. Although Feiji and the others are all thanks to Dosino, this does not prevent Ron from blaming Nyan for these factors as a way to increase the credibility of his words. Also, most of what he said was true. You mean to say that the young lady with the trait Nin, we will come to attack when the fortune teller arrives? Franklin heard Ron's meaning and couldn't help straightening up a little. Well, I only heard about it before, and I thought it was fake, but looking at the results now. Ron didn't finish his sentence, but the people on the balloon, as well as Krollo and others on the phone understood what he meant. Is that so? Krollo lowered his head and thought carefully. If it was a fortune teller, it would be exactly the same as some of the analysis he thought of, so he said to the phone, Shulnark. Got it, leader, I will definitely investigate the details of the Nisra family. Shulnark responded directly. When Yuvajin and Krollo were talking on 03, the gangsters also found Yuvajin's hot air balloon and made calls one by one. Some sopranos who were eager to show themselves in front of the 10 old men had already dispatched directly to the place where the balloon was predicted to drop. It is said that 10 old men have already dispatched the Yin Beast troops, and they must complete this matter beautifully in front of them and leave a good impression. Karapika and his party are also on their way to the hot air balloon at the request of Nisla, who has the same idea. Inside the car, Melody glanced worriedly at Karapika beside her, whose heart was beating violently. In such a situation, it can be guessed without mentioning the Melody that the person who attacked this underground auction is Karapika's enemy. With Karapika's current state, if he really meets those people. Look, that hot air balloon has landed. As the driver, Skawela blurted out when he saw the movement ahead. Not only he found out, but other gangster families also found out the situation. One by one, they slammed on the accelerator, rushing desperately towards the landing site. Follow. Basho, who was sitting in the passenger seat, made some suggestions. But don't be too fast, hanging behind this group of gangster families. All the people in the auction disappeared, and there was no news about Pug and Ivalef. It is very likely that they were all killed. This shows that the enemy's strength must be very strong. Let them try first. If they can take it down, it will not be too late for us to come forward. But if the opponent is stronger than we imagined, we can also pass on the first-hand news from the sidelines and wait for the opportunity. After so many years of ups and downs in the bodyguard industry, Basho did have a lot of life experience, and immediately made the most correct action. Others had no opinion, and all expressed their approval. As a result, the vehicles of the Nisra family slowly hung behind them at an unhurried speed, watching the vehicles one by one, rushing towards the falling hot air balloon. In a high-end hotel in the city. Let the Salvatori brothers go. Layard held a newspaper in his hand and said slowly. It just so happens that the melee scene is the most suitable for the two brothers Nin to play. After all, we have to set an example, we can't do nothing. The old waiter at the side bowed slightly and retreated. The Salvado brothers that Layard mentioned are twin brothers holding sniper rifles. Dare to rob the underground auction, and make such a big commotion, I'm afraid it's not something that ordinary criminal organizations can do. This year's Yukiksen City is very interesting. Oh! Bang! Bang! Now be obedient and obedient, let you decide whether you want to be drowned or buried alive. If you make everyone so troublesome again, you will end up dying even more ugly, bastards. In a deserted mountain area, many members of the underworld family fired warning shots into the sky and threatened a group of people on the high ground. Nobunaga on the high ground couldn't help but click his ears at the noisy noise. Isn't their way of greeting you too outdated? After all, this is an opening for gangsters, Shulnark joked with a smile. However, this is really not very innovative, and it is a bit noisy. After Ron put away the hot air balloon, he walked leisurely up to the front of the plateau. Seeing that someone finally showed his head, the gangsters below shouted even louder. Without too many words, Ron raised his hand and took out a handful of Gatling. Well, once applied for a job at Realt, Ron was also a little curious about the guns in this world, and collected some. Men, who doesn't love guns? Whether it is the gun of hot weapons, or the gun of the king of cold weapons, or the third leg of a man, the golden gun that does not fall. So it's not that surprising that Ron 883 has Gatling in his hands. Others, however, don't think so. The members of the brigade behind Ron felt a little surprised, and the members of the gang below were a little dazed. Da-da-da. Under Gatling's full firepower, there was a series of chicken and dog jumping. Boom. Several bullets hit the car's fuel tank, setting off a series of explosions. When the round of bullets was finished, Ron put Gatling away, clapped his hands, looked at the messy scene below, and nodded. Ron is very satisfied with his masterpiece. Okay, the world is quiet now. Ron turned around, and saw all the brigade people looking at him with strange eyes. Even Gatling is with you. I'm really curious about what you have in your ability pockets. Nobunaga tugged at his mustache, with curiosity in his eyes. Others are also more or less curious, but they basically don't care much. However, one thing Ron was right about was that it was indeed a lot quieter down there. Under the coercion of this round of high firepower, their clamor was indeed much weaker. The wailing sounds started to rise and fall one after another. Chapter 173. The round of Gatling and the explosion of the vehicle just now caused heavy losses to this group of gangsters. Fearing in their hearts, each of them took out their phones fiercely. Request for support. The other side has high-pressure machine gun firepower. I request to send more manpower, and bring armored vehicles, protective shields, rocket launchers. Everything that can stop the machine guns, all are needed. After finishing the call, they all looked up at the group of people above, and said with grim faces, "Dare you look down on gangsters? I don't believe that after the bazooka comes, you can still be proud?" Of course, this sentence must have been whispered out. They were afraid that a few more howitzers would be thrown down from above. However, after the support of their gangsters arrives, they can straighten their backs again. It seems that it has stopped, or we should leave. Anyway, our work for today has been completed. It's okay, leave the rest to me, you'd better not interfere. After speaking, Yuvajin raised the corner of his mouth and slid directly down the hillside. The next thing might be a bit boring, I'd better clean up the corpse first. Ron took a look at the restlessness that had arisen below, then turned around and jumped towards the more deserted mountains far away. Do you want to follow him? Phaeton stared at Ron's back with narrow eyes, and said in a muffled voice. No, I saw his nun in Sky Arena, it's no big deal. As Maki said, he stroked the hair on one side of his face. Gift of the dead? I also have a little impression. Shulnark followed suit, then took out a deck of playing cards from the middle pocket. Just take advantage of this time to play for a while. You still have this with you. It just so happens that there are ones over there at the base, so I brought a pair with me. Over there at the base, there happened to be. The others all blinked at Shulnark, and they almost guessed where Shulnark's playing cards came from. Meanwhile, at the abandoned building where spiders gather. Why is there a pair missing? Hisoka looked at the pyramid in front of him that was about to break the record again with great difficulty, and said in a low voice. It's not easy to build it to this point. The low air pressure radiating from the whole body made the peeling leaf lying around couldn't help shrinking to the side. In the desert outside Yukiksen City, there are many highlands and deep ditches. It is the most suitable place to destroy corpses and traces here. After looking at the environment, Ron came to a high slope. With a wave of his hand, suddenly, many corpses appeared from the air and piled together like a stack of arhuts. Let's get started. All the corpses gathered together just saved Ron a lot of effort. He stretched out his hand and activated two abilities directly. Groups of death energy and corpse poison were absorbed by him, mixed with many other items and abilities. A pistol with armor-piercing bullets? This is unnecessary. A precious napkin used by a celebrity, what is this? How to get rid of the boss handbook? Should I say that it really deserves to be a gangster? Super invincible strong foreign medicine, this one is not, ahem, let's keep it for now. Apart from death and corpse poison, these gangsters didn't find any good things. Most of it is the guns they carry, shooting skills, swearing skills, etc., which make no sense. That is to say, Ron found some good things from Feiji, Docino, and Yvonne Leff. In addition to the pure Nian Qi, Docino's Transmuternan 11 under the roof was also touched. Although this ability is a bit tasteless compared to the puppet ability of Mianying, it is better because the carrying objects of the 11 people's thoughts are easier to make and more convenient. Other than that, there is nothing extra. After throwing all the corpses into the bottomless ditch, Ron clapped his hands and planned to leave. Suddenly, his ears moved and he looked in a certain direction. To be precise, it was a certain figure flying from far to near in the sky. The flying figure gradually became clear, it was a bat-like strange guy flapping its wings. Sensing that there are humans here, the figure of the Batman flies towards this side. What family are you from, and what are you doing here? As soon as he approached, he asked Ron 3 consecutive questions without any fluctuation in his eyes. A ghost beast. Ron squinted his eyes at the Batman flying in the sky, and said softly. I remember that when Maki and the others chased Kurapika and the others who kidnapped Uvijin, they were chased by the remaining 6 yin beasts. Although the old thief FJ has not introduced all of them, but I remember that there seems to be a yin who used to fly in the sky. Is this the one? Feeling that the person below was a bit strange, the bat monster had just raised his vigilance a little, when he saw that person kicking his feet, splashing a large cloud of dust and attacking him. In a trance, it seemed that a sharp sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Coincidentally, I also want to try the yin beast, how much is it? Swish! The sword shadow of Subajian flashed, and a stern cold light instantly struck towards the neck of the bat monster. Hiss! A strong sense of crisis quickly spread throughout the body, making the Batman's hair stand on end instantly. Bah! A small wound appeared on the neck of the bat monster who hastily retreated to the side, but it was not fatal, and it was narrowly escaped by Zhao Wang's asshole. Batman, who soared to the sky quickly like a conditioned reflex, touched the wound on his neck, and a touch of warmth came from his hand, which made him curse involuntarily. While cursing and yelling, I still have lingering fears. If it wasn't because my speed and reaction were the fastest among the yin beasts, I'm afraid my head would have moved just now. Thinking that he was attacked by someone and almost died here for no reason, the bat monster's heart burst into flames. Looking at the guy who was stagnant in the sky, unable to make any movements, and could only let the gravity of the earth fall freely, the corner of Batman's mouth showed a sneer. Are you too confident in your own strength, thinking that you can kill me with one blow? To be honest, your speed is not bad, but in the sky, my speed can be improved a lot. This is my home field. Chapter 174. Flapping its wings, Batman stopped talking and shot directly at Ron. Cut off your limbs first, and then ask who you are, anyway, it won't take too long. The sick dog and the others have already taken a step ahead, and Boss Xiao arrived later. If I try my best to go at my speed, there will be no delay, so. Batman looked at the figure of Ron who seemed helpless, and the cruel look in his eyes flashed away. Go to hell. Whoosh! Around the field where Uvijin was making a fuss while Ron was fighting Batman. It's so powerful and physically stronger than all the Nin I've seen before. On a high slope, the 2 Salvado brothers of the Leard family trembled slightly when they saw Uvijin's figure through the binoculars. With such a body, I don't know if my cold bomb power can hit the criminal. The younger brother holding the sniper rifle looked a little hesitant, but also a little eager to try. An explosive sniper. Effect: when aiming at the opponent with a sniper rifle, within the aiming range, the farther the distance between the opponent and oneself is, the more difficult it is to aim and hit, and the sniper rifle will be more powerful once it hits. Proportional to the previous difficult conditions. Restrictions: on the premise of using a sniper rifle and aiming. To put it simply, the harder it is to hit a 383 sniper rifle, the stronger the bullet will be after hitting it. This is the younger brother's Nin, which belongs to the ability of Enhancer. It seems rather weak, but he has a twin brother who is very close to him. Non-precise aiming. Effect, it can realize a scope that can make the gun hit the target perfectly no matter what the situation is, and can even increase the power of the gun bullet. Restriction, you are not allowed to use it for yourself. Once you use the magnifying glass, you will pay the price of your life. Restrictions and vows made at the cost of life. The elder brother's manipulator's Nen is a perfect match with the younger brother's ability, the two complement each other, and neither can do without the other. How do you know if you don't try it? Add J. As my brother said, he started Nen, and suddenly, a black and shiny magnifying glass appeared in the palm of his hand. Anyway, we shot 2 shots and left after experimenting. Anyway, with such a long distance and so many gangsters blocking it, it's impossible for the guy below to rush over. Makes sense. The younger brother took the scope, loaded it and aimed at Yuvajin. In the magnifying glass, Yuvajin's figure can only see a vague figure among the many hands of the massacre gang. But that's enough. Let me try this big fool, is the skin harder than steel? Boom. An astonishingly powerful bullet flew out of the muzzle and shot towards Yuvajin at high speed. Ha ha ha, what kind of rocket is not very powerful? On the field, amidst many terrified eyes, Yuvajin shook off the smoke from the rocket that had just hit him, and grinned, revealing a row of white front teeth. Okay, what else is there to do? Boom. Before Yuvajin finished speaking, he was hit by a powerful bullet on his face, which exploded. Oh! On the high slope, apart from the trio of Shulnark playing cards, Nobunaga who was watching a show blew a whistle. The powerful red bomb, at least stronger than that rocket launcher. Nobunaga's tone was full of schadenfreude, and he didn't think it was a big deal to watch the excitement, and said, "Now, Yuvajin should go crazy, right? The chanting just now should have been sent out by some kind of Nen. It's normal to have such power, but for the deity, the strength may not be very good." Phaeton with venomous eyes gave his own judgment, and Yuvajin below also gave his due reaction. "It hurts, bastard." Yuvajin shook his head frantically, and after cleaning the gunpowder smoke off his face, the left half of his face was visible to the naked eye, covered with ashes. "That direction. Not good, that big guy has noticed us, let's slip away first." The two brothers said not good, but there was no panic on their faces. Just when they were about to leave. Bah! A smear of warm, sticky liquid rushed to the face of the younger brother holding the sniper rifle. "Elder brother!" Whoosh! Before he could react and express his sadness, there was another sound of breaking through the air, and a small object hit his head in the blink of an eye. Boom! With a soft sound, the younger brother loosened his hands weakly, and the sniper rifle and his dead-eyed corpse fell to the ground at the same time. Beside him, there was also his elder brother who also had his eyes wide open, with a look of reluctance on his face. The two stared blankly at each other, creating a desolate atmosphere. After they failed to estimate the strength of the enemy and us, and took actions wrongly, the outcome was already doomed. Bingo! All hits! Yuvajin below gave a roar of joy. "I thought it was such a formidable opponent, but it turned out to be so vulnerable." He casually threw the small stone in his palm aside, and no longer paid attention to the situation over there. Seeing more and more people crowding up, Yuvajin rushed up excitedly again. At this time, another outskirt went uphill, and Kurapika and his team also rushed over. Looking at Yuvajin who was killing all directions below, Shikuwela and others felt a little weak. He wants to retreat, but this guy who is suspected to be Phantom Troop is his target, and Kurapika will naturally not retreat. Basho also used the reason that this was their job, and planned to wait and see. Just when Shikuwela was going crazy, suddenly, the melody moved his ears. It seems that there is an extra heartbeat coming. As far as the eyes of a few people are concerned, the Rishanjawian strange beast has begun to make its debut. In the hills and mountains far away from here. Sign. The Batman flapped its wings, and its legs that looked like steel knives flew towards Ron who was descending at a high speed. "I'm going to tear your limbs apart one by one." In his eyes, he seemed to see Ron's face full of pain and despair, and the corners of Batman's mouth showed more and more ferocious pleasure. However, the next moment, the complacent look on his face froze. Chapter 175. Under his stunned gaze, Ron actually smiled. That's right, he actually laughed, or in such a helpless high-altitude environment. "Do you really think I'm helpless?" Ron put away the sword in his hand and said softly, so that the Batman who had already flew close to him could clearly hear him. The one who is really in despair is you. An extremely ominous premonition suddenly rose in the heart of the Bat monster, and at the same time there was a little wind from Fangfo behind him. Noticing something was wrong, he hurriedly wanted to fly away, but the tiger bites the real punch. Crack! Before he had time to flap his wings, he heard a voice from behind, and then felt a pain in the back of his neck, and the whole world seemed to be spinning. With the last of his consciousness, he saw his headless body spurting blood, and a person who looked exactly like Ron floating behind him. That person's two hands are opening and closing claws, as if they are cutting off their own neck with their claws the same. Then, he fell into the boundless darkness. Slap! The sound of Ron and the headless corpse of the Batman falling to the ground sounded at the same time. There is more than enough ability, but there is not enough Western business. Ron came to his double-double, patted him on the shoulder, and commented on the dead Batman. No known person will put himself in danger when facing an unknown opponent. Your self-righteousness and confidence in your own strength are meaningless. While speaking, Ron's double disappeared. Just now, when he stomped on the ground and splashed dust, he released his double reserve, and he rushed up. It would be best if he could kill with one blow. Even if he was dodged by the opponent, he could control the avatar to give him a fatal move when he let down his vigilance. A tiger bites the real punch, easily cut off the neck of the Bat monster. And Ron has many methods, even without a clone, he can easily kill this Bat monster. It's just that I just took this opportunity to test the ability of the double stand-in, and the overall feeling is not bad. Then, Ron started touching the corpse. Obtain a ball of essence. Obtain Nen, Star Moon Night Walker. Acquire skill, advanced flight experience. 3 light circles came out from the body of Batman. The strength of Yin Beast is hard to evaluate, and the judgment of strong and weak is difficult to distinguish clearly under FJ's superb description. Let's say they are strong, but 2 Yins died easily in Shizuku's hands. Let's say they are weak, but they are the 10 old men who stand at the top of the world's gangsters, and they are 10 very powerful guys selected for trust. Shulnark also called them Nin people with high morality. Uvijin, as the strongest in the brigade, was unable to break free after being pulled into the ground by the earthworm. And his skin, which was as hard as steel, was easily torn apart by sick dogs. To be honest, if it is not a sick dog, they want to interrogate and torture, or see Uvijin being restrained and underestimate the enemy. As long as the sick dog's teeth went up a little bit and cut Uvijin's neck, everything became difficult to tell. After killing the Bat monster Yin Beast, Ron noticed that his upgrade game Nin's experience value had risen by 1 level, and the naked eye had seen another increase. This is the first time he has had such a big increase since he killed Mianying. This also shows that the strength of the Yin Beast is indeed not weak. After touching the 3 things out, the light of the essence of Thought Chi circled his forehead and slapped it, which made his strength strengthen again. In terms of strength alone, Yin Beast provides at least slightly more than Huashi Dulang, who has only practiced for 2 years. As for Nen, Star Moon Night Walker, he is obviously a mafia thug, yet Nen would have such a literary name. Nen, Star Moon Night Walker. Effect: a pair of fleshy wings that can fly are realized near one's own arms, and can fly and swim in the sky. And in the air, the speed will be greatly enhanced. Restrictions: Nen can only be activated at night, and cannot be used during the day, and the wings can only be realized based on the arms. Without the arms, Nen cannot be activated. The ability to fly. No wonder a flight experience was discovered, it turned out to be a matching package. Nen can only be activated at night? No wonder it looks like a bat, but its appearance is quite similar to Nen. Yin Beasts, either their abilities are related to their code names, such as leeches and porcupines, or their appearance is similar to their code names, such as owl, whose 2 eyes are so similar to those of animal owls. Of course, there are also those with the same ability and appearance as the code name, like sick dogs, earthworms, and this earthworm killed by Ron. The behavior of Yin Beast fits well with the group of 12 earthly branches of the Hunter Association who have shed blood and tears in order to be worthy of the code name. After slapping that flying Nen and flying experience on his forehead, Ron got acquainted with it and then gathered his thoughts. Visible to the naked eye, under the effect of thoughts, 2 pairs of wings similar to flying animals appeared around his arms. It feels good. Ron looked back and forth carefully, and nodded in satisfaction. Then, with a wave of his arms, the whole body only felt light, and it was already floating in mid-air. Did you lose weight? When he was in the air, Ron could obviously feel the quality of his body had decreased, which made his movements more flexible. In this way, his reaction and movement speed have been greatly increased, which is in line with Nin's explanation. Like that earthworm, his ability is several times stronger when he is underground, and even Yuvajin can subdue him. The speed of this bat yin beast in high altitude is also much stronger than before. Yuvajin's side should probably be resolved, I just go back and have a look. As the wings flapped, Ron's figure suddenly accelerated, and he flew a long way in the blink of an eye. The feeling of flying in the sky is really comfortable. No wonder people's dream of flying will never fade. Such an experience is really not in vain. The look of excitement on Ron's face was palpable. Chapter 176. He seems to have gotten some fun game, flipping back and forth in the air, enjoying the fun of flying. Don't look at Ron playing so hard. It turns out that the master of this Nin, the Bat Yin beast, has spent countless years and nights in order to be able to fly skillfully in the sky. However, his years of hard work have turned into advanced flying experience at this moment, saving Ron a lot of effort. After experiencing the excitement of flying in the air, Ron didn't delay and flew directly to the place where the hot air balloon stayed before. Before reaching a certain distance, Ron landed, dissipated his ability, and returned to the original place while jumping. You're back, Ron. Sensing the movement behind him, Nobunaga said casually. But he didn't turn his head, his eyes looked relaxed at 603, but he was actually staring closely at the movements in the field below. Not only Nobunaga, Shulnark and others stopped playing cards, and all stood on the shore, watching the changes below. It's been a little long, isn't it? Franklin asked, and Phaeton turned his gaze. I ran into a yin beast on the way here, it was quite powerful, and it was easily dealt with. Ron explained a sentence, then looked down, and found that there was a big hole in the field at this moment, and Yuvajin's clothes on the upper body were all torn, revealing his number 11 spider tattoo. At this moment, a hairy little bald head shorter than Phaeton is hanging on his right hand. Meet a yin beast? Have you dealt with it? After hearing such a reply, the other members looked at Ron twice, and then looked away. The strength of the yin beast, the underground crawler just now showed a little strength, but it can be regarded as the eye of the brigade. The current situation is that Yuvajin killed the earthworm with a super destructive punch, and was pierced by a porcupine with hair on his right hand, sealing the destructive punch. With a glance, Ron understood the situation on the field. In other words, the next words should be puff. With a slight crack, Yuvajin, who was frantically getting rid of the porcupine, felt a pain in his shoulder. Shout, a guy with a simple mind and well-developed limbs is not too difficult to deal with. The sick dog casually vomited the piece of meat torn from Yuvajin's body aside, and then attacked towards the thigh. Shulnark looked up and shook his eyes, want to help? Yuvajin. Of course not, what are you kidding, just relying on these guys. The next moment, Yuvajin found himself unable to move his body. The sick dog hides in the teeth, and the hidden toxin that is enough to paralyze the nerves has taken effect. Armed to the teeth, this is the guy when it comes to it. The toxin that paralyzes the nerves is similar to the poison applied to the knife that Krollo scratched Silva. Ron watched from above, stroking Buth's chin and staring. I don't know what kind of effect this kind of toxin and corpse poison will have when mixed together. After he dies, you can try it out. On the field, after Yuvajin was restrained, the leeches planted parasites in his body. In such a desperate situation, instead of breaking Yuvajin's will, it kept him calm and inspired a strong fighting spirit to defeat his opponent. If it is a normal protagonist, under such circumstances, it will definitely explode. Yuvajin is not the main character, and of course he won't cheat. If he wants to fight back, he can only find another way and adopt other methods, such as crack. Accompanied by the sound of bone breaking, half of the skull of the leech that bore the brunt was bitten off. The villains also have villain treatment standards. An organization like Phantom Troop with good-looking members will naturally have more and more important roles than yin beasts, a group of disgusting guys with fake faces. By the way, speaking of a fake face, what does that Batman look like? It's really unpalatable, although I didn't expect much from the monster's taste, but the taste is really not very good. Yuvajin commented, chewing on the leech's skull. As a person from Meteor Street, corpses and human flesh are also considered as food that can replenish life energy, and it is not impossible to eat. When Ron was working on Meteor Street before, all the corpses he cleaned up were sold out. I don't know how the elder is doing now. Next, there will be a series of wonderful anti-kill operation shows by Uvijin. The skull pierced the head like a bullet, and the roaring sound waves shattered the eardrums. Then it attracted the denunciation of the entire brigade. After finishing the work, then I will help them collect the corpses. As Ron spoke, he and Shulnark jumped to Uvijin's side amidst Franklin's condemnation. Ron? Sure enough, you came too. But, I will never give up. In the dark, when Kurapika saw the familiar figure, the wearer's hand of the chain was clenched tightly, but he released it instantly, and activated Nin, making the bound middle finger chain approach Uvijin slowly. This kind of leech will die after laying eggs in the human bladder, but when they are excreted with urine, it will make people feel so painful that life is worse than death. No lie. Uvijin. Although he is not afraid of death or pain, but this kind of suffering, is it that a man does not want to choose such a way of death? What's more, in the current situation, there is no need to die at all. So, what should I do? It's very simple, Ron, who was collecting the corpse, said with a smile when he heard the words 4.9. Just cut off that thing, so that the cut hole will be enlarged, and the leech eggs can be discharged smoothly. Uvijin. Other brigade members on the high slope. Shulnark, well, it's a very creative idea, and it does solve a problem. Uvijin? Bastard, stop kidding. Pft ha ha ha. This is a very suitable method for Uvijin, I think you can try it. On the hillside, Nobunaga burst out laughing directly, with tears in his eyes. Boring. Maki turned his face away coldly, tidying up the game. Phaeton remained silent, while Franklin shook his head with his hands on his forehead. Chapter 177. Ha ha ha. Hey! Uvijin, if it doesn't work, you can try this method. Ha ha ha. Nobunaga was still laughing recklessly, making the veins on Uvijin's forehead twitch. Shut up, you bastard! Shulnark, is there no other way? There are other ways, but I think Ron's idea is really suitable. It's suitable for a fart. Don't be a fool, talk about it quickly. Apparently, it was rare to see Uvijin embarrassing once, and even Shulnark couldn't help but tease it, which drew Uvijin's loud protest. Afterwards, Shulnark naturally gave suitable suggestions, and Uvijin breathed a sigh of relief after realizing that drinking beer could solve the problem. Uvijin, the nerve poison in your body, if there is no accident, the sick dog should have a corresponding antidote. As for the beer, let others help you find it. Then when Shulnark greeted the brigade members on the hillside to help find beer. There is an antidote. After Ron dug out a small bottle from the sick dog, he fulfilled his wish. As he spoke, he looked at 03, who was bound by chains and flew away instantly without knowing what happened. What happened? Not only Uvijin, but even other members of the brigade did not react. Uvijin was instantly dragged away by Kurapika's chains cast by Ju. It seems that he doesn't need this bottle of antidote for the time being. As Ron said, he put the bottle and the dead dog's body into the space backpack. Are there any other Yin Beast members? That would be a bit of a headache. Shulnark put his hands on his hips, with a helpless expression on his face. Phaeton, really, another troublemaker. Maki, it's okay, I also shot Uvijin with a needle and thread, and I can keep up. Nobunaga, according to this. If time is too late, then Uvijin is really likely to adopt Ron's method. Nobunaga had a feeling of worry for Uvijin, but also a feeling of sympathy and gloating, which made the expression on his face quite weird now. Of course, as their own companions, they would naturally not ignore Uvijin and sit back and watch him fall to such a miserable state. So, how about this, Franklin, you go find beer, I will complete the command of the leader, check the matter of the daughter of the Nisra family with divination ability, and the rest of the people will save Uvijin, no problem. Shulnark immediately gave the next judgment based on the situation. Well, let's do it like this. Several people agreed that Ron would be happy to go after and meet those remaining Yin beasts, so naturally they wouldn't have any other opinions. A group of people made a decision like this, and after dividing into 3 groups, they disappeared into the vast night. Only the messy corpses all over the ground and the huge deep pit remained, showing the tragic situation here before. The breeze blew by, making it look extraordinarily eerie and beautiful. Under the bright moonlight, accompanied by a little bit of starlight, the vehicles walking on the road in the wilderness are covered with a layer of flawless moonlight. Inside the car. Hey, Ron, you said you met a yin beast before, what kind of guy is it? Being idle and bored, Nobunaga, sitting in the back seat, started to find a topic to chat with. It's a bat-like guy with 2 arms and wings. Ron, who was driving the car, replied. The code names of these yin beasts are almost related to their abilities and appearance, and they are the same as the 12 earthly branches of the Hunter Association. 12 earthly branches? What's that? 12 of the strongest hunters recognized by the president of the Hunter Association, the strongest person in the world, and Netero. Is that so? I seem to have heard of this introduction before. One is the strongest yin beast of the gangsters, and the other is the strongest 12 earthly branches of the Hunter Association. It feels like they are just opposites. If that guy Yuvajin was here, he would really like to compete with that group of people, but what about his current situation? As soon as Yuvajin was mentioned, Nobunaga's face became extremely strange, and the expression that wanted to laugh but was suppressed was very strange. It was discovered Maki in the co-pilot seat looked at his broken line and reminded. It's okay, I've already caught up anyway. Phaeton sat next to Nobunaga in the back row and said in a muffled voice. Yeah, we followed them, but we seem to be being followed by someone. Ron chuckled, then stepped out of the window in an instant. Nobunaga was confused, and Maki was also taken aback. Only Phaeton narrowed his eyes slightly the moment Ron finished speaking and jumped out. When Ron and Phaeton's footsteps landed on the side of the road, they saw a man with parted hair and small round glasses jumping into the car. At the same time, a huge convenience cloth appeared in his palm, wrapping away like a vehicle. That guy, did he detect that someone was approaching in advance? Such a quick reaction. Phaeton stared at Ron's back for a moment, the clenched hands in his pockets clenched and then quickly loosened. Now is not the time for 503 to talk about this. He raised his head and looked around. Oh! It's really dangerous, I was almost wrapped up. Nobunaga, who successfully got out of the car, looked at the owl holding the shrunken burden, and his eyes gradually became dangerous. Are you guys the remaining yin beasts? The number is wrong. Maki nodded, Ron killed 1, Yuvajin killed 4, there should be 5 remaining. But now there are 5 people blocking us here, so the one who robbed Yuvajin isn't yin. Just ask about this kind of thing. Nobunaga put his hand directly on the handle of the long knife at his waist. You bastards, do you have a companion who looks like a bat? A bat? Not only Nobunaga and the others were staring at the yin beast, but the yin beast was also looking at them. Xiao Xiao stood in front of Ron and the others, and the yin beast members on the high slope next to them also showed their figures under the moonlight. One is full of airbags like swimming rings, one is full of hedgehog-like steel needles, one is neither male nor female, looks like a hermaphrodite, and the other has surprisingly slender hands, and the nails are like steel knives generally sharp. Chapter 178. Ah, that guy is indeed our companion, you guys still know? It's just that he seems to be late and didn't come over. Standing on the high slope, the guy with airbags all over his body besides Xiao Xiao replied. At the same time, his eyes gradually filled with contempt. Is this group of guys phantom troop? It seems that there is only one with a knife, and the other 3 are like children who haven't grown up yet. 2 children, 1 dwarf, I'm afraid they won't live as long as I have cultivated mind power. Dwarf. Both Ron and Maki are not short, which means that the short man in his mouth refers to these guys. Phaeton's face covered by the cloak gradually darkened, murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and a chilling aura spread over him. Who do you call a dwarf? This yin beast is very lucky to hit what Phaeton cares about the most. Hey! Don't underestimate them, sick dogs are killed like this. As the titular boss of the yin beast, the prudent Xiao made a point, but his kindness was not appreciated. Stop rambling, the lives of these guys will be handed over to us. The airbag on his body inflated in an instant, and the yin beast jumped up and attacked Ron and the others. The other 3 people behind him showed their attitude with their actions, and followed immediately after being full of thoughts. You. Xiao was helpless, but he could only jump on a weak-looking persimmon nearby. Am I like a persimmon? Ron looked at the owl who approached him without a word, with a half-smile. The latter did not speak, and a convenient pocket cloth appeared again on the palm of his hand. Since their abilities had already been revealed when they chartered the car before, they didn't have to hide it anymore when they were on guard. Nan, unbelievable furoshiki. After these words appeared in Ron's mind, he chuckled lightly and went up to him. At the same time, Phaeton and Nobunaga also fought with the other 4 yin beasts. When Ron and the others were fighting the group of yin beasts, something happened in the abandoned building where Crollo was. Head, I suddenly remembered that I have an appointment, let's leave. After leaving such a sentence and getting an agreed reply, Hisoka walked away quietly with catwalks. Let Crollo, who was sitting on the high platform, look at his receding back with deep eyes. Wow! A small convenient furoshiki was unfolded, and all the underground auction items were scattered all over the place. It looks like our mission today has been successfully completed. Ron let go of the owl's corpse, whose throat had been smashed by him, without any air coming in or out, and said to the others. I wanted you to keep him alive for interrogation, but since you found the auction item, that's fine. Maki glanced at Ron, and casually tied up a ghost beast with broken limbs and barely alive with a mind thread. Take him back and ask about the relevant information, as well as the specific situation of the daughter of the Nisra family. Ron looked at the half-man and half-female beast, and shrugged that it was okay. Then he put all the auction items that were exposed because Xiao Xiao's ability disappeared after his death into the space backpack. He took Xiao Xiao and the bodies of the other 3 into it together. Tisk tisk, this ability is very convenient no matter how many times you look at it. Nobunaga sighed. Maki and Phaeton had already embraced the yin beast into the car. Let's go Nobunaga, let's go back to the base and interrogate him first. But, what about Uvijin? As Nobunaga, who has been fighting side by side with Uvijin since Meteor Street, he still cares about this troublesome partner. Don't worry, Ron patted Nobunaga's shoulder, since Uvijin wasn't taken away by yin beast, then it must be done by the Sopranos here. After capturing Uvijin, the underworld family will definitely report to the headquarters of the gang to claim credit. In addition to the information about the Nin who used the chain, then explain the situation to Shulnark and let him pay attention. You should be able to know which underworld family robbed non-profit funds. Is that so? Nobunaga thought for a while, and found that what Ron said made sense. He nodded in agreement, and returned to the car with Ron. Ron, you are really amazing. I feel that your brain is almost as good as Shulnark's. Finally, there is another smart person in the brigade. Why don't you say that you are too stupid? What are you talking about, Phaeton? Do you believe I killed you? You just have to try it. I'm afraid of you. It was night, when Ron had fully played the role of Analyst Emperor, and with the vision of God who knew the result a long time ago, he watched other people play their different roles quietly. It's so boring, Killua, how about you shake the wrist instead? No, I refuse. Stop messing around, Gon, they're all after you, you've already won so many people, you're going to attract big fish soon. Leorio, but... No but, trust me. Well, Hunter x Hunter, the original #1 protagonist in this world, is struggling to make money with the second and fourth protagonists, and let the third protagonist perform to his heart's content on the stage of Yukiksen City. When Ron and the others returned to the base, Kurapika also brought the captured Uvijin back to the house of the Nisra family. No matter how hard the bodyguard captain, Dazonai, tried his best, he couldn't cause effective damage to Zhao's Hao, Jin. Only after Kurapika punched him in the face and caused a nosebleed, he had no choice but to report the situation to the gang headquarters. And just at this time, the gang member responsible for receiving the report was controlled by Shulnark, who got the news with the antenna, so. Abandoned building, a gathering place for spiders. In the building, Shalaf lay down in various positions enchantingly, and Kyubi sat quietly in the corner, with her hair disheveled and only one eye that could not see her face clearly exposed. Hisoka should have left and went on a date with Kurapika. After Pakunoda trimmed his nails, Maki and Nobunaga came back and reported the situation, and then moved freely. Phaeton finished torturing the male and female beast and got all the information, then sat aside and continued to read his books. That taste of candy and pain I got from the Crestons. Chapter 179. After Crollo got some relevant information, he became more interested in the daughter of the Nisra family. Ron also made an excuse to clean up the corpses and came to the far side of the abandoned building. With a lift of the arm, the corpses of the group of yin beasts that were killed before fell to the ground and piled up together. Touch. After absorbing the dead air and corpse poison, the skills and items on them followed. Counting Xiao Xiao and the sick dog killed by Yuvajin before, there are a total of 8 yin beasts. In addition to the basic essence of energy that provides Ron with a little strength, they also have some other martial arts. For example, Roaring Fist, Yinfen Claw and so on. The name is lower than that of Tiger Bite Real Fist. Moreover, the highest level these yin beasts can provide Ron is the intermediate level of martial arts talent, and there are quite a few beginners, which are better than nothing. There are others, such as the nerve poison provided by sick dogs, the ground movement skills provided by earthworms, etc. In the end, it was Nin. Of the 8 yin beasts, only the owl burst out his Nin. Nin, unbelievable Furoshiki. 527 effect, added a special mind-linking force that can shrink objects in the Furoshiki that you have realized. You can wrap the enemy in, shrink, capture, and win easily, and it can also be restored to its original shape afterward. Restriction: only when the enemy is wrapped in the Furoshiki can the ability be activated, and it can only play the role of trapping the enemy, and cannot achieve effective killing. Multiple Furoshiki can be used, but the consumption of the second Furoshiki is twice that of the first one, the third one is twice that of the second one, and so on. When one's own thoughts are not enough to support the burden, or when one loses consciousness or even dies, the ability fails. The method of trapping the enemy in exchange for lethality is Xiao's ability. When confronting the enemy, it is indeed a good method to use the Furoshiki unexpectedly. The owner of this Nin, Xiao, shared 3 Furoshiki, one for carrying items from the underground auction, one for blocking the brigade to wrap the car, and one used again in the confrontation with Ron. In other words, with Xiao Xiao's thought strength, it is not so difficult for him to use 3 Furoshiki. Even Ron could feel that Xiao was more comfortable using the mind in the battle with him. Owl is a cautious character, always keeping the utmost vigilance in the face of phantom troop. And he still has auction items on his body, so he won't use more baggage without basic assurance. Once it is used, it means that the third piece of Furoshiki consumes so much power that he doesn't feel any pressure. Ron speculated that with Xiao Xiao's strength, he should be able to use about 5 Furoshiki with all his strength. He also did an experiment with the small stones around him, and found that he felt a little pressure after using 6 Furoshiki, but he still could not take it to heart. It seems that my limit should be around 8 or 9. 8 or 9. According to the multiplier conversion algorithm, the strength of my thoughts is more than 8 to 10 times that of Xiao Xiao. As the strongest of the yin beasts, Xiao's strength should not be underestimated, but his own thoughts are so much stronger than him. Then on the 6 continents, from the perspective of human beings, in terms of theory alone, except for Netero, Mahazaldik and Liney Oldberg, they should not lose to others. Bar. As for the top 5 nin in the world mentioned by Netero, Kim Freaks counts. Ron thinks Netero's son Beyond should count as well, and the missing Jaeger Zaldik counts. The latter 2 have traveled to the Dark Continent anyway, and finally came back healthy and alive, Adsib people. The remaining 2 people are suspected to be Maha Zaldik and Liney Oldberg. The former is okay to say, but the latter is so old that it is difficult to even speak, which makes people doubtful. If you have a chance, you can fight against these so-called 5 strongest ninjas in the world. Others are hard to find, but Gon's unreliable cheap dad. Thinking about it, Ron scattered all the burdens and walked towards the base. Okay, I see, let's go there. When Ron walked in, he saw Finks dressed as a pharaoh hang up the phone in his hand. Shulnark's phone call. Ron is right, the family that kidnapped Yuvajin did report the matter to the underworld headquarters, and Shulnark just snooped on the phone call. Finks said, and that family is none other than the Nisra family with so-called divination abilities. Is that so? It shouldn't be a coincidence that a family with divination ability hijacked Yuvajin at the most appropriate time. Phaeton squinted his eyes with his hands, and said in a muffled voice. Probably not, I personally prefer that the bodyguards of that family got the content of the divination and took the opportunity to capture Yuvajin. Otherwise, Yuvajin is poisoned and can't move. This timing is too good. The blonde Pakunoda frowned and said, and will we get information halfway to rescue Yuvajin, and that daughter can also divination in advance. After all, we don't even know the specific conditions of her divination ability, and we're not sure whether she has really got it. If she gets it in advance, we will go to the rescue. This call was made on purpose, and we are waiting there if we set a trap." Before he finished speaking, the venue fell into silence. As a senior figure in the brigade, Pakunoda has travelled with Krollo for so many years, and has accumulated a lot of experience and knowledge, and what she said is very reasonable. Ron looked at the frowning and contemplative faces of the other people in his heart, and Pakunoda's serious expression, and even Krollo covered his mouth with his fingers in a pensive state, and couldn't help but secretly laugh. It turns out that Baudelaire is not the only one who analyzes Neobudai, Pakunoda is also one of them. The Nasra family just happened to hire Karapika, who was bent on revenge but calmed down by the melody. But there is no way, the timing of Karapika's choice of action is so coincidental that if Ron doesn't know the original work, he will subconsciously guess whether there are any traps in it. It's really just a coincidence. Chapter 180. There was no sound in the venue, only the slight sound of dew dripping in the dark and humid place. As an enhancer, although Finks didn't quite understand it, he knew that there might be a trap behind this news, and that was enough. He bumped his fists together, and the sound was very clear in this empty building. "So what if there are traps? If those gangsters dare to ambush us, I will kill some of them." "I agree." Another enhancer Nobunaga scratched his hair and said in a deep voice, "Yuvajin must be saved. It's just a mere gangster. I'll chop as many as they come." When the two were talking, their eyes gradually became dark and difficult to see, and the Holy Spirit was overflowing. This is a rhythm that doesn't take gangsters seriously. Also, the 10 yen beasts, which represent the strongest armed force of the gang, were all wiped out by the brigade. Nobunaga and the others naturally have the capital and confidence to say this. After hearing what the two said, Krollo didn't answer, and after thinking about it again, he looked at the frowning Maki. "Maki, what does your sixth sense think?" The gangster, Krollo, is also ignored. But because the other party has the ability of divination, he has to be more cautious. Gangsters don't have much else, just a lot of money. Even if all the 10 yen beasts were wiped out, the 10 old man would still be able to pay a reasonable price and hire the most powerful killers and assassins in the world to fight against the brigade. For example, at the last gathering, the former number 8 member, Yin Claw, was hired by someone to assassinate the head of the Zaldik family. Therefore, when she asked Maki aloud, a thought appeared in Lien Luluo's mind. Should I also hire someone to assassinate the 10 old man? However, the only person or family who dares to accept this order should be Zaldik. No, I didn't notice anything wrong. Maki frowned, feeling it for a while, then shook his head slowly. Since Maki doesn't think it's a problem, what are we waiting for? Nobunaga immediately jumped out and said anxiously. You can't let Yuvajin really cut a big hole. Seeing that Maki remained silent, obviously agreeing with Nobunaga's statement, Krollo nodded slightly. Go ahead, remember to be careful. No problem. Nobunaga responded with a smile, then he seemed to remember something, and looked at Ron beside him. Ron, what do you think should be done next? The previous experience has made Nobunaga feel that Ron and Chulnark can be regarded as intelligent figures in the brigade. Among the people present, those who use their brains first exclude Finks, which goes without saying. Followed by Peeling Lef and Kahwa, the two obey orders more than think about them. Phaeton has always believed that no matter how fast your brain moves, it is not as convenient as your own knife. The Pakunoda experience is somewhat, but the rest is just that. In the case of Maki, the wisdom is probably all on how to make money. In this way, the only brains in the field are their leader Krollo and Ron. As for the previous experience, Ron belonged to the party involved, and he saw everything in his eyes. In addition, the handling of some things gave people a very reliable feeling. That's why Nobunaga suddenly thought of asking Ron what to do next after he determined the course of action. There is nothing wrong with finding him. What's next? Sensing that other people's eyes were also on him, Ron thought about it, then said with a smile. It's very simple. Since the Nasra family kidnapped Yuvajin, he must be placed in their family property. You can find the place where Yuvajin was imprisoned by checking the check-in area they checked in. The guessing after that is nothing more than whether they have obtained the divination information that we will rescue them. If you get it, then there is likely to be a trap there, and it will be inevitable to kill the quartet at that time, because it is the territory of the Nasra family, and there must be people from that family to assist. When the time comes, you will know after a live interrogation things are going on. If you don't get it, that would be great. Let Finks, who has never met the gangster, lead the way. Let's pretend to be the people sent by the gang headquarters to receive Yuvajin and gain their trust. Then we can meet Yuvajin naturally. Gone. So. Ron finally concluded, my suggestion is to pretend to be a gangster who is going to receive Yuvajin, and wait for the opportunity. Whether it is an ambush or actually seize Yuvajin, there is no harm. After Ron finished speaking, the others thought for a while, and then all nodded. At the same time, he looked at Ron strangely. It seems that there is another intelligent person in the brigade, which is a good thing for them. You see, then do as Ron says. Nobunaga immediately made a decision, and Finks also showed strong interest. Should I be the leader? Ha ha ha, no problem at all. Afterwards, the brigade once again set up an action group. Finks, who didn't show up, is going this time, and Nobunaga will follow, followed by Ron, who may need to be responsible for cleaning up the corpses of the ambush gangsters, and Maki, who sews up Yuvajin's broken limbs in order to prevent accidents. Coupled with a Shulnark who runs outside, this lineup is enough. Then, after Finks and Shulnark finished talking on the phone, the group disappeared again in the slightly bright sky of the day, and the building was quiet again. Before you know it, the night has passed, and the sun rises on September 2nd, ushering in a brand new day. And the chaos in Yukiksen City that followed has only just begun. The other side. In a high-end hotel in a family business. Haven't the Salvatore brothers come back? Lei Ayert sat on the sofa in the luxurious room on the top floor, looking at the sun rising in the sky, his eyes sank. That's right, it is said that none of the gang members who went to trouble the thieves at the underground auction, and the guests who participated in the auction, came back alive. The old waiter carefully explained the news he got. The shock and panic in his eyes still hadn't receded. And even the yin beasts that were chasing after him were completely wiped out. Chapter 181. The strongest yin beasts under the command of 10 old men have also been wiped out. Lei Ayert got up abruptly, picked up the goblet placed on the table beside him, and drank the noble red wine inside in one gulp. Yes, it is said that the other party is the legendary Phantom Troop. Phantom Troop? That notorious A-level wanted criminal. They actually came here to make trouble. What are the bounty hunters from the Hunter Association doing? Lei Ayert's chest heaved, and he didn't know whether it was rejoicing that he escaped the catastrophe yesterday, or fear for the future. After hearing that the strongest yin beasts had all been killed, the calm expression on his face could no longer hold back. Anyone who knows that there are such vicious criminals active in this city where he stays, it is impossible to calm down. What's more, that Lei Ayert also sent people 247 to participate in the attack, in case he was approached by the other party to settle accounts. Thinking of this, Lei Ayert's body trembled a little. The higher a person stands, the longer he enjoys the superiority, the more he is afraid of death and the easier it is to think about things in a bad way. K. Taylor, where are the others, on guard here? There are only 2 things that he can use as a life-saving straw now, and one of them is the bodyguards he hired. Even these underworld families know very little about Nin, only that they are very powerful. Right, Nisla was shocked when he learned that the bodyguard Captain Dazone was killed, and said, he is a Nin, he can easily block 10 bullets. Blocking 10 bullets, is that amazing? Yuvajin can resist bullets all over his body, and disciples can even catch rockets. Even a person like Right Nisla, who stepped into the upper echelon of the underworld, has a little shallow knowledge, and Lei Ayert, who stepped into the upper echelon a little earlier than him, is not much better. Because Patriarch, you said before that except for the necessary guards on duty, other people can go out freely to collect information, and they can exchange rewards according to the content of the information obtained. The information about the extinction of the yin beasts is collected by them. So many people are out. The corners of Lei Ayert's mouth twitched. He remembered that after he had escaped a catastrophe last night, he wanted to find out the first-hand information so that he could take the lead and take appropriate actions, so that he could also leave one behind on the 10 old man's side. Good impression. But now it seems that I don't care about TMD's information, it's important to save my own life first. Who are the people left behind now? There's Lisa Bamboo, and Hugh Ross. Lisa is the 18-year-old beautiful girl who can send out sonic attacks, and Hugh Rose is the guy with yellow hair playing origami. As for the middle-aged martial artist Pai Kaxi and the puppet gunman Kai Taylor that Ron took out, they went out to collect information. Are the 2 strongest people outside? Layard rubbed his temples with bulging veins, and said with an ugly face, "It's true to let them come back quickly and protect me." "Hi." The old waiter hurriedly replied, then hurriedly went out to make a phone call. At the same time, in a dimly lit, but extremely lively underground venue, the Keitel doll released by Ron was bored, looking at the enthusiastic and noisy crowd around him. If it wasn't for obeying the order of Ron who made himself, and following that idiot Layard's coming to this place to collect information, he would have found a place to drink flower wine with that middle-aged martial artist Pi Cassie. Here is another kind of underground auction. As long as you have money, you can buy anything. Whether it is antiques, intelligence, weapons, treasures, etc., there are a lot of traffic every day, and it is the best place to inquire about news. "Hey Leorio, you said that the wrist bait is used to catch big fish, and you want to bring us to this place, similar to an underground auction house." "Well, this is the place where the underworld trades illegal goods. Although the value of each traded item is different, they can be sold at sky-high prices. I heard that there are auctions about fighting every night, including wrist strength, fighting, boxing, etc. There are many kinds of betting games, so I set my goal here. So it's because dragons and snakes are mixed here, so it's easier to make money through betting, and you can get news by the way." At this time, when Kai Taylor was looking for other useful information, 3 voices rang in his ears. A newcomer who came to try his luck again. Kai Taylor glanced at it casually and then retracted his gaze. Then, the lights on the field suddenly dimmed. "I'm sorry for the temporary suspension of the arm strength competition. Next is the conditional auction of today's auction. This auction will be about hide and seek." A well-dressed guy suddenly jumped onto the ring and roared loudly. While he was talking, there was a man in black underneath who was radiating a photo in his hand. "As long as you can find the 7 men and women in the photo and bring them to our organizer, every target you catch can be exchanged for a check of 2 billion ring nuns." Everyone present burst into an uproar. One person is worth 2 billion. When he first arrived at the auction, Leorio, who was originally angry at why the wrist competition was cancelled, suddenly let out a cry of exclamation. Gon, who was crazy about making money and buying games, quickly took the photo, and his eyes widened instantly. "This is... What's wrong, Gon?" Killua noticed Gon's abnormality, and immediately moved over, and then also saw the figure in the photo above. "Ron?" 4.2. Killua was also taken aback, but he quickly reacted and suppressed the shock in his heart. But looking at the familiar photo above, Killua can still recognize it even though it has been covered up so ordinary people can't see it. The photo above is definitely Ron. That's right. If he is wanted by gangsters, then it must be related to the attack on the underground auction last night. The entire Yukiksen city was in a commotion last night, and Killua and the others certainly heard a little bit about it. If you dare to attack the underground auction, this style of doing things, and if you have Ron participating, so to speak. Phantom Troop. Gon frowned solemnly and said these 4 words. Phantom Troop? What Phantom Troop? Chapter 182. When Leorio heard this word, he would lean over immediately, and then he saw the photo above. "Hi! Isn't this Ron?" Leorio suddenly yelled subconsciously, then as if realizing something was wrong, he quickly covered his mouth. "This idiot!" Killua stared at Leorio with staring eyes. This guy, in the second half of the second test with Hunter, was a bear. He also noticed that he seemed to have said something that shouldn't be said. Leorio couldn't help turning his eyes with guilt, only to find that many people looked at them with strange expressions. At the same time, there was a faint smile hidden in the corner of his mouth. It's just that the smile, no matter how you look at it, looks like it has malicious intentions. "Just now, did you name someone in this group of people? Do you know them or are there accomplices?" A burly man with a grinning face came before Leorio and the others. The others also dispersed, leaving the field to the strong man and Leorio. However, where those people stood, they faintly surrounded Leorio and the others. The noise on the field gradually disappeared, and greedy eyes stared at Leorio. "That's 2 billion. I'll have enough food and clothing for the rest of my life. No one will let go of the slightest clue. Things are a bit difficult now." A drop of sweat dripped from the corner of Leorio's forehead, and he said with a bit of a headache. "Of course, it's just a headache. There is almost no non-person present, it will be easy to break through with their strength." But it's okay to break out, but after thinking about it, you can't get rid of it like brown sugar and stare at it. Leorio wanted to slap his own mouth twice. As for what to do now? Leorio pushed his glasses, his eyes instantly became serious. I can't help it. He sighed softly, and Nian was immediately covered on his hands. Killua and Gon beside him also entered the fighting state immediately. It seems that you are not going to cooperate obediently. Seeing the appearance of Leorio and the others, the burly man couldn't help showing a contemptuous smile, and slowly approached them. If you have money, everyone should earn it together. It's unreasonable to keep the information by yourself. While talking, the strong man moved forward slowly, trying to put pressure on Leorio and the others with his body shape and language. However, boom! Before he finished speaking, there was a loud noise in front of him, and a large pothole was blasted open. The strong man's footsteps suddenly stopped, looking at the pothole in front of him that was still emitting smoke and dust, his eyes almost popped out. It's the bomb! And it's very powerful. Killua's pupils shrank suddenly, and a sense of crisis quickly opened up in his heart. This place, there are powerful Nin. Leorio and Gon also reacted instantly, releasing the chi in their bodies to the maximum. Not only Gon and the others reacted, but the other onlookers and the strong man in front of the pothole also turned pale and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. They felt a chilling feeling, as if they were being targeted by extremely ferocious beasts. This was mixed with malicious thoughts, so that everyone present felt such a deterrent. Especially the strong man, his face was squeezed together, and drops of cold sweat flowed from his forehead. They are my prey, you all get out of here. The understatement came out, and the tone was arrogant, but no one had any objection. One by one, as if they were being pardoned, they fled outside in a hurry. Among them, it was the brawny man who ran the fastest. He rushed forward and easily knocked several people to the ground, triggering a series of cursing. Gon and the others also wanted to take advantage of the chaos and leave, but when a man who was dressed so tightly that his face could not be seen clearly appeared in front of him and held a revolver in his hand, the three of Gon knew that they could not run away for the time being. Finally, when everyone left, there were only 4 of them left in the venue. The chi and thoughts in this person are not as strong as Hawashi Doru and Hisoka, but they are definitely not something that half-baked people like us can handle. What should we do? Killua's face remained calm, but his mind was running fast. The current Kai Taylor is a puppet made by Ron, which only has the strength of the deity. But even so, it is better than ordinary Nin people with more than a dozen points, and it is also better than Gon and Killua who have not yet cultivated Nin, let alone only mastered entanglement. Leorio who didn't even learn Ju. 1. The man with the revolver spoke, making the hearts of Gon and the others tremble at the same time. Know that man named Ron? Kai Taylor looked at the 3 of Gon and said, as the maker of himself, of course he couldn't hear the name wrong. Yes, what's the matter? Do you know Ron too? Noticing that there was no threat or coercion in the other party's words, and the tone seemed to be familiar to Ron, Gon couldn't help but courageously asked back. I know. Kai Taylor doll smiled and said in a hoarse voice, I can't be more familiar. Underworld gangs are everywhere, and it is easy to find a few high-ranking members. Even on the way to the Nisra family, Shulnark, who got the plan, had already prepared camouflage clothes for Ron and the others in advance. A group of 6 people walked non-stop in the direction of the Nisra family, and soon arrived at the family residence. In the presence of Finks. You guys are here, that day's shopping is inside. After seeing Finks, the head of the bodyguard of the Nisra family, Dazonian, did nothing unusual. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief, and his words were mixed with the joy and relaxation of completing the task. You didn't kill him, did you? Finks asked in a low voice. At the same time, Shulnark behind him exchanged glances with Maki and others. Looking at the current situation, there shouldn't be an ambush. Has the predictive ability too not captured us so that we will come? While several people were thinking about it, Dazone had brought them to the room where Yuvajin was imprisoned. Chapter 183. Then, in Yuvajin's normal smile after seeing his companions, Dazone, who didn't know the truth, was stabbed through his body by Finks returning his hand knife, and his body fell limply to the ground. Really, I thought there would be an ambush here, so I was looking forward to it in vain. Finks took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands. After wiping it clean, he put his cherished pharaoh hat on his head again. Ron took out a small bottle of potion from the space backpack. These are antidotes to nerve poisons, and they take effect immediately after drinking. As he spoke, Ron threw it directly to Euvagen's mouth, and was picked up by the latter. After the steel teeth bit off the gag, he drank wisps of liquid into his throat. Roar! Euvagen, whose body was able to move freely, immediately let out a wild roar. That damn chain hand, I will never spare him! Euvagen, whose self-esteem was hurt, made a lot of noise, and went to trouble Kurapika regardless of the obstruction of Shulnark and others. In the end, he was stopped by Ron's light words. If you want to trouble the chainman, I have no objection, but you'd better describe his appearance and clothes to give us a general impression, so that if you are killed, we want to find someone to replace him. It will take a lot of effort for you to take revenge. Hi! Do you think I might be killed? Don't be kidding! Euvagen quit immediately, his eyes were bloodshot, and he roared angrily. I can see that the bridge of your nose is traumatized. You can move above the neck, right? That means you can protect your face with thoughts, but you were punched and injured. Looking at the imprint, it seems that just one punch wounded your hardened skin that is harder than steel. You must have been bound by that chain hand on the way here. You should have experienced his specific strength. I won't comment on his specific strength, but you know it best, Euvagen. After Ron finished speaking, he looked at Euvagen, who had calmed down and kept silent. It seems that the chain hand is indeed capable. As the partner who knows Euvagen best, Nobunaga knows that the chain hand is not easy to deal with when he sees Euvagen like this. Euvagen, are you busy? No, I can handle it alone. Euvagen raised his eyebrows and immediately refused. But after a pause, he still whispered, the name of the chain handler. On the way I was brought by them, I seem to have heard his name is Kurapika. I can't rule out the suspicion that it's a fake name. As a person who restrained himself in terms of strength and hurt his self-esteem, Euvagen remembered Kurapika's name very clearly. Whether in the new or old anime, in the car and in the prison cell, Kurapika's companions called his name more than once. Well, this is probably the so-called pig teammate. Kurapika? Several people heard this name without any fluctuations, but only Kurapika? This name is very familiar to me. If it's not the same name, I might know who he is. Ron said with a smile, and immediately, all eyes were on him. Guiding Euvagen to say Kurapika's name, and to reveal his identity in a timely and unobtrusive manner, is exactly what Ron has long thought of. In a few days, Kurapika's identity will be revealed, and Shulnark will conduct a blanket search of him. It will naturally be known that Kurapika is the passer of the 287th Hunter test, and several people who are passers with him will also be known by Shulnark. At that time, Gon and Leorio, two people who were already on Kurapika's side, should be paid attention to. It's just that the other two on the qualified list are a bit subtle. Hisoka, Ron. When Pakunoda and the others got the news of Kurapika from Skawela, the former asked IL fans to help replace his appearance. He went to find Krollo himself and quit the brigade. Everything seems logical, step by step closely linked. But Ron doesn't want to quit the brigade just yet. He is still waiting for the super brave fruit grower to turn into the god of war in the toilet to show off his power and collect the corpses of Kyubi and Shulnark. And when the time comes, Krollo, Hisoka and others will definitely board Kajin's BW whale ferry ship, and the confrontation between the brigade and Hisoka will begin again. At that time, Ron fished in troubled waters among the Hisoka brigade, and by the way participated in a few princes' battles for succession. When he arrived at the Dark Continent, with so many nin by his side, he had enough capital to take risks. At that time, after Hisoka quits the brigade, Ron's identity in the brigade will be a bit subtle and worth pondering. Therefore, at such a juncture, it is perfect to leak Kurapika's information and remove the suspicion of collaborating with Hisoka. As for what will happen if Kurapika is leaked in advance, then it has nothing to do with Ron. Different positions, different bids, different interests. Whether he can survive or not depends on his life. What's the matter, Ron? Do you know this guy? Euvagen asked anxiously. Well, I know, but the most important thing right now is the leech eggs in your body. Ron shrugged and said, or I'll just make a hole for you. Euvagen. Almost forgot about this one. Where's the, Shanos, beer? I want beer. Euvagen left some basic descriptions of his appearance, and led by Shulnark, he went to Franklin to get a beer. The remaining group of spiders wobbled towards the base. As for that what Karapika Yin? Ron had already told Shulnark that he had passed the hunter test the same year, and that was enough. With Shulnark helping Uvijin gather information, they don't need to worry too much. The weather today is exceptionally sunny. Goodbye, Uncle Key Teller. At the gate of the underworld underground trading place, Gon said goodbye to the Kai Taylor doll holding a revolver with a warm smile on his face. I didn't expect Uncle Taylor to be friends with Ron, and Ron's network is really wide. Leorio also slammed his mouth aside, his face said with emotion. Chapter 184. Hey, if it wasn't for someone talking loudly about leaking information, I'm afraid we would have come out long ago. Killua stared at Leorio with dead fish eyes and said. Well, sorry, I won't do it again next time. Gon took out the photo and continued to stare at it. Forget it, let's think about how to complete the conditional auction, this is 2 billion kini. That's true, but it's Phantom Troop, Ron is a member, Hisoka seems to be a member, and the others are probably at the same level. What do you think is the possibility of catching them? Killua struck mercilessly. Gon, Leorio. I feel that the future is so bleak, and it is so difficult to make money. However, this is the only way to make money the fastest now, give it a try anyway. When Gon and Leorio secretly made up their minds, the puppet Kai Taylor also received a call from Leort. Kai Taylor, where are you now? Come back immediately to guard, I have something important to tell you. On the other end of the phone, Lei Irt's eager but faintly excited tone came. I just received a message that after the Yin beasts were wiped out, 10 old men have invited murder experts to take care of Phantom Troop, and will also form an assassination team. 870 This is an excellent opportunity to make a name for yourself in the gang, I intend to push you in, and we will discuss it carefully after you come back quickly. Catch. After speaking, Lei Irt hurriedly hung up the phone. Beep. The puppet Kai Taylor listened to the blind tone on the phone with a blank face, took it from his ear, made up a text message and sent it out. The recipient of the letter is displayed as, Ron. The puppet Kai Taylor made by Ron is about to join the assassination group and meet Killua's father and grandfather. Things seem to be getting more and more interesting. Do you want to go there to play by yourself? On the way back to the base, Ron looked at the information on his phone, and the fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. Crollo, Zeno, Silva. Since the hunter test against Netero, he hasn't faced an opponent worth fighting for. Face shadows are not good, and dark beasts such as bat monsters and owls are not good. It was also in the fight between Ansabel and Phaeton that he found a little bit of fun. Add, the mighty Silva, the Zeno of Narutoziwa, and the Crollo who can use multiple nin at the same time with bookmarked chapter. These 3 people all have the strength to fight against each other. By the way, it seems that there are 10 old men who are looking for and recommended by several other gangsters. They seem to have good strength. But it's just cannon fodder, and it barely has a value that can be touched. It's time for a wave of real freedom of action. Ron, who was already behind the spider, slowly fell behind. When passing through a dark alley, he instantly took out a doll from the space backpack. 1. A doll with the same face as him. After coming out of the alley, the person is still the same person, but the essence is a little different. Maki, who is super intuitive, suddenly frowned, and she turned to look. Nobunaga, thanks, Ron. Nothing unusual, could something happen to Uvijin? Maki frowned and thought about it, suppressed some feelings in his heart, and continued to concentrate on his journey. At this time, in the dark alley. My own doll is completely different from other people's dolls. Ron couldn't help laughing as he looked at the picture of his puppet leaving with the 2 enhancers with thick nerves, and the beautiful girl with the right intuition. His own puppet is almost completely indistinguishable from the deity, and even the essence of the puppet cannot be seen. The strength of the puppet is at least half of that of the deity. After all, with the restriction of only one in a lifetime, it should be possible to have such an effect. Then, Ron patted himself on the face with his right hand. In an instant, he switched to Kai Taylor's appearance and ran towards the Lei Irt family's hotel. Assassination group? I really want to see the strongest family of assassins in the world, what kind of strength the current and former patriarchs have. Time passed slowly like this, the puppet Ron followed the spiders back to the base and Hisoka and Karapika's date was over and they stayed here. Shulnark and Uvijin have also joined Franklin, looking up relevant information while drinking beer. Gon and the others also mortgaged their hunter license because they had no funds for action, and they ran into an antique house called Zionpai by chance on the road. The real Ron has already put away Kay Taylor's doll, and came to the Layard family to start matters related to joining the assassination group. Karapika has also contacted Rightnisla, who is coming here, and after explaining the situation, he became the real head of the bodyguard. Afterwards, he alone began to prepare for the decisive battle with Uvijin, who would come to seek revenge on him. This lasted until evening. Come yet. Karapika opened his eyes just in time to see Uvijin, who was drinking beer, opened the door and walked in. Waiting for me here alone, have the courage. Uvijin threw the beer can aside, grinning. His eyes at this moment are full of desire for killing, and the pleasure of revenge. I can let you choose your own burial place, here, or somewhere else. Don't trouble others, go to the wilderness area outside the city. Karapika's expression didn't fluctuate, but his heart was beating violently. The eyes under the contact lenses were already blood red. I'm afraid that your wailing before death will cause great distress. Hey! Uvijin didn't speak, but the smile on his face became even more cruel. Recommended by Leert, who was running the assassination mission, Ron, disguised as Cataly, was chatting with the only girl hired. Uncle Taylor, I captured the sound waves of two powerful people moving super fast in the northeast corner of the city. The beautiful girl Zulisa opened her eyes and said to Ron. Chapter 185. I didn't expect that tonight would be so restless. There would be members of Phantom Troop in this city. I thought this trip was a relatively simple job. Thank you, Zulisa. Ron ignored her complaints, thanked her, and then looked towards the northeast corner. Is the duel between Uvijin and Karapika finally about to start? The power of the super destructive punch, the power to smash a huge deep hole with one blow, is really the most suitable weapon for Enhancernan. Ron said nothing, turned and walked out. After leaving the puppet as usual, he unfolded Star Moon Nightwalker and quickly ran towards the direction Zulisha said. Bamboo Lisa is the Nin of the Conjurer, who can convert chi into sound waves. Whether it is sending out a sonic attack or detecting information, it has miraculous effects. However, being able to practice such an is also related to her gifted voice and tongue. More than 80% of the information she detected was accurate. Just when Ron was chasing in the direction of the two of them. On a desert hill, Karapika and Uvijin, who have found a suitable battleground, face each other. Those who were killed by you, do you remember? After Karapika finished praying, she took off her ethnic costume and said softly. The person who killed? Are you here for revenge? If it is a stronger guy, naturally he will never forget it. After laying out the leech eggs, Uvijin clicked his ears, smiling excitedly about the upcoming battle. So who do you want to avenge? The blood in his body has begun to boil. What he likes to do most is to completely defeat the idiot who wants revenge. Kurita. Never heard of that. Has fiery red eyes, was killed by you about 5 years ago. Fire eyes? Treasures? Can't remember, but if it was 5 years ago, then I should have been involved, and I would have joined Phantom Troop, but I have nothing to do with it. Hearing Uvijin's nonchalant, indifferent tone, Karapika clenched his fists. I really want to know, when you killed those innocent people, what were you thinking and how did you feel? Feeling? Uvijin grinned, eyes filled with bloodlust. I don't feel anything at all. Scum, I want your life. Karapika couldn't bear it anymore. Almost at the same time, Uvijin and Karapika both threw at each other. Is there a fight? From afar, Ron saw the tumult of dust and the sky filled with grey smoke. But when he got closer, he found that the dust had gradually dissipated, revealing the situation inside the venue. Is the battle over? It seems that I really came at the right time. On the desert hills, Ron's figure appeared on the high slope next to him. Looking from top to bottom, Uvijin's huge body fell to the ground, with blood all over the ground. Combined with his lifeless eyes, the blood stains at the corners of his mouth, and the several punch marks in front of him. Sure enough, he was killed. Ron's eyes didn't fluctuate at all, and he turned to look at the shovel that he bought from someone who didn't know where, or it might be a materialized shovel Karapika who is digging a grave for a lot of money. As if sensing Ron's gaze, Karapika paused while swinging the shovel, and looked up at Ron on the high slope. The moonlight fell on the two of them, as if covering them with a layer of holy white gauze. The four eyes meet, and there is a different kind of emotion in the eyes. Ron. Seeing the famous figure on the high slope, Kurapika with bloodshot eyes couldn't help but murmur softly. Then, there were violent fluctuations, and I recalled what Ron had said to him during the hunter test before. What you want to do is your business, and what I want to do is also my business. In fact, you don't need to care too much. I know what you want to come to me to say, but in fact these are useless. When you really face the members of the brigade, let's go through your own test first. These words echoed in Kurapika's mind, making him clench his hands tightly. I killed this person for revenge, and Phantom Troop and the others killed for fun, the nature is the same. Have I become, like them? The shovel in Kurapika's hand fell to the ground with a clang, and he staggered back 2 steps. He raised his head again and looked at Ron's figure, the red light in his eyes dimmed instantly. It turns out that I am no different from Phantom Troop and the others. Kneeling down on the ground, one of his hands covered half of his face, and the other was pressed against a stone on the ground. Tears covered his face and silently slid down the palm of his hand. Seeing Kurapika's distraught look, Ron also sighed softly. Using the portal of the heart, it is easy to know the collapse and struggle in his heart. Kurapika has overdrawn his potential and used constraints and vows to formulate a distorted Nen, which can be said to have gone astray. Now after using such Nen to kill Uvijin, he fell into self-denial and suffering in his heart. As Ron said earlier, this is a logic monster that has never killed anyone. After the first revenge killing, it is easy to get into the vicious circle and it is very difficult to get rid of. Later, the hatred for the brigade, and the brigade's pursuit of so many enemies to face, as well as the intervention and persuasion of Gon Melody and the others, made him suppress these thoughts for the time being. However, after all the dust settled and he banished Captain Crollo, thinking that the brigade might be disbanded, the original idea came back to his mind. Coupled with the attack of the resentment of the person who might be killed by him, his body collapsed directly, and he was bedridden for a long time. But now, Ron suddenly appeared in front of him, and asked him to choose the uninhabited desert to avoid his true inner thoughts, all of which were useless. Coupled with the words Ron said to him in the hunter test before, he completely tore through that layer of cover, and faced the pain in his heart that he didn't want to kill, but had to avenge his tribe. So, Kurapika made a rare gaffe again. Chapter 186. The pressure on him is too great. After all, he is only 16 years old, and he is not yet an adult. Cry out and release most of the pressure, and you will have a deeper understanding of your next choice and action. Ron has nothing to say about Kurapika's current state, what he will do next is up to him. While Kurapika was brooding on himself, Ron came to Uvijin's body. The current Uvijin had died a long time ago, and he didn't exude any unwilling resentment all over his body. As Phantom Troop's number 1 charge, Uvijin is probably prepared to fail and die before every battle. Ron leaned down, and with a light swipe of his palm, 4, 5, 2, 3 light clusters that others couldn't see came out from Uvijin's body. Then, Ron stepped on the side with his foot, and a huge deep hole appeared. Putting Uvijin's body in and covering it up again is another kind of burial. Finally, before leaving, Ron took one more look at Kurapika who hadn't stepped out yet. The news that Ron came here to bury Uvijin, with Kurapika's nature, would not tell anyone. This represents a violent conflict in his inner self-belief, and in the original version he does not tell others what he thinks. No Melody, much less Gon Kilauea. After putting Crollo under the restraint of can no longer use Nian in the future and ending the business of the brigade, he fell into a serious illness with high temperature and fever. After recovering from the illness, he immediately left Yukixin city without stopping, and only said a few words of farewell to Leorio. Therefore, after Ron glanced at Kurapika, he withdrew his gaze, turned around and left, and disappeared into the vast night. Obtain a ball of essence. Acquire martial arts talent, elementary level. Acquire strength talent, advanced. Obtain Nen, super destruction punch. The 4 apertures are what Ron touched from Uvijin. There is no need to say more about the essence of Niankai and Uvijin's own Nen, but I didn't expect Uvijin's martial arts talent to be elementary. Also, Zoisai's martial arts talent is also the same elementary level, but after practicing with Wing for 2 years, he became the host of the Sky Arena. Uvijin has been fighting on the line of life and death for more than 10 years, so it is not surprising that a junior martial arts talent has such an achievement. There is nothing to say, the useful ones are slapped on the forehead, and the useless ones are thrown into the space backpack. Following 2 pops, the aperture representing the essence of energy and super destruction fist was photographed in Ron's mind. While his own strength has grown, Ron's mind also has an introduction to the super destroyer fist. Nen, super destruction punch. Effect, the straight right fist infused with strong thoughts is as powerful as a missile. Restrictions, straight right. Well, both effects and limitations are so easy to understand. Speaking of which, Ron already has a lot of Nen on him, but there are not many that can be used. In addition to Ron's 2 Nen, there is no need to say more about the 3 commonly used auxiliary abilities: face changing, God's puppet, and spiritual portal. There are only double substitute and unlimited fire power for the offensive type, and now there is one more super destructive punch. Star Moon Nightwalker. Needless to say, this Nen can only be used at night, and the game upgrade only works occasionally. Unbelievable Furoshiki. It is useful for sleepy people, but for Ron who has a space backpack, it is a bit useless for storage. As for the other Nen, such as Watcher in the Shadow, Glory of the Paladin, etc., Ron has basically never used it, because it is not suitable for him now. So, the Nen on Ron seems to be many and complicated, but when you really explore it, there are not many. Compared with the Nen that Krollo stole over the years, the Nen that Ron got out can be said to be relatively small. After getting the power of Super Destruction Punch, Ron used Star Moon Nightwalker to return to the residence of the Laird family while familiarizing himself with such a powerful straight right punch. After reverting back to Kai Taylor, Ron learned from Laird, who came to him excitedly, that the person invited by the 10-year-old man is a top killer family, the head of the Zaldik family. Sure enough, it was still the same as before. Taylor, just to be on the safe side, I have already reported both you and Pikaxi. It is said that the Nisra family will also send someone over. At that time, you must not weaken our family's reputation. Laird took down the cigar from his mouth, and rubbed it fiercely in the ashtray. If you perform well this time and can make our family into the eyes of the 10-year-old man, within the scope of my ability, what do you want? I will give you anything. Laird said solemnly. I will. Ron just smiled slightly at this and agreed. Whoever really believes the words and promises made by these gangsters is a fool. Even, he probably said this sentence to that martial artist Pikaxi. What's more, even if what Laird said is true, 10 old men won't survive tomorrow night. When they recruited Silva and Zeno to assassinate Phantom Troop, Krollo also spent a lot of money to hire IL fans to assassinate them. Moreover, it seems that an extremely huge price tag was given, so that IL fans not only brought their younger brother Kalito, but also brought their family's old antique Maha Zaldik with them. With such a lineup, not to mention the 10 old men who have shocked the 6 continents, maybe even Netero is a bit difficult to parry, right? Therefore, regardless of whether the 10 old men have any backhands, they are destined not to survive tomorrow night. While Ron and Laird were discussing the so-called assassination mission plan, the spiders gathered here. In the abandoned building, a wordless and dignified atmosphere gradually intensified. Finally, when the sun rose on the second day, September 3rd, the first ray of dawn came from the horizon and shone into the building. It seems that there is indeed some accident on Yuvajan's side. Chapter 187. The darkness revealed in his eyes made it impossible for everyone to see his true inner expression. Even the puppet Ron can't know it with the spiritual portal. After Krollo finished speaking, the other spiders had different reactions. Wow! If I had known earlier, I should have gone with me at that time. Shulnark shook his fist, very annoyed, with a little regret in his tone. Yuvajan, who has always been the most punctual in the brigade, failed to come back within the stipulated time. Nobunaga had no other expressions on his face, but the hand holding the knife trembled slightly, and Maki's pupils were also gently closed. Although the enhancer has an advantage in strength, the chain hand named Kurapika should be an emitter or a materialized ability. And in a solo fight, the enhancer is most likely to lose to the Nen of these two types. Krollo said slowly, and then 03 looked at Shulnark, who was still regretting. Shulnark, that person named Kurapika, let me explain the body information I found out. Well, from the information I found on the Hunter website, I only know that he is a candidate who passed the Hunter test this year, and according to the traffic information, he went to Kukulu Mountain in the Kingdom of Brederia, and then stayed there. After a period of time, he entered the Nisra family through the Thousand Years Society. Shulnark said with a grey face, making Krollo nod slightly. So Ron, what's your impression of this Karapika? Turning the subject, Krollo looked at Ron without any other reaction. My impression, I didn't have much contact with him, and I just happened to form a team with him during one of the rounds of tests. 21. His personal strength is very balanced, and he has an extremely good mind. He is a person with a very strong mind. The puppet Ron replied that he was telling the truth. The brain is very strong? Wouldn't it be a disadvantage for enhancers Yuvajin to face that person? Why didn't you explain this news earlier? Phaeton raised his eyebrows, looked at Ron and said. Because during Hunter's test, he hadn't turned on Nen yet, and he didn't even know what it was, and with Yuvajin's character, it's the same whether he said it or not. Puppet Ron shrugged. Haven't even learned how to read. The spiders couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. The Hunter test is on January 7th every year, but now it's September 3rd. In the past 8 months, the opponent not only learned to read, but also defeated Yuvajin who had been fighting for more than 10 years. How is this possible? No, there is a possibility. There was a flash of insight in the eyes of the others, and Ron continued to say, by the way, Karapika seems to be a survivor of the Kurita tribe, with fiery red eyes, one of the 7 most beautiful women in the world. Kurita? Red eyes. As soon as they heard these 2 terms, the spiders present recalled the unforgettable battle that took place in the deep inland Lucas area 5 years ago. Even Yuvajin with rough nerves can remember impressions, let alone them. The group of guys with fiery red eyes were all extraordinary in strength, and they seemed to be able to use 2 kinds of Nen, which caught them off guard and suffered a big loss. Although there was no tragedy of downsizing at that time, several members of the fighting brigade suffered severe injuries. It took several months for Fink's arm to recover, and Phaeton's umbrella sword was broken before someone repaired it again. Flaking Left's body added a few more holes, and Franklin's barrel was almost reduced to 5. That battle was indeed a big project, and when Ron mentioned it, they all remembered it. A survivor of the Kurita tribe, Red Eye, that is to say. Are you here specifically to seek revenge on us? Krollo folded his hands, his eyebrows drooping slightly. As the survivors who were exterminated by us, after awakening Nen, they should have set a very harsh restriction and oath with their lives as a bet in order to avenge us. Plus that he's smart enough, so it makes sense if he can take down Yuvajin. Krollo analyzed, with a little sadness gradually rising in his heart. The more correct his analysis, the higher the possibility that Yuvajin will be killed. That's Yuvajin, the Wu Lao that has always existed since the brigade was first established. People like this leave them, it is more sad than the death of Face Shadow and Shadow Claw. According to the information I have found, the daughter of the Nisra family is very fond of human tissues and organs. This time, she came to the underground auction because of one of the commodities. Shulnark said with some pain. Survivors of the Kurita tribe joined the family that wanted to collect red eyes. Very good, all aspects are on the right. That is, Yuvajin he really. The abandoned building fell into silence again, and in this silent atmosphere, a sense of sadness gradually rose. Hisoka, who had been silent by the side, heard the words, looked at Ron, the puppet who revealed the bottom, and Krollo, who had finished the analysis, and then continued to remain silent. When Karapika saw him 827 yesterday, Hisoka could feel that he had gone astray for revenge. Another crooked fruit. Fortunately, this fruit can help him fight Krollo, and there are other fruits like Gonkilua that are still growing normally. In general, he is acceptable. Krollo and the others will find out Karapika's identity sooner or later, and now that Ron has revealed it earlier, it will also allow him to adapt better. This is a good thing in the long run, but... Hisoka, may I ask out of curiosity, who was the person you dated before? Krollo said softly, his dark eyes met Hisoka who had been lowering his sense of existence. Swish! The eyes of the brigade members present quickly turned to Hisoka, and threatening sights fell on Hisoka's body like sharp swords. The members who have a deep relationship with Yuvajin are already tense. Nobunaga's hand holding the sword hilt turned pale from the force, and Franklin's hands drooped slightly. Phaeton and Finks, who couldn't bear the betrayal, took out their hands from their pockets, and the others started to move their shoulders. Everyone stared unkindly at Hisoka who was holding a poker card. Chapter 188. Sure enough, it's still here. Hisoka pouted. Although I had expected that after Yuvajin's death, I would definitely be suspicious when I went out to date people. I just didn't expect it to be so fast. Fortunately, he had already faced such a situation and prepared countermeasures. Hisoka, you are also a passer of the 287th Hunter test, and there must be some kind of ulterior secret between the chainman Kurapika. At this time, Shulnark's face also became expressionless, and he said to Hisoka without any fluctuations in his tone. Or, the person you're dating is Chain Hand. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere at the scene undoubtedly became more tense. Hisoka, are you the one who betrayed Uvijin, the brigade? Even Phaeton squinted his eyes and raised his hand, and Nobunaga immediately pulled out the cut. Just wait for Crollo to give an order, and they will rush up immediately. The atmosphere of the scene took a sudden turn for the worse. But Hisoka himself didn't express anything in particular. Because he knows that it is absolutely impossible to fight now. Although he is now suspected of being a traitor, he is still a member of Phantom Troop. The brigade has two rules that must not be violated. One of them is that there must be no real confrontation among members, and when there is a disagreement, the decision will be made with a special coin. For those who created the brigade and set the rules, Crollo will never remain indifferent. Wait a second. Crollo's soft voice resounded in this abandoned building, creating a gradually tense atmosphere. Although there is a lot of suspicion on Hisoka, he is still a member of the brigade after all. I need further confirmation. Crollo stood up slowly, looked at Hisoka and said. Hisoka, would you mind letting Pike explore your memory briefly? No, as for the reason, I can't say. Holding a poker card, Hisoka spoke fearlessly. If you really want to be spied on by Pakunoda, then you will really reveal your secrets. Yet. Crollo lowered his eyes, but if you can't understand the truth of the matter, it will be difficult to clear your suspicion, Hisoka. His tone was very light, but the ruthlessness in his eyes made it clear that the current Crollo has become a little different from usual. Obviously, because of Uvijin's death, his mood was still slightly fluctuated. Why don't you let me cut off his hands and feet first? Nobunaga's eyes were very dangerous, and the killing intent in his words was undisguised. Regarding Uvijin's death, he was the most unacceptable of all the members. It's very simple, Captain. Not caring about Nobunaga's words, Shiluo's mouth slashed in an arc. The daughter of the Nisra family, doesn't she have a very accurate divination ability? Hisoka saw that Crollo became silent, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but draw an arc. You stole the divination ability of the daughter of the Nisra family, wouldn't it be enough to do a divination? After learning about the existence of people with divination ability from Ron before, when dating Kurapika, Hisoka specifically asked about divination. I'm afraid that after Crollo obtains the divination ability of that daughter, it will hinder the actions of the two of them. Later, I learned that the condition for activating this ability is that I can't divination for myself, and I can't read the content of divination for others. From that time on, Hisoka had already started to think of a way to get himself out of the way and eliminate the suspicion by the way. With Crollo's personality, such a goodman will never be let go. After Crollo steals this divination ability, he will definitely divination him, and let the content of his divination be revealed to the public. And this is the perfect time for him to eliminate his suspicions. Thin illusion. Using frivolous illusions, write a new prophetic poem. This is the solution Hisoka has come up with so far. Compared with his hasty response in the original version, this time he can figure out the content of the prophecy poem better in advance. In that case, Crollo pondered for a while, and said to Hisoka, it's okay, but before you get rid of your suspicions, I hope you don't make any more sensitive actions that irritate our nerves. Otherwise, it's hard to guarantee that other members will disregard the rules of the brigade and do something beyond the norm against you. Hi, I won't leave this building until you give me a divination. Hisoka said with a smile. I have said so, then I will not leave here. Clang. Nobunaga inserted the knife back into the sheath, and sat on the floor with his arms folded, his eyes fixed on Hisoka. Until there is no result, I will keep watching you, Hisoka. I don't care. Hisoka took out a deck of playing cards and continued to stack the pyramid. Then, let's change the next plan. As Crollo said, the light and shade flickered in his eyes. In this way, a new day came, and Pakunoda and Maki pretended to be sisters and went out to inquire about news. Since the chain hand called Kurapika is targeting their phantom troop, they will definitely start to act again. The two sent out, Pakunoda and Maki, can not only collect intelligence, but also serve as bait. After Nobunaga tried to lock down Hisoka, the guy who was originally paired with Maki was changed. Kyubi, Fulan, Niuli Zhao, Kellen, and Cheryl Leff were the first to be ruled out because of image problems. Ron wore a strange mask on his face when he went out, which would attract some unwanted attention. Phaeton has always liked to travel alone, and occasionally partnered with Finks. Shulnark followed Krollo, and the two went to find Nian. So, only Pakunoda and Maki walked together. Of course, with Krollo's ingenuity, it's sure to set up a two-way track without Maki's knowledge. The candidates for tracking are Ron and Finks. The two of them had the experience of getting along and meeting each other in Tulun Kingdom last time, and they were quite familiar with each other. Working together now, the problem is not too big. Most importantly, the disclosure of Kurapika's matter really made him no longer have a trace of doubt in the brigade, and gained the trust of everyone including Krollo. Chapter 189. The guy who can kill Uvijin, I really want to fight to try his weight. Finks fisted each other, and together with Ron secretly looked at Pakunoda and the others who were sitting in front of a round table and chair some distance away from them on a tall building. Ron, what kind of guy is that Kurapika guy? Whilst talking, Finks also started chatting with Ron, which seemed more natural. Very rational and calm, able to make the most correct judgment and choice under any circumstances, in some respects it is very similar to the leader. However, the more such people, once they really break their scruples and lose their minds, they will become crazy and incomprehensible. As Ron spoke, he saw Finks think for a while, and then showed an expression of approval. Obviously, during his years of fighting career, he has seen many such people. Not to mention others, there are such members within the brigade. Phaeton and Shulnark, who have always been calm, if they are touched by taboos and go crazy. The unpardonable man plus burning by the scorching sun and independent stand-alone mode. These two Nen are the forces that make the brigade members afraid to avoid them. While chatting with Ron and Finks, I saw Maki 413 and the others making moves. It seems that I have noticed someone who is following me. I hope it will be that Kurapika. Let me have a good look at it. He has specially set the power to deal with us. As Finks said, he followed up with Ron, who had an incomprehensible expression. The people following Maki and the others, if nothing else, should be Gon and Kaiba. At the same time, the Zaldik family of killers hired by the 10 old men also came to Yukiksen City. This greatly boosted their confidence, and they immediately made a decision to continue holding the original underground auction at 9 o'clock tonight. The venue is still in the original place, and the time has not changed. As for those auction items that are still in the hands of Phantom Troop. A joke, the people of the Zaldik family made a move, isn't it still easy to deal with a mere Phantom Troop? Naturally, those goods can also be returned to their 10-year-old hand. You know, since the Zaldik family started the killer mission, there has never been a case of mission failure due to mistakes. Before they accept the entrustment, they will do some research on the purpose of the trip. And when they accept the entrustment, it shows that they have full confidence and certainty to complete the task this time. Of course, the Zaldik family is not without precedent for failing to kill an opponent. But that is when the employer spends a lot of money to cancel the commission again, or the employer's death leads to failure. Paying a lot of money to cancel the commission to kill Phantom Troop? That's not what 10 old men would do. On the contrary, he also asked Phantom Troop to help them re-establish the prestige of the 10-year-old man in the underworld. As for the death of the employer? What a joke, they are 10 old men. Which underworld family has the guts to assassinate them? It has to be said that once a person has been in a high position for too long, it is easy to swell and lack the awe of the world. Know that anything is possible in this high-stakes world with the magical Nen. The 10 old men are inflated, and they used the accumulated wealth to not only invite the two heads of the Zaldik family, but also invite some other well-known killers in the industry. At least when Ron and Pai Kasai, who were disguised as Kai Taylor, came to the party room under the leadership of Lei Ayert, they saw a group of people. The first time he came to this room, Ron shifted his gaze to Zeno Zaldik and Silva Zaldik, who sat quietly in the corner without saying a word. And when Ron saw them, the two also gave their own reactions. Zeno twitched the corners of his eyes, and Silva raised his head and met Ron's eyes with, a D, his lion-like eyes. Murderous. Absolute murderous. And it is different from those other killers, it is completely restrained in the body, only when it is close to the target, it will be revealed, making it difficult to move the boundless murderous aura. This is definitely a person who has walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, so he can have such a terrifying murderous intent. Although it was only fleeting, Ron clearly captured this feeling. He didn't show any abnormality, and he found a seat with Pikaxi, who was beside him under Layert's greeting. Then, he began to look at other people. How about it? Although they didn't speak or communicate with each other, Silva still got this question from the familiar aura released from the father next to him, as well as the throbbing eyelids. Very strong, not at the same level as the others here. Silva replied in the same way. I can feel a breath that is not weaker than mine from that person. Just now I tried it with murderous intent, and he was the only one who caught everyone present, and he didn't show anything unusual. Roar! The beard at the corner of Zeno's mouth fluttered slightly in the absence of wind. It seems that there are many capable people in this group of underworld families, and they are much stronger than that group of yin beasts. Attention Silva, don't let that guy steal our prey. Yes, Dad. After some eye contact, the two fell into peace again. But suddenly, Zeno seemed to remember something, and suddenly looked at Silva. That kid, Miji, seems to have come to this city too. Well, I heard from him that it's because there is an upcoming game auction here, so I came here for a walk. This kid. At this time, Ron also looked at all the other killers in the field. As in the original version, although the group of killers present may have some abilities, there is no doubt that their own strength is too weak. There are only two people who can see a little bit. One of them was a guy with cloudy eyes, a slack facial expression, and a weird hat. The other one is a Peking opera appearance whose face is smeared more intensely than that of Chenlong Potter White in the 12 Earthly Branches. It is basically bald, with a rat tail braid on the back of the head. The strength of these two people is not bad, but that's it. The former will die under the ability of Krollo's chamber swimming fish, and the latter will be more easily pierced by Krollo with a pen. Chapter 190. After Ron finished looking at him, he withdrew his gaze and suppressed the thought of confronting Silva again. The only people present who could interest him were the father and son of the Zaldik family. Is everyone here? As the person in charge of the assassination mission, the direct representative of the 10 old man, a short, bald, greasy middle-aged man with a mouse mustache walked to the center, looked around and said. No, there's only one person from the Nisra family. A secretary-like person next to him flipped through the documents in his hand, and reminded him. Nisra. Hearing this name, the short, bald middle-aged man gritted his teeth. Obviously, the two are in a hostile relationship, at least they don't like each other very much. While talking, the door opened with a squeak. Sorry we're late. Just like Lu Sun, the handsome uncle right Nisra, who is very graceful and imposing, walked in with a 16-year-old beautiful boy Karapika. Seeing that Karapika has returned to his original calm look, he either looked away, or kept the matter in his heart again. Cut. When the bald-headed middle-aged man saw Nisra, his complexion instantly became unattractive, and he turned his head and spat secretly. Then there was a tongue-in-cheek taunt with right Nisla. After Karapika came in, his gaze immediately froze the members of the assassination team present. After pausing for a while on Silva and Zeno, they quickly moved away. These two are the strongest among all the people here. Karapika thought silently, and then, his gaze continued to turn. There was no abnormality found on Ron's body, and after he came to the conclusion that he was on the same level as the man in the hat and the Beijing opera face, he looked away. Everyone present here is a leader in the killer world. If you have any good ideas about this attack on Phantom Troop, you can share them. Although the bald man was at odds with Nisra, but now the business was important, he still had a sense of propriety and went straight to the point. They immediately clapped their hands, announcing the start of the assassination group's first meeting. After the bald man's voice fell, the killers who were invited from all over the place began to discuss. Including Ron, Pikaxi, and Karapika, there are 11 people in total. There are 4 killers who seem to be specialized in this industry, and they propose to use colors as code names. The remaining 6 people all turned back. The man in the hat and Peking opera face taunted directly, killing people is not a game of pretending to be a housewife, I want to act alone. Silva and Zeno also had expressions of I have no melons in the rain, it's up to you how you want to play, but don't think about ordering us, we have to do things in our own way. At the same time, the two have played their true qualities as killer businessmen very well. This is the contact information of our Zaldik family. If you need anything, just come to me. For the sake of your colleagues, I will give you a 30% discount. Zeno smiled and handed out cards from the Zaldik family, with only a series of phone numbers on them. 30% off. After Ron got the card, he remembered that during the hunter test, at the bottom of the trap tower, he asked for contact information with IL fans, but the discount that the other party gave seemed to be 9.19% off. After Ron silently put away the cards distributed by Zeno, he also heard Karapika's analysis voice. Everyone here is not familiar with each other. If you cooperate rashly, it may hinder your original strength. I also tend to act independently. After Karapika finished speaking, Ron also smiled in a hoarse voice, I also like to act alone. Very well, excluding Pekasai who was hesitant to speak next to Ron and hadn't expressed his opinion yet, 6 of the 11 people present asked to act alone. The tone of the assassination group's actions was thus set. As the main person in charge of this operation, the bald man wisely didn't intervene when several people were discussing the operation at the scene, and let them make their own arrangements. Anyway, the presence of 2 people from the Zaldik family already determined the outcome of this operation. It would be great if other people can also play some role. At the same time, in a corner of a street in Yukiksen City, there is a very famous restaurant in front of it. Hi! The second brother, who is 182 in height, hiccuped, opened the door and walked out. Next is the next one. The second brother looked at the map and magazine introduction in his hand, nodded with satisfaction, and continued his journey of food exploration. Ding dong! A notification tone of a mobile phone text message suddenly rang. Hi? It's a text message from that guy PE. Why did he suddenly send me a message? Isn't he busy making some new game during this time? When I asked him about the game information of Greed Island, he ignored me. Miji muttered, and pressed the enter button. I like computers, snacks, and beautiful girls. I have a friend who is also in Yukiksen City. He is also very proficient in games. Before you told me about the Island of Greed, I was busy and didn't see it. If you are interested, you can talk to him, maybe you will get some help. Well, Miji's screen name is like computers, snacks, beautiful girls. When he held a martial arts tournament in the Sky Arena, he used this screen name to bet on Ron so that he made a fortune. The circle of hackers and internet enthusiasts is actually very small, and among them, there are even fewer people who like to play games. Therefore, Miji and PE met each other in this small circle and became one of the few friends with each other. Especially the second brother, because of his family, he has very few friends, and they all communicate on the internet, so Silva and the others do not know about his secretive behavior. Friend? The game friend who can make PE so respected must not be an ordinary guy, right? Miji suddenly became interested, and looked at the contact information and basic information given by PLE below. Ron? Why is this name so familiar? I seem to have heard it somewhere. In the virtual network space, after old P finished replying the ridiculous information, he couldn't help stretching. Chapter 191. During this period of time, he has been busy modeling new games and characters, and finally achieved some results recently. So, while relaxing slightly, he also began to process some news accumulated during this period. The communication in the circle was limited to those few people, and he replied to all of them in a short time, and the ridiculous news was the last one. He has heard about the situation of Greed Island for a long time, and he has also done some research. Even the bastard Jin got some help from him on the construction of Greed Island, because the copyright of this game is with Jin, and the old P can't say much, so he can only give Miji an ambiguous answer. However, before old P could catch his breath, 10 jittery windows appeared in front of him again. Said that CAO will be there. Old P trembled slightly when he saw the head of the bastard Jin on the window. 583 Old P, bastard, what do you want me for? Bastard Jin, ha ha ha, I can't find you if I have nothing to do. Old P, so you are looking for me to chat this time? Bastard Jin, no, I'm looking for you for everything. Old P. Sure enough. Kim, you are the bastard of bastards. When Old P's graffiti face faintly twitched, the screen shook again. Bastard Kim, I want to ask, can you help me find some basic information about the guy who cleans up the cruise cemetery? He seems to be called Ron, right? Friends of the market. In a small open space more than 10 kilometers away from the gangster auction building. How about Killua? I don't know whether to keep the appointment or lure us into a trap. What do you think? In some abandoned buildings on both sides of the open space, Gon asked Killua on the other end of the phone with a nervous expression. Tempting us, could they have found out? Gon said, with a drop of cold sweat streaming down his face. It's all possible, but at least the location has not been discovered. Even if they want to lure us, they don't know where we are. They can only find a way to lure us, so they deliberately exposed many flaws. On the other side, Killua on the other end of the phone looked at Pakunoda and Maki below and said unhurriedly. Unlike Gon, he is a novice in the tracking world and has not yet restrained his nervousness. Killua, who was forced to accept tracking and anti-tracking with his life as a bet since he was a child and developed his skills, is very familiar with the current situation. Billy. While the two were talking, Pakunoda's cell phone rang suddenly. Gon and Killua hung up the phone immediately, leaning their backs against the wall, only showing a slight side face, carefully observing the movement below with the corner of their eyes. Then Pakunoda on the phone changed his eyes instantly, and looked at the direction where John was found. The alarm bells in the hearts of the two of them rang frantically, and when they realized the possibility of being discovered, their bodies leaped back immediately like a conditioned reflex. However, double tracking. When Killua saw Finks, who raised the corners of his mouth, and his eyes revealed the refreshing expression of catching prey, such an idea came to Killua's head immediately. Then, after a series of fancy moves still did not escape from Finks' hands, and two muscles were torn in his footsteps, Pakunoda also stood at the window behind him. Facing the pincer attacks from front and back, Killua's heart couldn't stop sinking. But whoosh! We are still too careless. When Killua was annoyed, Maki and Ron also surrounded Gon on the other side. Ron. Even though Ron was wearing a mask, with Gon's keen perception and wild intuition, he recognized Ron immediately. It was also Ron blocking the door that prevented Gon from acting rashly in the first place. Long time no see, Gon. The puppet Ron greeted Gon with a smile, but his figure was still firmly blocked at the only exit. Oh? What's the matter, do you know each other? Maki with a cold face also stood at the window behind Gon, and after noticing the conversation between Ron and Gon, he couldn't help asking. When chatting with Pakunoda in disguise, Maki had an intuition that the person following this time might have something to do with that chainman Kurapika. Seeing Ron getting acquainted with the child who was following him made Maki's heart move. Ah, his name is Gon. Like me, he is also a passer of the 287th Hunter test, and he is friends with Kurapika. Puppet Ron replied with his arms folded, directly exposing Gon's background. Oh? It seems that my intuition is right, so he came to follow us under the signal of that Kurapika. After confirming that his intuition was still as accurate as ever, Maki couldn't help but nodded, looking into Gon's eyes, a gleam of light flickered. Kurapika. Gon's heart bulged when he heard the name. Does it mean that Kurapika has already fought with the members of the brigade? I guessed in my heart, but Gon shouted on the face, we are not sent by Kurapika, we are just following you according to our own wishes. Killua was also surrounded by Pakunoda and Finks while Gon struggled to track Will. Nan with Pakunoda is here, no need to ask now. In addition, Killua also wanted to escape wholeheartedly, knowing that it was useless to communicate with this group of desperados, so he didn't have the idea of talking loudly. After a little struggle again, Finks backhanded him, and 2.5 calmed down and remained silent. Afterwards, he was taken to the car that Finks and Ron had brought over. In the car, Gon, with puffy cheeks, had already been arranged here. Killua also saw Ron in the passenger seat. Maki served as the driver, Finks and Pakunoda sat on the left and right sides in the back row, watching Gon and Killua firmly in the middle. It's confirmed, there is indeed a relationship between these two people and the chainman Kurapika, and they seem to be companions. Maki in the driver's seat said to Pakunoda and Finks who got into the car. Kurapika. When Killua heard the name, he was startled, and then had the same thought as Gon. Chapter 192. Then, he saw Ron in the passenger seat. These people really are phantom troop. Seeing the slight change in Killua's face, and Gon's unmistakable expression, Finks grinned and whistled. I didn't expect it to be a surprise. Pakunoda even pretended to be familiar, putting his arm on Killua, who looked obviously more mature and sensitive. So, tell me about the relationship between you and Kurapika, and the purpose of tracking us this time. Killua remained silent for a while, his eyes flickered, and his brain spoke quickly, and at the same time, a subconscious picture of acting with Kurapika emerged. But he didn't know that the pictures of the past that he subconsciously recalled were all clearly detected by the blonde elder sister who put his shoulders on his body. So that's it. Visible to the naked eye, the corners of Pakunoda's mouth raised slightly. Seeing her performance, Maki withdrew his gaze from the rearview mirror, and Finks on the side smiled silently. The vehicle drove at a not slow speed, and quickly brought Gon and Killua to the base. It seems that Kurapika has already met the brigade, and I'm afraid they already know Kurapika's identity. Walking the corridors of the abandoned building, Killua pondered what to do next in his mind. Me and Gon are both related to Kurapika, so the brigade members are taking us to their headquarters for interrogation. There is also Ron. If Ron is here, he should help. Not necessarily. Ron joined the brigade a few years ago, and there is a high possibility that he will stand on the side of the brigade. When we were in the trap tower, Ron said that if Kurapika starts the road of revenge, we might kill him if we meet again. Maybe Ron revealed the information about Kurapika. So, what should we do? Killua's brain was spinning rapidly, thinking of ways to get out. Gon, on the other hand, looked at Ron beside him from time to time, wanting to say something but suppressed the hesitant words, which naturally caught the eyes of the few spiders walking together. But since Pakunoda, who probed Gon's memory, didn't say anything else, Maki and Finks didn't say much. In this way, a group of people came to the place where all the spiders gathered. Franklin and Kawa sitting side by side, Phaeton reading a book, and Lef lying down, Hisoka playing cards, and Nobunaga staring at him. Ah! When seeing Hisoka for the first time, Gon inevitably cried out. What's the matter, do we have anyone you know here? Phaeton looked away from the book and looked at the two people below. They are also the passers of the hunter test this year, and they have known Hisoka a lot and have played against him a lot. This kid with a hedgehog has even fought against Hisoka in the Sky Arena. When Gon didn't know how to answer, Pakunoda gave the answer one step ahead of him. While in the car, she also specifically asked the two about Hisoka's situation, and she also found out the memory in this regard. Oh! The other members straightened up slightly when they heard the words. But their focus is not on Hisoka, but on the words Pakunoda said hunter test. According to what Ron told them, Kurapika, the chainsman, also passed the hunter test this year. Could it be? That's right, the two of them are friends with the chain hand Kurapika. The specific situation is too troublesome to explain, so I'll send it to you now. As he said that, Pakunoda directly took out the pistol mask and loaded 6 bullets into it. Then, accompanied by a few gunshots of bang bang, the bullets shot to the foreheads of 6 people under the confused eyes of Killua and Gon. Are they infighting? No, it's not. Unlike Gon, who has already turned into a bean-eyed and muddy mind, Killua is thinking back quickly, staring at Pakunoda with a pair of eyes. This woman obviously didn't know us before, but she learned about us and Hisoka. When we were in the car, she asked us questions about Hisoka. At that time, we were prevaricating, and she didn't seem to have any further research, as if she already knew the result. At that time, her hand was on my body. And the bullets fired are definitely not that simple. The specific situation is sent to you, just like transferring files on a computer. Ask questions, get answers, and transfer files. Could it be that? When Killua realized something, the members of Phantom Troop who were ejected by the memory also received it and reacted. These two people really have something to do with that chain hand. All eyes of the members were on Gon and Killua. Although they didn't know about that Kurapika's actions during this period, and they followed us all because of the gangster's bounty, but since it is related to that Kurapika, you can't let them go. Good old Franklin was the first to speak. 253 is different from not knowing the details of Gon and Killua. Now that they know the connection between them and Kurapika, even if they did not participate in Kurapika's actions, it is impossible to let them go as before. Then leave them in the base. Phaeton closed the book and said. There are also those gangsters who don't know how to live or die. It's time to teach them a lesson. I got that Kurapika's phone number from their memory, so I can use these two children as hostages to fish out that Kurapika. According to the memory, that guy named Kurapika seems to value his companions." As he said that, Pakunoda glanced at the puppet Ron, who found a stone bench and sat down indiscriminately. Gon and Killua's memories not only include Kurapika, but also Ron. However, the conflict between Ron and Kurapika in the memory was also discovered by Pakunoda, which made her further dispel her doubts about Ron. Is it really a memory? This woman's Nan is probably asking questions. When touching someone else's body, she can detect the memory in other people's mind, and can pass the memory to other people in the form of bullets. Chapter 193. Thinking of this, Killua's face turned slightly ugly. In the car just now, didn't he and Gon have already got all the information about Kurapika? Fortunately, they know nothing about Kurapika's actions in Nan, and there is still room for redemption. It is undoubtedly very unfavorable for Kurapika to be trapped here with himself and Gon as hostages. The most important thing now is how they should escape. Only by escaping can this bad situation be brought back. When Killua was thinking, he suddenly shivered. He felt a piercing killing intent. Not only him, but Gon, who had been in a state of bewildered eyes all the time, also got goosebumps on his body immediately. Since they have a connection with the chain hand, it would be great. Nobunaga, who had been staring at Hisoka, slowly got up, turned his eyes to Killua and Gon, and held the blade with one hand and the handle with the other. He walked slowly towards Killua and Gon, his eyes gradually became menacing. "What are you doing, Nobunaga?" Franklin, who noticed that Nobunaga's state was not right, was the first to speak. "I'm going to kill one of them, and pay homage to Uvijin first." As Nobunaga said, he kept walking, and continued to approach Killua and Gon. "Anyway, these two are friends of that Kurapika. It doesn't matter if one of them dies. He doesn't know anyway. It's enough to keep one guy as a hostage." Nobunaga said, the murderous intent exuded in the words and the whole body without any concealment. Gon and Killua felt the murderous aura, and the alarm bells were ringing in their minds, but because they were locked by this aura, they had nowhere to escape. The rest of the Phantom Troop members, except for the old and prudent Franklin, wanted to persuade them again, but the others kept silent. Nobunaga is right, the initiative is now in their hands. If the chain hand really cared about these two partners, then it would be enough to have one guy as a hostage, and it would not be a problem to kill one, since the other party would not know anyway. And if the chain hand is hard-hearted and doesn't care, then it's no problem, it doesn't matter if you kill both of them, it just happens to vent your anger. Regarding Uvijin's death, the members of the brigade also took a deep breath. "So, you two, who will die first?" Saying that, Nobunaga drew his katana. Gon and Killua's sweaty faces are reflected on the bright knife body. What to do? Killua's pupils widened in an instant, and the cold sweat swished out like he didn't want money. The silver needle on his forehead wanted him to flee the scene immediately, but his body was a little stiff and unable to move. He and Gon alone cannot escape from here. If you want to survive, you have to ask for help from others. As Killua turned his eyes, he first saw Hisoka, whose smile had disappeared. It turned out that the latter seemed to want to rescue the two of them a little bit, but he was also a little overwhelmed. When Nobunaga was walking towards Gon, Killua, Phaeton and Finks took the place of Nobunaga's job temporarily, watching over Hisoka on the high platform. Although he admires Gon and Killua very much, but in such a situation, it is difficult to stand up for them. In this way, there are people who can help them. "Stop it, Nobunaga, you can't kill either of these two." Ron dodged, stood between Nobunaga and Gon Killua, and stopped him softly. "Get out of the way, Ron." When Nobunaga saw the person blocking him in front of him, he raised his eyebrows and his face became gloomy. "You really can't kill these two?" "Why?" Nobunaga opened his eyes wide and said angrily. "Is it because you knew both of them? Don't forget that you are now a member of Phantom Troop." Saying that, Nobunaga pointed the blade directly at Ron. Even though Nobunaga is quite convinced of Ron, his emotions are inevitably agitated when his partner Uvijin's life or death is involved. "Hey, you two, no real confrontation is allowed between the brigade, if you disagree, just toss a coin." It was Franklin, the good old man, who stood up again, holding a coin in his hand while speaking. "Wait a minute, Franklin," Ron said, but looked directly at Nobunaga. "I know you're sad about Uvijin's death, but the reason why I won't let you do it is not only because I know them, but also because of deeper reasons. If you still insist on killing them after listening to me, then use the spider toss a coin to make a decision. If you guess right by then, I won't stop them. Is it? Nobunaga's forehead was throbbing with veins. I really want to know what is the deeper reason. Not only Nobunaga, but other people also looked over curiously and unexpectedly, wanting to know why Ron protected the two of them so much. Judging from the memories received just now, it seems that the friendship between them is only a hunter test, and it was a little embarrassing because of that Kurapika. It stands to reason that he should have no reason to stop. Do you know the names of the two of them, Nobunaga? After seeing Nobunaga's mood stabilized, he asked aloud. I don't know, what's the name of the door? The two of them, the one with the white hair, is called Killua Zaldik, and the one with the hedgehog is called J Freaks. Zaldik. Is that okay? Gon's name didn't attract much attention, but after hearing Killua's surname, the brigade members were slightly taken aback, and then looked at the latter with a little seriousness in their eyes. It's no wonder this guy's physical fitness and some skills are so outstanding. It turns out that he comes from the Zaldik family of killers. Finks, who was right with Killua, couldn't help but make a comment, with some understanding in his eyes. Before, he felt that Killua was not an ordinary child, and that he behaved like this at such an age, which could be called a monstrosity. But since he is from the Zaldik family, and is still a direct line, then nothing is surprising. The members of the brigade were very impressed with the Zaldik family. Ron's former number 8 member, Yin Claw, was killed by the Zaldik family. Technically speaking, there is still some animosity between them and the Zaldik family. Chapter 194. Killua was also relieved when Ron stepped forward to defend them. As a result, after hearing Ron expose his details, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Regarding the matter of Phantom Troop, a few years ago, Silva specially called the 4 brothers together to talk about it. That time, after Silva completed the Phantom Troop list, he rarely complained. And he said to their brothers with an unlucky face, remember, try not to provoke Phantom Troop in the future. It can be seen that the entrustment left a deep impression on Silva, and maybe he also suffered a lot. Killua knows the rules of their family, and in the case of Silva's warning, if he doesn't listen to the advice and come to provoke Phantom Troop's death, that would be equivalent to dying in vain. IL fans may go mad to avenge him, but Silva and Zeno definitely won't. They would even keep Ilmi from going to Phantom Troop. Moreover, the Zaldik family still has a grudge against Phantom Troop. Under such circumstances, it may be unrealistic for Ron to use this to dissuade these spiders. What about the people of the Zaldik family? I'm not afraid at all, I can cut them right. Sure enough, as Killua thought, Nobunaga didn't care much about the name of the Zaldik family at all. Just now Yinpa was killed by someone from their family, so why not hack him to death first? Killua. Meow meow meow. When Killua raised a pair of cat eyes, it was Franklin who said. Wait Nobunaga, the other party is a member of the Zaldik family after all. It seems that the leader just made an order with the Zaldik family. It is not a good time to attack him at this time of year. Then cut another one. As he said that, Nobunaga aimed his gaze at the hedgehog-headed Gon, and the blade pointed at him, making Gon's body tense up instantly. J Freaks? You specifically pointed out his surname. Could it be that this little devil with a hedgehog head is also different? Maki on the side moved his eyes and asked Ron. After you mentioned the names of these 2 little devils, my intuition felt that the little devil with the hedgehog head seemed to attract more attention than the one from the Zaldik family. Hi, Adv. Maki's intuition is very accurate, and basically he has never felt wrong. Is this silly-looking kid more powerful than the Zaldik family? Several members of the brigade looked at Gon who didn't find any strange behavior, and couldn't help but look at Ron with some doubts in their eyes. J Freaks, whose father's name is Kim Freaks, was appraised by Netero, the strongest man in the world and the president of the Hunter Association, as the world's top 5 Nin men, one of the 5 strongest men in the world, with a power comparable to the President of the United States even has more power and wealth. Ron explained to everyone's eyes, making the spiders present completely silent. One of the 5 strongest people in the world. While remaining silent, the eyes of several people were also thinking quickly. Although they are not afraid of the sky and the earth, they still have a clear understanding of their own strength. The world's strongest, just these 4 words, people who can afford it, all of them are people who can truly shake the world. If Phantom Troop really wants the right character, I might add it, but it's still not enough. because the latter is not only powerful, but also has a very wide network of contacts. When the time comes, call friends and call on a few companions who are not weak to target their phantom troop. They are not far from GG. Let's discuss how to deal with the two of them after the group leader returns. After silence, Pakunoda spoke first. Why, are you afraid? I like Phaeton who is stronger, and Nobunaga who is above me. Ron shouted in a low voice, making Nobunaga's hand holding the knife tremble slightly. None of us is afraid of death, but we can't die so cowardly, and you have to know, it's not a matter of one person dying. One of the 5 strongest people in the world, plus the world's #1 Zaldik family, can't handle the brigade, all must be wiped out. Seeing that Nobunaga was still gnashing his teeth, he didn't say a word, but the strength of his hand holding the knife gradually dissipated. Knowing that he had been shaken, Ron couldn't help but took a step forward, and his tone gradually slowed down. And, on both of them, maybe there will be some strangemen from the Zaldik family and Kim freaks who have planted some strange abilities on them. It will not be triggered when you are in danger. If you are killed by someone, maybe they will burst out with power that can bite you back. For example, under the precondition that one's own blood relatives do not know, to impose a kind of thought on them, whoever kills them will suffer from the nin of this thought. Nobunaga, you still have to avenge Uvijin, this time forget it. With that said, Ron patted Nobunaga on the shoulder. After a moment of silence at first, the corners of the latter's eyes trembled. He looked up at Ron, then at the bewildered Gon and Killua who seemed relieved, and finally let go of the hand holding the knife handle. Keep swish! Nobunaga yelled, 2 lines of tears flowed from his eyes, and sat down on the ground. After Phaeton squinted his eyes and looked at Gon and Killua carefully, he also silently opened the book in his hand. This meant that the two approved what Ron said, and the others nodded slightly. Gon looked at Nobunaga who was weeping silently, and a little enlightenment rose in his eyes. It turns out that they will also cry for the death of their companions. Hisoka, who was stared at by Finks, was also quietly relieved in his heart. If ill fans know that Killua died at the hands of these lunatics, and he is still suspected of participating, he must fight himself with his life. But fortunately, Killua and Delicious Fruit Gon survived for the time being. Let's talk about the future. Therefore, a consensus was reached within the brigade. Let's wait until the head of the brigade returns to hear how he arranges these 2 special little devils. After reaching a consensus, several people in the brigade couldn't help looking at Gon and Killua with some subtlety. Chapter 195. I didn't expect that by such a coincidence, the 2 little devils caught were both such big and well-known guys. By the way Ron, how do you know where these 2 brats are from? Finks asked curiously. According to the received memory, the silver-haired kid from Zaldik's family had mentioned his identity. But that hedgehog doesn't know his father at all, he only knows his name, and he came out to take the hunter license test to find his father. Gon, who was being bound by Maki with the thread, also looked at Ron when he heard this. Now he is not worried about his own safety at all. Instead, after listening to Ron's previous introduction, he is eager to know something about his father. Well, I had some dealings with Netero, the president of the Hunter Association, and I learned from him. Ron replied casually. During the second round of testing, Netero came to the Hunter testing venue, which is not difficult to find out. In addition, the reason why Ron kept Gon and Killua so much is actually the same as what he said. If Killua and Gon are really dead, the Zaldik family and Kim will definitely come to make trouble. As far as Killua is concerned, Ron from his family is not afraid. If he really can't do it, he will fight once. At that time, his strength may even be able to fight against Maha. B. He has a younger brother named Aluka, and this Aluka has a feminine side called Nanaka. Among the members of the entire Zaldik family, Killua has the deepest relationship with Aluka and Nanaka. Nanaka comes from the Dark Continent, and it is very likely that he is Zeno's father. Jaeger, who had explored the Dark Continent with Netero, was influenced by the Zaldik family and gave birth to such an incredible member. His desire ability can be said to have involved the level of rules. Baobuki will leave some protective measures on Killua, who has the deepest relationship with him. Ron cannot be afraid of the strength of those real swords and guns, fighting against each other, but such a bug-like ability should be carefully considered. As for Gon, I won't say much about Jin. From the many magical card abilities on Greed Island, we can know that none of Jin's friends are good. I'm afraid there must be quite a few people who have rather peculiar perverted nin. Judging from how much Jin values Gon and the growth path he has formulated, if Gon really GGS, then the consequences. The two waves of Jin and the Zaldik family greeted together, and Ron felt that it was really embarrassing. Not to mention that Gon also has a hundreds-year-old top ancestor who walks in the Dark Continent. As for letting the rest of the brigade kill Gon and the others, Ron stays out of it. Don't be funny, don't be so naive, think about it and know that this is impossible. That's why he said something to stop Nobunaga's impulse, and let Nobunaga and other members temporarily dispel their murderous intentions towards Gon. After Ron finished speaking, Maki also tied the two of them up with thread, and took them aside to watch over them. The arena fell into silence again. Gon twisted his body back and forth, and his hesitant expression towards Ron became more obvious. Although he knew it was not the time to ask his father, he still couldn't help it. As for the other brigade members and Ron, when they noticed Gon's strangeness, they automatically ignored it as if they didn't see it. Of course, if these two troublesome brats were not honest, they would just knock them out. Except for Maki, who is in charge of supervising the two, the other members still do their own things. Hisoka was still playing poker, and Nobunaga took a break for a while, and then resumed his old style again, continuing to stare at Hisoka. What happened here, including the identities of Gon and Killua and the analysis made by Ron, were sent to Shulnark by Pakunoda on his mobile phone. The reply is that Krollo has already launched an operation, and no information is currently received. The advice given by Shulnark was the same as that of Ron. For the time being, watch Gon and Gon not to act rashly, and make a decision after the team leader is busy. And when Pakunoda just put down the phone, Gon's voice suddenly sounded in the venue. Ron, do you know anything about Kim? Gon looked at Ron and said solemnly. Even though this child is in jail, what he still thinks about is the news about his father, which makes Killua, who is beside him, a little speechless. But he can also understand Gon's obsession, and he is also very curious about Gon's mysterious father. Under the rendering of Ron's introduction, Gon's father seems to be a very big man. I don't know much about it, but I still know some basic information circulating in the hunter circle. Ron, who was sitting on the stone bench, glanced at him and replied casually. Jin Freaks, a 2-star relic hunter, a hunter who discovered many world relics and was revered by many hunters. His achievements are enough to become a 3-star hunter, but he didn't apply because he thought it was troublesome. He has a very high IQ and has made achievements in many fields, proficient in biology, archaeology, linguistics, geology, games, etc. High Pig, one of the 12 earthly branches of the Hunter Association, is also a well-known prodigal son in the association. He has several extensive contacts, but because of his bad personality, he is often disliked by others. Puppet Ron roughly explained. That's right, Jin's reputation within the association is indeed very bad, as can be seen from his relationship with the old P. Except for the relic hunter within the association, and the like-minded friends who have been with him, few people like him. Is that so? Gon was a little confused again after hearing the puppet Ron's words. His father sounds very powerful, but he seems to be very unwelcome. So, what kind of person is Kim? After hearing this, Killua felt thoughtful. However, before he sorted out the general impression of Jin, he heard Gon ask again. Ron, did you tell the brigade about Kurapika? Hey. Is now the time to say this? Killua was about to sort out the impression of Jin and put it behind her. On her somewhat bewildered face, a pair of cat eyes stared closely at Gon, who was next to him with an extremely serious expression. Not only Killua, but the other brigade members were busy with their own affairs, but when Gon and Ron started talking, they focused on them. Chapter 196. After hearing Gon's question now, several people became even more interested and wanted to hear how Ron would answer. Yeah, because one of our members was captured by Kurapika before, and he escaped and wrote down his name. That's when I knew that Kurapika had launched his operation. After thinking for a while, Ron admitted generously, and then saw that Gon was a little sad when he got the answer. He couldn't help but asked with a smile. What's the matter, do you think I did something wrong and want to accuse me? After Ron finished speaking, Killua's body visibly tensed up. But Gon shook his head, and said with some disappointment. No, Ron, you have said it before, each has a different position, as a member of the brigade, you should stand on the side of the brigade. 330. I didn't understand Ron why you joined the brigade before, but after meeting the members of your brigade, I understood. Gon said, looking at Nobunaga who was sitting on the side. They are also flesh and blood people, and they can also feel sad for the death of their companions, but... Having said that, Gon turned his eyes and looked directly into Ron's eyes. But why? Why can't this kind of sympathy and sadness be distributed to those who were killed by them? Why, they can kill people who have nothing to do with them. At the end, Gon yelled out emotionally, startling Killua beside him. This brat! Phaeton closed the book again, apparently a bit offended by what Gon had said. He didn't have any other fluctuations, such as being stimulated by hearing Gon's talk, becoming angry from embarrassment, etc. The main reason is that he feels that Gon is a little arrogant and stupid, and he is a little noisy and disturbs his reading. He has seen many fools like this who claim to be righteous partners and ask people to abandon evil and do good, and have killed quite a few. The others had almost the same idea, except that Nobunaga looked at Gon a little differently. In the latter, he saw some shadow of Uvigen. As for Ron, he was slightly taken aback by Gon's sudden excitement, then shook his head with a smile. It's because it doesn't matter, so I can do it if our leader is here. I will definitely use this sentence to answer you. 4. Are you asking why? Ron interrupted Gon, who was getting a little excited again, and instead of answering his question, he looked at Killua next to him. Before Killua met you, didn't he kill so many people who had nothing to do with him? Why didn't you ask him first? You are still friends. That's different. Killua was born into a family of killers, he has no way to act according to his own wishes, he can only accept it passively. Really? Then Killua accepts it passively. Do you know where the members were born and what kind of life they lived? After you know, it's not too late to ask this question. As he said that, Ron stopped looking at Gon who was a bit tricky, and Killua who looked a little unnatural. Hey, Killua, do you know where the members of the brigade were born? Gon, who felt that he was being countered by the general, subconsciously looked at Killua beside him with a confused expression on his face. Well, I know, because my dad told me a little bit about Phantom Troop, plus my mom and housekeeper seem to be from the same place as Phantom Troop. Killua said with a complicated expression. Where they come from, it's called Meteor Street. Killua has such an expression not because of himself, but because of his mother. His mother, Kikyo, and 4 generations of housekeepers including Kanalaya are all from Meteor Street. Butlers like Zi Po Nian and Wu Tong had the awareness and responsibilities of being a butler very well, and they did not bring the way of doing things in Meteor Street to the Zaldik family. However, his mother Kikyo, as the hostess of the Zaldik family, taught Killua and his brothers basically according to some training methods of Meteor Street. There is no doubt that IL fans are most influenced by Kikyo. The world views of Meteor Street and Killer Family are vividly displayed on him. Kikyo is satisfied with the growth of IL fans, and the Zaldik family has no objection either. So, she also wanted to use this method to continue teaching his remaining 4 sons, but not much to say about the product of the Dark Continent, the 4th son, Aluka. As for the 2nd son of the Zaldik family, he is 17 years old now, with a height of 182 centimeters and a weight of 141 kilograms, but he is an out-and-out homeboy. The last time he went out for work was 8 years ago. However, because of his superb computer technology, the Zaldik family's network technology needs him to maintain. Silva and Zeno turned a blind eye to it. Otherwise, as a family of killers, what would it be like to stay at home all day and not go out to kill people? Although the 5th son, Kalito, is very obedient, his personality has no major problems except for his brother-in-law Plot, which is very suitable for the cultivation of killers. But it's a pity that his talent is about the same as Yafin's. If he dies in the future, he will only be the 2nd Yafin, which is meaningless. As a result, Killua, the most gifted Zaldik family ever, was entrusted with the high hopes of the whole family. Nan didn't teach him in advance, let him beat his body to the peak state before turning it on. Kalito did not receive such attention, but Kikyo instilled Killua's excellent ideas for 1.5 days. Fortunately, Kikyo taught the children that they can't be said to be weird, but Kalito didn't feel jealous of Killua. He even worshipped his brother very much, trying to steal away from Aluka. Of course Kikyo's cultivation method does have some side effects. Killua stabbed her rebelliously and left. Not much to say, Kalito is fine as a boy and girl, but Both IL fans and Hisoka are wearing engagement rings. If Kikyo does it like this, the Zaldik family will have to be separated. It's no wonder that Silver released Killua to be with Gon, and didn't stop the beautiful girls who are obsessed with handmade figures. Maybe it's because of this reason. Chapter 197. As Killua whispered to Gon the situation and significance of this area of Meteor Street, Pakunoda's cell phone rang again. Shulnark sent a message. At 9 o'clock tonight, the gang will hold another auction. Oh? Those people are really not afraid of death. Finks rubbed his chin, moved his wrist, and complained. But they don't even have auction items, how can they hold an auction? Or? Finks grinned, and the dangerous light in his eyes flickered away. Do they think they can snatch the auction items back from us before 9 o'clock? According to Shulnark, the group of gangsters has formed an assassination group and hired many good people to deal with us, including 2 members of the Zaldik family. As Pakunoda said, he glanced at Killua. People from our family. Killua was obviously taken aback when he heard the words, but his father had told him not to get involved with Phantom Troop. Then his elder brother and younger brother Kalito, with their personalities, will definitely not participate. As for absurdity, that's even more impossible. That is to say. Killua twitched the corners of his mouth, his cat eyes tended to develop towards dead fish eyes. It must be Dad and Grandpa, they are here. He obviously didn't let them participate in the Phantom Troop matter, but in the end, he was entrusted and hired by someone? Oppressive rule. Killua complained frantically in his heart, but at the same time thought of another question. The big brigade member said that their head also hired people from our family, could it be? When Killua turned his head, he heard a joking voice. It's still the Zaldik family, they really think highly of us, but aren't these gangsters a little too arrogant? Finks got up, moved his fingers, and couldn't hold back any more. Then go and teach them an unforgettable lesson tonight. Phaeton said dully, with a little interest in his eyes. It's been a long time since I've had a big fight. Shulnark also means the same thing, let's decide on a partner as soon as possible, and make a big fuss in this city of Yukbi tonight. After Pakunoda finished speaking, the atmosphere of the whole venue changed in awe. Layers of goosebumps reappeared on Killua and Gon, who had the most intuitive feelings. Is this the Phantom Troop? Feeling the real killing intent at this moment, a little sweat dripped from the heads of both Gon and Killua. As usual, I'll be with Phaeton. Finks was the first to say impatiently. Phaeton was slightly silent, expressing no opinion. The two of them are very compatible, although Phaeton acts alone, but if he cooperates, it must be with Finks. The other members of the brigade also knew this and nodded slightly. In this case, QB will follow me, and if the timing is right, he can return the auction item to the gangster. Franklin said in a deep voice, slightly emphasizing the words auction item. All members of the brigade understand that the auction item that Franklin mentioned is a counterfeit made by QB using God's left hand and Demon's right hand. Although QB's strength is the last in the brigade, his ability is very special. With Franklin, a veteran fighter, his safety is no problem. So, I'm still on Maki's team, Ron, and you're with Flak Lef. Pakunoda assigned the road, and then heard the voice of Peeling Lef on the high platform. I won't go. Nobunaga in the building still has to watch Hisoka and these two brats. Maybe if something happens, I'll stay here with Nobunaga. Saying that, Cheryl Lef changed his posture and lay down again, a faint and lazy voice came from under the bandage. Well, he just wanted to help Nobunaga, not lazy because he didn't want to move. I don't care, it's okay to be alone. Ron said with a shrug. A person can have more space for independent action and more opportunities to fish in troubled waters. After setting the tone of the operation, watching the gradually dimming sky outside, the members of the brigade left the base in 2s and 3s. Left to look at Hisoka, while Nobunaga brought Gon and Killua into a small narrow room with a somewhat inexplicable look. The sun was gradually sinking, and when the members started to act, their leader was not idle. After getting all the relevant information from Shulnark, Krollo, relying on his handsome face as one of the 3 beauties of Hunter, successfully hooked up with Nyan, who ran out because of capriciousness. With the help of Shulnark, the wingman, not only did he easily gain Nyan's trust, but he also brought her into the building where the auction house was located. After some introductory exchanges, Krollo succeeded in stealing Nyan's prophecy in an angel's automatic note as shown in the original book. At the same time, he also got the content of the prophecy poem that genian divination to himself. An important part of the calendar is missing, and the forgotten month will be mourned by Shenda. Under the performance of an orchestra in mourning clothes, the moon in the frosty lunar month moves steadily. The chrysanthemum withered and withered together with the leaves, lying beside the fiery eyes. Enjoy the intermission, and find a new partner. When you start, you can go east, and you will definitely meet someone waiting for you. However, Captain Mojin from the ancient eastern country will arrange the final destination for you. The treasures on his partners will be his extremely long prey. Beware of him, the aria of sleep will compose the movement of the spider's curtain. After getting this divination poem and reading the first half, Krollo was already in tears. There are 13 spiders, and if he is removed as the leader, there are 12. The frost month of the lunar calendar refers to November. If it corresponds to the number, it is obviously the number of Uvijin. Coupled with the words withering, flaming eyes, condolence, mourning clothes, Krollo's wisdom does not understand the meaning of these. Coupled with the previous knowledge that Karapika, the chain hand, is a survivor of the Luda tribe with red eyes, the content of this prophecy is obviously ready to come out. Chapter 198. Uvijin, is he really dead? What's wrong with you? Nyan looked at the crying Krollo curiously, a little puzzled. Ah, it's nothing, your prediction is really accurate, haha. Yes, I said it must be right. Nyan, who was coaxed by Krollo's 3 eyes and 2 words, was extremely happy, immersed in her own world, and Krollo also began to think about the following content. Captain Mojin from the ancient Eastern Kingdom? What is that, a place name or a person's name? It sounds more like a title. What does it mean? Krollo's expression is slightly serious. He has mild Asperger's syndrome, and when he thinks about a problem, he tends to cover his mouth with his hands and talk to himself. The ancient country in the east does indeed exist in the world of Hunter. When Hunter tested it, Menchi said that the sushi came from a small island in the east. After 2 rounds of the Hunter test, on the airship heading to the trap tower, Sassy, the examiner of the first round of the test, said this when chatting with Poera. In the ancient oriental country far away, there is a fighting technique called karate. Fighters who are good at this technique have been pursuing the road of becoming stronger all their lives. Does it feel familiar? Karate is formed by combining the Neon traditional fighting technique with Ryukyu martial arts Tang Shao, and Tang Shao was developed when Huaxia Wushu was introduced to Ryukyu and combined with local Wushu Ryukyu Shao. The Neon natives combined Kyushu and Honshu's wrestling and throwing techniques with Tang Shao, and finally formed karate. In essence, the foundation of karate is Tang Shao, which is closely related to Chinese martial arts. Even karate has appeared in the world of Hunter, there is no reason to touch the term Jinzai. In addition, you can look at the map of the 6 continents and you will know that the FJ Old Thief is basically drawn after disrupting the layout according to the world map. Therefore, the term Mojinzai appears here, and it will not appear so abrupt. Of course, whether it is abrupt or not is another matter, but Krollo obviously can't figure out the meaning of this word. Even after he came out of Meteor Street, he learned a lot of knowledge, but such a particularly unpopular vocabulary comes from an ancient oriental country, a place with a particularly obvious regional history. I am afraid that there are basically no people in the Hunter world who know this word. It seems that after the matter in Yukiksen City is settled, I need to find a few well-known relic hunters or archaeologists to have a look. Krollo made a decision in an instant, and carefully put away the prophecy poem, and started joking with Nian. With the communication skills he has honed after so many years in the world, it is naturally no problem to deal with a Nian. So, when Nian was walking in the corridor, Krollo directly knocked him unconscious with a hand knife. In addition, the identity of Nian's daughter of the Nisra family was exposed, and after handing her over to the gang members present, she left here quietly while taking advantage of the chaos. At the same time, he also sent a group message on his mobile phone. Not much to say, only 4 simple words: make a fuss. He will give Uvijin a grand farewell party as the prophetic poem says. Just when Krollo took the elevator and rushed to the top of this high-rise building, when he was about to conduct a grand condolence movement. The monitoring room of the building. It's so fast, I'm afraid there are not many people who can see it clearly except me. The man in the hat of the assassination group stared at Krollo's hand knife repeated over and over again in the surveillance screen, and gradually revealed an obsessive look in his eyes. It's been a long time, I haven't encountered such a prey, you are mine. When he was like Hisoka, who was in a high direction, when he was insane, Ron, the real master who was also in the monitoring room, also discovered Crollo's movements. Is it finally here? Crollo. After Ron glanced at the screen again, he turned and walked outside. I'm really looking forward to fighting with you, Commander. Ron wasn't the first to notice something was wrong and start to act. In fact, before him, the killers hired by the 10-year-old man sensed something was wrong and went after Crollo. But it is a pity that in the case of weak strength, the result of their rush is instant kill. I found the target, Dad, do you want to go there now? In the conference room before, Silva and Zeno have been sitting here since they came here, their buttocks haven't moved a bit. After Silva hung up the notification call, he asked Zeno beside him for his opinion. No need, after the group of killers consume a little of each other's physical strength, it will not be too late for us to go up again. Zeno closed his eyes slightly and said. What if the man named K. Taylor is one step ahead of the target? Silva said. For the guy who can make him feel concerned when executing the commission, of course he will collect the information as soon as possible. If it is beneficial to the entrustment, he will also use it. Then it's even better. Zeno smiled slightly. That Kai Taylor is very strong, and our goal this time is not weak. Once the two of them really start fighting, the movements produced will definitely be caught by our circle. When the two of them have lost each other, we will clean up the mess. It would be great to complete the commission with the least casualties. After Zeno finished speaking, he fell into a sitting state again. But at the same time, a huge, Wang Liuhao, circle was instantly released from his body, covering the entire building. Silva nodded slightly and continued to remain silent. However, the vitality of the two of them gradually began to rise, and the concentration of energy and spirit in the afternoon kept them in the peak state, ready to fight. The Zaldik family, no matter what kind of entrustment they face, will be fully prepared. And when the killers are preparing to act, Kurapika is also planning to formulate relevant strategies. Nian has been found, come with me to Kurapika, let all the assassination groups go to hell. Nian's safety is the most important. Right Nisla rushed to the place where Nian was staying with a little helpless Kurapika. Although Right Nisla relied on Nian's prophecy ability to rise to the top position, it is rare that he is not inflated and has a clear understanding of himself. Chapter 199. Knowing that Nian is his foundation, the assassination group is just catering to 10 old men, which is the icing on the cake. Even if you can't show your face this time, there will be a next time. If an accident happened to Konyan, he would have no future. Kurapika also knew the current situation, and even though he had calmed down, he was still a little uneasy. It might be a good thing not to contact the brigade for the past 2 days. When he was thinking like this, the phone on his waist rang. Moshi Moshi. It's me, Kurapika. Gone. Well, listen to me, we met the brigade before and were caught. On the wild streets, Gon and Killua, who spent a lot of effort to escape from Nobunaga, found a relatively safe foothold. After taking a breath, he took out his mobile phone and made a call with Kurapika immediately. Afterwards, of course, after Kurapika was shocked, Gon and Killua ushered in a storm of angry reprimands. At the same time, the abandoned building. These two brats, they ran away. Nobunaga stared blankly at the big hole that was kicked out on the wall of the building, and the knife in his hand fell weakly. 773 Oh ha ha ha. Shut up Hisoka, put away your disgusting face, don't let me hear your disgusting laugh. He. Shut up. Nobunaga lost his mind and felt his IQ being crushed by 2 little ghosts on the ground. He was mercilessly ridiculed by Hisoka, and then roared angrily with a knife. Let the peeling left on the side shake his head helplessly. Nobunaga's roar is very unfounded. Also, as a member of the world's notorious criminal group, being tricked by 2 brats, anyone would feel guilty. As expected of the fruit I valued, did you escape perfectly under Nobunaga's hands? I really look forward to what they will look like in the future, and what kind of nin will they develop. Suddenly, the perverted laughter of a certain fruit farmer sounded again in the abandoned building, making Nobunaga jump angrily. On the tall building of the auction, Crollo has assumed the identity of the conductor and began to compose a grand farewell dirge. As far as he could see, the city of Yukiksen had completely kicked off the prelude to the flames of war. Click! Finks got out of a bush, one in each hand, and directly broke the neck of the underworld member who hadn't reacted here before walking forward. Beside him, Phaeton, dressed in black and skeleton, tossed and turned in the middle of the underworld. Phaeton, who didn't seem to lift his hand during the few ups and downs, easily cut off the heads of those people. Bang bang bang! Da-da-da! Franklin's machine guns in both hands were fully fired, with a cruel and happy smile on his face, smashing the gangsters in front of him to pieces. At the same time, his tall and strong body is covered with wrapping and is not weak. Even if the bullets of the gangsters fall on his body, it is no different from the feeling of raindrops falling on him. Cuba behind him was unharmed, and even made up a shot or two from time to time. Chilla. Maki seems to be a puppeteer, and he hangs up many gangsters with thread. In Pakuno Das guard, under a light pole. The group of controlled gang members aimed their guns at their companions. There is also Shulnark who has the same operation as him. Fate of carrying others made him completely treat this farewell carnival as a game. And when he was operating the game, he still had extra energy to talk to the man beside him. Ron, I can handle this here alone, you just go to other places. Didn't I see that you don't have a partner, but you've already said that, Aid, so okay. The puppet Ron shrugged with a smile and ran towards Machi and the others. Showing his face in front of Shulnark, and then pretending to pass by Maki and others inadvertently, in this way, it can prove that Ron has always been on the front line of confrontation with the Sopranos. Then, the K. Taylor who is about to meet Crollo will no longer be suspected by Crollo. In front of a person like Crollo who is very vigilant and suspicious, and has a very high IQ, it is impossible to be too careful. Tick-tock tick. On the top floor of the auction building, Ron looked at the bloody road sign that Crollo seemed to have intentionally left in front of him, and a smile formed on the corner of his mouth. Also, as the conductor of this farewell morning, how could he not do it himself? The blood that made these road signs was probably on the bodies of the killers killed by Crollo. Is this road sign left behind to attract other killers? Interesting. Ron raised his right hand and patted his face lightly, and his face and body returned to their original lightness. After taking out a human leather mask from the empty bag and putting it on to cover his face, he turned his face and looked behind him. Under Ron's gaze, there was a sound of footsteps in the empty corridor, and then, the figure of the man wearing the hat in the previous monitoring room appeared. You also came here because you smelled blood. For the upcoming battle, the man in the hat had already thrown down his hat, his pale face was calm, but there was a crazy smile of extreme excitement in his eyes. After seeing the speed of Crollo's hand knife in the monitoring room, he felt as if he had met his opponent. The excitement of meeting his opponent made his blood boil, and his body began to tremble involuntarily. I advise you to leave here as soon as possible. The opponent is not an opponent of your level. Be careful and you will end up like this. The man in the hat suppressed the excitement in his heart, looked at the silent Ron, sneered, and pointed to the blood-stained road sign on the ground with his finger. Ron glanced at this pervert who was similar to Hisoka, didn't bother to pay attention to him, and walked straight ahead along the signpost. I don't know how to live or die, I can't let a stupid guy like you interrupt my fun. The result of the blood boiling was above, the man in the hat who had fallen into some kind of beautiful longing, his tongue stuck out from the corner of his mouth, and a sharp knife suddenly appeared in his hand. Go to hell. Chapter 200. The Hat Man's eyes were full of madness. Before the upcoming battle, it is also a good choice to use a person's blood to temporarily appease his inner anxiety. Holding the knife in his hand, the man in the hat attacked Ron at a very fast speed, and came behind him in a blink of an eye. Clang! The expected sound of piercing into the flesh, the feel of the blade piercing into the flesh, and the scene of blood soaring did not appear. Under the stunned eyes of the man in the hat, a severed blade whirled in the sky, and then fell to the ground with a clang. He looked at the broken sharp blade in his hand, and his eyes were slightly absent-minded. The touch just now seemed to be that the blade had pierced the extremely hard steel, causing it to collapse in two. Why do so many people always fail to recognize reality? A voice suddenly came from the front, making the man in the hat tremble all over. He raised his head suddenly, and saw Ron turn around slowly, his eyes looked at him, as if he was looking at a dead person. An extremely ominous premonition rose in the hat man's heart, his eyes immediately gathered chi, and after using condensation, he discovered the incomparably huge chi and thought on the opponent's body. How can you think like this? You guy, who the hell are you? The first half of the sentence was still whispering, but when it reached the second half, the voice of the man in the hat gradually increased in volume, and finally roared out. While roaring, his body began to tremble slightly. Although he is eager to fight against the strong, but in the case of similar strength. But now, he sensed the thought far beyond his own from the other party, and the man in the hat couldn't help but panic. A person like you is definitely not an unknown person in the world, and it is absolutely impossible to be as simple as a bodyguard of a gangster family. Speaking of this, the man in the hat saw the human skin mask on Ron's face, and couldn't help but become more emotional. You are still hiding your identity, who are you? What's the point of worrying about this now? Ron asked back and took a step towards him. How could it be meaningless? The man in the hat took a step back subconsciously, gritted his teeth and said, "At least let me understand." While speaking, he took out a knife again in his hand. He knew he couldn't live, but he didn't want to die here so aggrieved. At least you have to fight with all your strength to know who your opponent is. Do you understand? I'm sorry that I can't satisfy you with this one request. Swish. As soon as the voice fell, Ron's figure suddenly disappeared in place, and also disappeared from the eyes of the man in the hat. Where is he? The man in the hat kept his eyes wide open, turning his body back and forth 360 degrees, searching for Ron's trace. However, you ignored the top. A voice came from above the hat man's head. Before he could make any reaction, the sound of piercing the air from the solar array earlier than the sound sounded from above his head. Boom! The sound of body collision came, and the man in the hat only felt a heavy blow on his head, and his eyes dimmed. The inside of his head seemed to have turned into a paste, and the whole world was spinning. Finally completely plunged into the boundless darkness. Patter! The body of the man in the hat fell limply to the ground, already unable to breathe. Standing beside him, Ron looked at his staring eyes and shook his head. There are strange men in this world, and it is only a fool to expose his name to such a dying person who may bring risks. It is not uncommon for villains to die and be destroyed by talking too much. Without saying anything, Ron took out 2 balls of light from his body, turned around and walked in the direction of the blood-stained road sign. This man wants to use Ron's blood to relieve anxiety, why can't Ron use his life to warm up his body and soothe his tight skin? Is someone finally here? In the empty viewing balcony room, Crollo casually took the pen stuck in the back of a killer's head, and at the same time sent a mass message to each team member about the plan for the next feigned death and copying the auction items. After wiping the pen, put it away again, ready to be used by the next person. After throwing the killer's body aside, Crollo turned around slowly, looking at the man standing at the door with a flat face. A sharp light suddenly flashed in Crollo's eyes. Wearing a strange soprano's costume, with a weird human skin mask on his face. Personally, it's completely different from the killers I've seen before. The oppressive aura emanating from the other party made Crollo feel extremely dangerous. This person is very strong. Stronger than the group of opponents I have encountered before. Even Crollo, the patriarch of the Zaldik family who was met by the brigade 3 years ago, did not feel so threatening from him. In the past, because his number 8 member was killed by Silva Zaldik, Crollo fought with the opponent alone, but the winner was still not determined. Moreover, Silva learned a little bit about her own and the ultimate intention of thieves, knowing that she can steal other people's nin. It's a rival that doesn't lose to Silva. While causing Crollo's heart to be infinitely vigilant, his eyes also became deep. Wearing a human skin mask, either because he is afraid of being recognized by others, or because he doesn't want people to see his face. The first time he saw the other party, he had automatically entered a combat state, and he was constantly analyzing the first-hand information that the other party might expose in his mind. If it's the former, then it's someone I know or a face that is inconvenient to show in front of gangsters. He has the clothes of a certain underworld family on his body, which is an entry point. If it's the latter, it's because he hides his face or he hates his own appearance and doesn't want people to see it, such as disfiguring his face, etc. In this case, he can analyze his personality and psychology. There is one last possibility, and that is the mask on his face, which is related to his nin, maybe it corresponds to some kind of restriction and oath. But no matter which one of the 4 possibilities, as long as I can take the opportunity to take off his mask, can I have a part of the advantage and initiative.